35 years old, and I have achieved nothing. I was thrown out of my job, and I can't find a new one. Everywhere I get rejected. I came home to tell my wife, and caught her with her lover. Then I found out, the children I raised all these years are not mine. My mother calls me in tears. She needs money urgently for my father's operation, and my pockets are empty. And at that moment, the mini treasure map system activated. Ding! Today's treasure information has been updated. The first thing I found, under the bed, my wife's lover's wallet, $3,000 and even his keys. At the lottery kiosk at the station, a ticket that can win 20,000 yuan. At the bathhouse, a golden chain hidden in the bathroom ceiling. In the old village, a clay pot buried underground with 73 silver coins. In an abandoned building, 5 million yuan in cash, crates of liquor, and cartons of cigarettes. Life gave me a chance. But before that, the phone rang. Mr. Zhang Li, are you currently employed? At Chang'an City, high-speed rail north station, a dark-skinned man with a slightly weathered look was pulling a worn-out suitcase with one hand and answering the phone with the other. No, I've already left my job. Mr. Zhang, I see on your resume that you hold a senior engineer title, a first-class construction engineer certificate, and you are also a PMP project manager? The voice on the other end sounded young, and the questioning followed a standard script. That's right. Moving through the crowd, Zhang Li responded calmly. It says on your resume that you've always worked in engineering surveying? Yes. Since graduation, I've always worked in exploration and surveying. The phone call continued. By the time Zhang Li reached the south square of the station, the conversation had changed to, Mr. Zhang Li, your qualifications match our company's requirements very well. When can you come in for an interview? Zhang Li replied calmly, tomorrow is fine. Great. Come directly to the company at 9 a.m. tomorrow. By the way, may I ask your age? I noticed it's not listed on your resume. Right before hanging up, Zhang Li indeed heard that all too familiar question again. With a bitter smile, he slightly closed his eyes. I'm 35. Ah. Sure enough, upon hearing Zhang Li's age, the other side went silent. No problem, I understand. You're busy. If I make it to the interview stage, please let me know. Facing the silence of the HR, Zhang Li actually offered comfort. That young lady was already being polite, just going silent upon hearing his age. What he had encountered more often were people who hung up directly, or just bluntly said, we don't want anyone over 35. Well, at least after resigning, I no longer have to stay away from home for long periods. Unwilling to take the subway, dragging his suitcase, Zhang Li sighed again as he prepared to take the 1 yuan bus. Since graduation, he had always worked in the real estate industry. Unfortunately, with the real estate winter arriving, and his boss being a complete idiot, who somehow owed over 200 billion yuan. In the end, even a senior technical worker like him had to pack up and leave. He had been working at Hengtai all along, and now he was already 35 years old. With the real estate winter, all companies were shrinking their positions, and with his limited technical experience and age, finding a new job after resignation was extremely difficult. Over the past few days since returning home from the construction site, he had taken more than 10 calls, but not a single one led to an interview opportunity. Ring ring, ring ring. Just as he got on the bus, his phone rang again. Hey, Brother Shelley, it's old Wang. Can you talk right now? Thinking it was another HR call, Zhang Li didn't expect it to be a worker calling this time. Old Wang, go ahead. Previously, because his father was also a migrant worker, Zhang Li used to give advice and support to these workers who didn't even have labor contracts. Now, Foreman Old Wang contacted Zhang Li again. Brother Shelley, sorry to trouble you again. About the unpaid wages, could you still help point me toward a way to get the money? A lot of my men are counting on that for the new year. After working hard all year, we've earned nothing. I can't face their families. Old Wang was making the same request as in past years. Old Wang, I've also resigned. With a bitter smile, Zhang Li replied on the phone. What? Old Wang was stunned on the other end. Old Wang, I still have 3,000 yuan. I'll transfer it to you. Consider it a farewell meal for everyone from me. He opened WeChat. Looking at the severance pay of 6,000 yuan, of which most had not even been paid yet, Zhang Li transferred half of it to Old Wang. Ah, no need. I can't take your money. Old Wang quickly refused. But Zhang Li had already hung up. Old Wang had helped him before. He felt close to these people. Their bent backs looked exactly like his father's. Only 3,000 left. As the bus started moving, Zhang Li looked at the remaining 3,000 yuan he had on him and felt slightly anxious. Working in construction, always traveling for work, he would send all his pay home once he received it. And never kept any on himself. This time after quitting, he only had the 6,000 yuan of severance. And just gave away 3,000. I must find a job quickly. If real estate isn't working, then I'll switch industries. I can't just sit and eat up what little I have, Zhongli said to himself. At 35 years old, he had 3 daughters. The youngest was in preschool, the eldest already in first grade. His wife was a housewife, fully focused on taking care of the children. He had to bring money back home. That's a man's responsibility. Wangjiefan station has arrived. Please watch your step as you get off. Travel safely. An hour later, the bus arrived at his stop. Let me buy some flowers. She always said I wasn't romantic. I'll get each of the 3 kids a gift too. From now on, I can be with them every day. They should be really happy. When he reached the entrance of his residential complex, he saw a small shop next door and thought to himself. He lifted his leg and walked in. He hadn't bought clothes for himself in a long time. But every time he came home, he bought gifts for the kids. Very quickly, with flowers and gifts in hand, Zhongli walked into his neighborhood. After more than 10 years of hard work, I have a wife, 3 kids, and a fully paid 100 square meter home. I may not have achieved big things, but at least I have a little family. Next, I'll start over. Begin again. Holding the bouquet, Zhongli quickened his pace. My wife. Half a minute later, Zhongli suddenly froze. The flowers in his hand fell to the ground, and he stood there stunned. He saw his beloved wife was holding another man's hand. The two were laughing and talking, and their bodies were leaning against each other. No way, no way. He had lost his job and didn't want to tell his parents. He just wanted to go home and tell his wife in person, but instead, he saw this scene. Shaking his head rapidly, he thought he was seeing things. Swallowing hard, his head went numb as he followed to confirm again. He desperately wanted to believe it wasn't real. But unfortunately, right before his eyes, the two walked straight into his apartment building. Click. As if all energy was drained from his body. 5 minutes later, Zhongli trembled as he opened the door. Then, shouting in panic instantly erupted. Zhongli! You come back without even saying anything. What are you doing? As a naked man fled quickly, a woman's voice immediately shouted from behind. Let's get a divorce. The lover had already dashed out the moment Zhang Li appeared. All the joy in Zhang Li's heart was doused like cold water, and he spoke weakly. There was no more light in his eyes. He had met his wife through a blind date. The dowry had been 180,000 yuan. He never imagined that even after more than a decade of marriage, this could still happen. You cheated, you leave with nothing. Raising his head, Zhang Li tried to calm himself down. In his 30s, he couldn't afford to be impulsive anymore. Bullshit. You're the one who leaves with nothing. You didn't turn in your salary this month or last month. Did you spend it on that slut? Don't forget the agreement you signed. The woman, after being stunned for a while, suddenly went wild, shouting loudly. Her voice was much louder than Zhang Li's. She knew his honest personality too well. At other times, she could be as unreasonable as she wanted, and easily manipulate him. But now, since she had been caught in the act, there was no room left for saving face. She only wanted to gain as much as she could. Fine, let's divorce. Who's afraid of who? The house is mine. My name's been on it from the start. The woman began fighting over the house. You can forget about the kids too. None of the 3 are yours. Don't believe me? Go test them. Without holding back, the woman went completely off the rails and even blurted out the biggest secret. Whoosh! Exposed, and in a fit of anger, she revealed a secret that had been hidden for over 10 years. When Zhang Li suddenly raised his bloodshot eyes, the woman froze for a moment, then quickly stepped around him and ran out the door. Zhang Shufeng, you're ruthless. The woman quickly fled, while Zhang Li trembled inside the room, his hands cramping. Her words made him recall that a good friend once joked, none of the kids look like you. If witnessing her cheating just now had torn his dignity apart, then the news that the children weren't his had utterly destroyed his faith in being a man and his reason to live. Completely lost, Zhang Li had never imagined that right after resigning, he'd also face a divorce and discover that he had no children of his own. Ring ring, ring ring. With his mind blank, he heard the phone ring again. Mom! Seeing the caller ID, he suddenly snapped awake. Son, how is work going? There's a lot of news online about your boss at Huntai lately. How are things over there? His mother's concerned voice gradually brought Zhang Li back to his senses. Mom, I'm doing fine. I'm a specialist in the technical department. What's there to worry about? No matter what happens, it won't affect me. I rely on my skills to make a living. Zhangli exhaled deeply to steady his emotions, so his mother wouldn't hear anything unusual. That's good. You've always made us proud, Linlin said last time she wanted dumplings. I made some get in touch with Shufang and arrange a time to pick them up, okay? His mother didn't notice anything strange, her voice was still full of warmth. No need. I'm on vacation lately. I'll be back in Chang'an tomorrow. I'll come find you then. Linlin was his eldest daughter. Zhangli didn't want to tell his mother what had just happened. Don't talk to mom about sad things, she can't help and would lose sleep over it. He couldn't let his parents worry anymore. That's great. I'll make some more then. Look at how busy you are all day, you're so tan now. Hearing that her son, who could only come home 7 or 8 times a year, would be back, his mother was very excited. Don't bother, you still have to take care of Dad. The company has a new project in Chang'an City. I've applied to transfer back. From now on, we'll see each other every day. Zhangli was paving the way for his resignation. That works too. By the way, son, the doctor said the hospital fees are still not enough. I'm embarrassed to ask Shufang. What about on your end? His father was a migrant worker. Due to occupational illness, he was hospitalized 6 months ago. Fortunately, his mother had been caring for him, but the expenses were huge. When is it needed? How much short? He took a deep breath, trying hard to keep his tone normal. The doctor said it needs to be paid in full within a week. This time we need to prepay 50,000. His mother remembered that he made nearly 20,000 a month, but she didn't know. Right now, he only had 3,000 left. Okay. Don't worry about it. I'll come find you when I get back. Finishing the call without revealing anything, Zhangli hung up. Splash. Who says men can't cry? Right after hanging up, Zhangli felt something slide uncontrollably down the corner of his eye. Looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar house in front of him, he suddenly felt sick. Wah! Eyes red, Zhangli opened his mouth and threw up. He vomited without restraint, tears mixed in, vomiting from the bottom of his heart. Ring ring, ring ring. As his body reacted abnormally, Zhangli heard the phone ring again. Hello? Seeing it was a strange number, he quickly composed himself and answered. Hello, Mr. Zhangli, this is Julie Construction Company. Recognizing it was HR, Zhangli got straight to the point. I'm 35 years old. Is that okay? HR's hesitation made Zhangli say no more. Alright, thank you. Sorry to bother you. Click. He hung up. His train of thought interrupted. Zhangli no longer felt like vomiting. Looking around the house, he knew this was no longer his home. He was in chaos. His mind a complete mess. Hey, what's there to be afraid of in divorce? I've been divorced 3 times. Divorce is great. Single life, play games whenever you want, go to a massage girl whenever you want. In the western part of Chang'an City, at a street food stall in an urban village, Zhangli, under the persuasion of his best buddy, was pouring beer down his throat in bitterness. Next to him was Lihon, his university bunkmate and friend of nearly 20 years. This good brother was a native of Chang'an City. His family had been relocated 4 times, he had a sturdy build, and used to have a lot of assets. But, due to 3 divorces, his assets had been divided up by his ex-wives, leaving him with just a storefront and half a tube-shaped apartment building. He now lived off the rent. His 3 failed marriages had left him with deep resentment toward women. After his parents passed away 2 years ago, as an only child, he now saw Zhangli as his only family. Now, hearing that his buddy had not only quit his job, but also gotten divorced, Li Hanxiong offered strong comfort. If it doesn't work out, just live at my place. I'll take back the shop and we'll open a small internet cafe together. That was our dream back in college. There's no way I'm ever working for someone again. I'm still the same old guy, not changed at all. Trying to cheer up his buddy, Li Hanxiong started singing dreamily about the future. But Zhangli remained silent, just drinking cup after cup of beer. Brother, not getting married is great. From now on, let's live together. 2 men together, that's 2 dowries, 2 houses, 2 cars, and we can go to the massage girls together. Seeing Zhangli's depression, Li Hanxiang pounded his chest and continued to comfort him. If all the men do this, what about the women? Zhangli replied weakly. Women can be the massage girls. Li Hanxiang said matter-of-factly. Screw you. Zhangli slapped away the hand on his shoulder, raised his glass, and the 2 clinked and downed it in one go. There's no going back. Their brotherhood hadn't faded, but their youthful days were truly gone for good. At this age, they were no longer in college, wearing just shorts, wrestling each other on the bunks anymore. Just a bit sorry for my dear niece Lin Lin. But it's fine, she'll have 2 dads loving her. My shop and house will be left for her to inherit. After drinking, Lihon spoke with some regret. 2 years ago, his parents had died of anger from his 3 failed marriages. Zhongli had been the one to handle everything at the funeral. Aside from the 2 of them as mourning sons, Zhongli's eldest daughter Linlin had also joined in mourning. Lihon was especially fond of Linlin. He was worried what would happen to the child after the divorce. Linlin's not my biological daughter. In front of his good brother, Zhongli didn't hide it. What? Hearing that, the half-drunk Lihon sobered up instantly. Fuck her bastard father. I'm going to find her. Lihon stood up in rage, yelling. Sit down. Drink. But before he could leave, Zhongli had already grabbed him. Drink my ass. Come on, let's go for a scrub. To hell with all this dear mom selling fried dough twists love crap. Getting angrier, Lihon pulled Zhongli up. Blocked by Zhongli, he also realized that finding her was useless, it would just be a meaningless quarrel. Angry and fed up, Lihon just wanted to let off steam. 1 hour later, the 2 men in big boxer shorts sat in a steaming pool, both resting their heads against the marble edge. Neither spoke. The surroundings were quiet. Aside from the sound of flowing water, there was no other noise. Lihon knew his brother needed to relax. He didn't disturb him. With a white towel on his head, Lihon soaked silently. Fuming inside, Linlin wasn't his brother's biological child? That's infuriating. Was a DNA test done? What about the other 2? Resigned, divorced, father's hospital bills. Children. On the other side, Zhongli quietly leaned his head against the poolside and slowly gathered his thoughts. At 35, having suffered life's blows, he had no time to grieve, since it had happened. What he needed to do wasn't be sad, but solve the problems. The most urgent is my father's hospital fee. With eyes closed, Zhongli needed money. Over 10 years of salary had been handed to Zhang Shufeng. Now, he had nothing. He didn't know if she had saved any money, but even if she had, he might not get it. He'd likely have to go to court. A distant solution can't quench a nearby thirst. Lihon, after 3 failed marriages and losing his parents, had already given up on life and lived day by day. He definitely didn't have 50,000 yuan saved. Next, he had to find money quickly. Ding! As he lay beside the hot spring, warm water flowing around him, in his dazed state, a voice suddenly rang in Zhang Li's ears. Surveyor and exploration worker detected. Daily mini-map treasure hunting system activated. Scanning in progress, please wait. What is this? His emotions fluctuating, having drunk heavily and now soaked in hot water, Zhang Li's mind was foggy. He thought he was hallucinating. But before he could react, a semi-transparent panel popped up before his eyes. Lines of text began to appear. Ding! Treasure hunting system scan complete. Today's scan results are as follows. You passed by the high-speed rail station today. The mini-map detected at the lottery shop on the west side of the high-speed rail North Square, on the shelf inside the door, 3rd row, 5th column, the second scratch card can win a prize of 20,000 yuan. You passed by Hangtai City residential area today. The mini-map detected Hangtai Community, Building 8, Unit 1, Room 901. Inside the sofa crevice is a lost wallet containing $3,000 and 3,000 renminbi. You passed by Mizihaoking bathhouse today. The mini-map detected in the men's restroom at the northwest corner of the 3rd floor ceiling, hidden is a gold necklace. Mini-map treasure hunting system. Looking at the translucent panel in front of him, Zhongli, still drunk, went blank. He tightly closed and opened his eyes several times, then rubbed them quickly. He was stunned for a long time, but found the panel was still there. Deep breath. Whether what the panel says is real or not is easy to test. After waiting for several minutes, seeing the panel still present, Zhongli splashed hot water on his face several times and gradually cleared his mind. The high-speed rail station plaza was where he got off the train and took the bus today. Hangtai City residential area was his residential complex, and Building 8, Unit 1, Room 901, that was his home. More importantly, the so-called Mizihaoking bathhouse was the place he was currently soaking in. Splash. The hardships of life had never made Zhang Li feel like he was chosen by fate, but since the so-called panel treasure info could be easily verified, with a mindset of giving it a try, he once again scrubbed his cheeks hard, then stood up directly. At this moment, he was bathing on the 1st floor of the bathhouse. The 3rd floor restroom mentioned in the system info was just a few steps away. What are you doing? On the other side, seeing Zhang Li suddenly get up, Lihon opened his eyes curiously. Taking a piss. Zhang stepped out of the pool without turning his head. I'll go too. Just to check if your stuff got any bigger. At our age, it better not go soft. Seeing Zhang Li looking lively, Lihon grinned lewdly and followed him out of the pool. Screw you. Snapping back, the two quickly wrapped towels around themselves and headed to the third floor. Northwest corner, men's restroom, ceiling, upper left corner. Mumbling the info, Zhang Li easily found the spot. Standing at the specified location, he looked up at the tightly sealed ceiling tile, more than 2 meters high. Zhang Li frowned. What are you doing? Still preparing to pee? Need time to build up? Clueless, Lihon kept teasing from behind. Go lock the door. Zhang Li ordered him directly. This couldn't be seen by others. Ha? Lock the door just to pee? Really? Lihon didn't get it. But remembering how sad his bro had been earlier, he just did it. Come here, get down. After locking the door, Zhang Li gave another command. The ceiling was high. The only efficient way to check was to sit on Lihon's shoulders. What the hell? What are you doing? You serious? Zhang Li's words reminded Lihon of the joke he made earlier about the two of them living together. Hurry up. Zhang Li yanked the joking Lihon over and immediately climbed onto his shoulders. They used to do this all the time in college, so the movement was still familiar. Up, let me check the ceiling. Zhang Li patted his head, signaling him to stand. Playing the loyal friend, Lihon gritted his teeth and stood up, still muttering. He wasn't young anymore. This move was hard. Don't move, I'll be quick. Sitting on his shoulders, Zhang Li reached the ceiling and quickly pried open a tile. Click, just as he was about to look inside. Unfortunately, Lihon slipped and they wobbled. Hold steady, damn it. With Lihon moaning and rubbing his back, the two stood up again. Then, Zhang Li's pupils suddenly dilated. Now steady, he really saw a bag inside the ceiling panel. As he reached to grab it, he felt it had considerable weight. What is that? Seeing Zhang Li really pull out a bag, Lihon was shocked. Just now, Zhang Li told him. He had dreamed while soaking in the pool and saw gold hidden here. He never expected there really was something. Lihon was sure. Zhang Li had never been here before. Because this bathhouse was new. Even he was coming for the first time. Holy shit. What is this, a bag of poop or something? As Zhang Li opened the bag, a wave of stench hit their faces. Ugh, ugh, ugh. The smell stung their eyes. They turned away and coughed repeatedly. After the smell faded a bit, they looked inside the bag. Shit. It's real? This has to be at least half a kilo. The smell faded, and when Zhang Li pulled out a thick gold necklace, Lihon was dumbfounded. Beside him, Zhang Li, upon seeing the gold, felt a chill run up his spine from his tailbone to the top of his head. The panel was real? There really was treasure here. What else is there? Excited, Lihon noticed more stuff inside the bag and eagerly reached in. Then, he pulled out a palm-sized object wrapped in plastic, resembling a power bank. What is this? A compressed biscuit? Confused, he flipped it over. Holy fuck, put it down. Don't touch it. Drop it. The thing Lihon pulled out, he didn't recognize it, but Zhang Li did, and immediately trembled with fear. Powder. A substance so illegal, even a tiny bit could land you in prison for life. This stuff, he had seen on a construction site. Years ago, someone hid it on site, and the whole crew had to help security search every inch. As a survey specialist, he contributed a lot then and had seen it in person afterward. What the hell is this? Why is this crap here too? He never expected that along with the gold necklace, there would also be this lethal item. Zhang Li froze in shock. This was deadly. Swish. 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 While Lihon stood dumbstruck, Zhang Li snapped back and quickly wiped both the necklace and power bank clean using the inside of his bathrobe, also rubbing down the bag hard. Then, like throwing a grenade, he tossed everything back into the ceiling. What's going on? Seeing Zhang Li nervous and watching him shut the panel tightly and even wipe it down, Lihon was confused. Let's go. He had verified the necklace was real, but Zhang Li never expected it would come with a guardian beast. That thing he couldn't afford to mess with. Click. Waving to stop Hanxiang from asking, Zhang Li quickly opened the restroom door and prepared to leave. That gold, he couldn't afford it. Hey. Just as they opened the door, they didn't expect a man to be standing outside. Seeing them, he stepped back in disgust. Fucking pervs. Gross. The stink from the bag hadn't fully gone yet. The man walked around them, waving his hand and wincing in disgust. He had come to use the restroom, but found the door locked. Then, He heard things like "get down" from inside. After that, groaning and moaning sounds. Now, he entered and smelled something awful. He instantly imagined what had gone down. What the hell? Back in the pool, finally processing what that thing was, Lihon grabbed Zhang Li's thigh underwater. He wasn't just curious about Zhang Li's so-called dream, he was even more curious. How could a treasure like a gold chain come with such a dangerous thing? Let me be. Zhang Li breathed deeply, adjusting his mood. Although he couldn't take the necklace, at least, he had confirmed the treasure hunting system was real. On the panel, there were still 2 unverified treasure locations. Also, seeing the word "today" on the panel, he guessed that such treasure data would refresh every day. We oh. Just as Li Hanxian was getting excited and Zhang Li was deep in thought, suddenly a loud alarm went off. Fuck! A raid! No way! Seeing a huge crowd of people rush in with the alarm, Li Hanxian was stunned. This is a prostitution raid. At the bathhouse. Seeing a large group of uniformed public security officers escorting out men and women covering their faces, Zhang Li felt something was wrong. Previously, he had never been to a place like this. The site project manager had invited him many times, but he had never done anything to betray his wife. Today, he only came here to soak in the bath, but he did not expect to coincidentally encounter a prostitution raid. However, the situation didn't seem that simple. Because, next to the public security officers, he saw many police dogs. Moreover, they were special narcotics dogs with enhanced sniffing abilities. Each person being escorted out had to be sniffed by the dogs. Thinking of what he had discovered earlier, Zhang Li frowned. Come out. 10 minutes later. After the room had been cleared, Zhang Li and Li Hanxiang, who had obediently stayed still in the hot pool, were also called out. Officer, we just came to soak in the bath. We didn't do anything. Taking a bath isn't illegal. Li Hanxiang, looking innocent, tried hard to prove their innocence. Beside them were several other men who had not been caught doing anything solid. No way. This can't be hidden. Seeing the large-scale presence of the public security officers, and remembering that the thing he saw earlier was truly dangerous, Zhang Li wanted to be a good citizen. By logic, as someone in his 30s, he should avoid trouble when possible, keep a low profile and protect himself. However, he and Li Hanxiang had already seen the item. Even though he had tried hard to wipe off fingerprints and such, once the item was found, experienced officers would definitely notice the ceiling had been tampered with. More importantly, he and Li Hanxiang's actions in the restroom had been seen by another man. That man had just returned to the main bath, and was now standing nearby. There were traces, and they had been seen. Zhang Li was worried he would be treated as an accomplice. He also feared the person who hid the item might come looking for him. Now that even specialized dogs had arrived, he realized why the bag he opened earlier smelled so bad. Clearly, someone had deliberately placed odor blockers in the bag to stop the dogs from detecting anything. Hiding it would be extremely risky. To avoid future trouble from this danger, he had to be a good citizen. Officer, I want to report something. Having made up his mind, Zhang Li immediately raised his hand and shouted loudly. Officer, I want to report something too. The man who had earlier misunderstood Zhang Li and Li Hanxiang in the restroom also raised his hand after seeing Zhang Li do so. I'll report first. They made the restroom stink, and even did stuff in there. It was disgusting. Eye-searing. Perverts like them should all be taken in. Before the officers could even ask, the man shouted loudly. As expected, his words instantly turned everyone's heads. Fuck you. What did you say? Misunderstood, Li Hanxiang roared. Unfortunately, as soon as the officer glared at him, he fell silent. Officer, I want to report something bigger. Ignoring the man's accusation and Li Hanxiang's rage, Zhang Li went straight to a public security officer and whispered what he had seen. Once the information reached the team leader, very quickly, everyone was held on the spot. Then, the restroom was sealed off, and the bag with the gold necklace was found. Captain, we've got the results. The two have no criminal records. Hair and urine tests both negative. They were college classmates. Based on the other man's testimony, they may have been into joining the Valley Path since university. Although their behavior is strange, per protocol, they'll receive a 20,000 yuan reward and a good citizen certificate. At the public security station, an officer who had made a big catch reported with a strange look on his face. The two named Zhang Li and Li Hanxiang had been vague, clearly hiding something. But, as professionals, They had pieced together the situation based on the evidence. That ceiling tile, nearly 3 meters high, could only have been opened in one particular way. The officers believed their deduction was correct. He wanted to laugh, but as someone trained, he could not laugh. What a disaster. My lifelong reputation. Even if they gave me a certificate and rewarded me with 10,000 yuan, I'm still pissed. At the entrance of the public security station, now released, Lihon pounded his leg and shouted. The matter had been resolved smoothly. Now that the officers had taken over the dangerous item, they didn't need to worry about it anymore. But, thinking about the officers' looks of disgust, and that even during the award photo, no one shook his hand, Lihon felt wronged. Enough, you head back first. I've got something to take care of. I'll come find you tonight. Don't worry about me, I'm fine. Nearby, having passed off the dangerous item to the officers, Zhongli had more plans. Even though he hadn't kept the gold necklace, he got a 10,000 yuan reward, and a good citizen certificate, which could be very useful. That was good enough. More importantly, he had verified the treasure hunt information was accurate. He still had 2 locations left to check. At this moment, thanks to the success with the gold necklace, he felt like the sky had cleared after stormy clouds. He had thought. His job was gone, his wife was gone, his children too. At 35, he would spend the rest of his life in misery. He hadn't expected to suddenly stumble into an opportunity like this. Though, not as a young man. As long as it came, it wasn't too late. He was still the same person as before. Alright, but don't act on impulse, we've still got decades of life ahead of us. Lihon tried to calm Zhongli. He had heard. Many people, upon learning their child wasn't their own, had gone into a rage and started killing. He didn't want his good brother to be like that. No way. We're good citizens, certified ones. Smiling and waving at Lihon, Zhongli quickly left. Before long, he returned to his apartment. No one had entered during that time. Zhongli easily found a wallet wedged in the couch, according to the treasure map. Opening the wallet, Zhongli's eyes lit up. Sure enough, it held something. 3,000 US dollars. 3,000 renminbi. That was over 24,000 renminbi in total. Even better, the mini-map was proven valid again. Is this the adulterer's wallet? Qian Liming? There's even his home address inside? Aside from the money, the wallet also held a keycard with a room number, a key, and a few ID photos. Zhongli frowned. Earlier, Qian Liming had run away the moment he saw him, but Zhongli had clearly seen his face. Investigate. Seeing that the address wasn't far, Zhongli made up his mind. Although, his top priority now was to keep testing the treasure hunting system. This address was nearby, so he might as well check it out. Whoosh! Very quickly, Zhongli put the money away and left again. Ding dong! Half an hour later, Zhongli, dressed in a property maintenance uniform, rang the doorbell of a residence. His more than 10 years of experience in real estate made him very familiar with property management, residential rules, and security staff. After offering a pack of cigarettes, he even found out that the target wasn't home, only the wife was. Ding dong! After turning off the home's outside water valve, Zhongli rang the bell. Hello, I'm here to check the pipes. Did your water stop? Hearing movement inside, Zhongli spoke up immediately. Yes, it suddenly stopped just now. The door opened. The woman wore a gray turtleneck sweater, looked around 27 or 28, had a gentle temperament and fair skin. As she bent to open the door, her round hip curve was clearly outlined. Okay, let me take a look. Entering the apartment and replying politely, Zhongli glanced around inside. When he saw the wedding photo in the corner, he instantly knew he had found the right place. The woman in front of him was Qian Liming's wife. Seriously? Chow Chow killed in his dreams, and you're treasure hunting in yours? Western Chang'an City, urban village. Top floor of a tube-shaped building. 11:30 at night. Welcoming the exhausted Zhongli into the house, Lihon asked curiously. He still found it amazing that Zhongli discovered a gold necklace that afternoon. I told you your wife was no good, always suppressing your luck. Now she's gone, and look, your luck shows up immediately. Damn, back in the day playing Dota, I even dreamed of getting Dragon Knight's transformation power. But you're straight up prophetic dreaming? Lihon rambled on and on. He knew it was all coincidence. But he still wanted to marvel at it, hoping to lift his bro's mood. Help me exchange this US dollar into RMB. Earlier in the day, after wandering around Qian Liming's home and adding his wife Quan Peijun on WeChat, Zhongli rushed to the high-speed rail station. Unfortunately, by the time he got there, the lottery shop marked on the map had already closed. Helpless, he caught a ride back to Lihon's place. Now, ignoring Lihon's amazement, he asked the more street-savvy Hanxiang to help exchange the $3,000 into RMB. By going to buy that 20,000 yuan scratch-off early the next morning, and adding the 10,000 yuan good citizen reward from the public security officer. That would be enough for his father's hospital fees. Dollars? Nobody uses cash anymore. Grumbling, Li Hanxiang took the money. Ring 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 ring. As Zhang Li sat by the bed, preparing to continue researching the treasure hunting system, his phone rang again. Hello, is this Mr. Zhang Li? I'm the attorney representing Ms. Zhang Shufang, regarding the divorce proceedings between you and my client. As soon as the call connected, a calm and fast male voice came through. F***** off. Zhang Shufang can't talk herself? Got you to speak for her. F***** off. Calling at this damn hour. Before Zhang Li could respond, Li Hanxiang had already snatched the phone and yelled, "You don't deal with the divorce. I'll handle it." Seeing his brother's furrowed brow, Li Hanxiang wrote down the lawyer's number and told Zhang Li not to worry about the annoying matter anymore. He had plenty of experience with divorce. He had gone through 3. He could help Zhang Li take care of it. Sleep. No matter what, you have to rest well. Just as Hanxiang was about to comfort Zhang Li, he realized Zhang Li had already fallen asleep. Alright then, I'll go next door. Shrugging, Li Hanxiang grabbed the dollars, turned off the lights, and left. Time passed, and soon midnight arrived. Whoosh! As the clock struck 12, Zhang Li suddenly opened his eyes. Swish! The summon panel appeared, and as expected, Zhang Li saw new to be scanned text on it. Yesterday when the system activated, the first mini-map scan was automatic. Now, a new day had begun, and scanning had to be done manually. Scan. The scan attempt refreshed as expected. Zhang Li chose to begin immediately. Ding. Scanning in progress. Please wait. Ding. Scan complete. Today's scan results as follows. You passed by the high-speed rail station plaza today. Mini-map detected, high-speed rail plaza west, lottery shop number 103, third shelf on the left side after entering, fifth column, second scratch card, scratch to win 20,000 yuan. You passed by Green City residential area today. Mini-map detected, building 19, unit 2, inside the trash bin beneath the unit, among discarded renovation waste, a USB stick with Bitcoin private key is hidden in a gap of an old wooden floorboard. You passed by Daming Palace West Station today. Mini-map detected, beneath the Tang Palace wall ruins of Daming Palace, a Republic-era secret medicine box containing 5 wax-sealed rhinoceros horn tiger deer pills. Excellent kidney tonic, strengthens body and virility. A repeat? Zhang Li was happy to get the expected new results, but what he didn't expect was that the scratch card at the high-speed rail station, which he hadn't had time to collect today, now appeared again after he went back there, taking up 1 scan slot. So, if I don't retrieve something, and I revisit that location before scanning again, it'll just waste a scan? Or are the scan results random, and this is just a coincidence? This sudden situation made Zhang Li start to wonder. This Green City residential area in result number 2, that's exactly Qian Liming's complex, and the unit is building 19, unit 2. Looking at the Bitcoin USB in the scan result, Zhang Li frowned. Yesterday, when he visited Qian Liming's home, he noticed the wallpaper and floor had just been renovated. Many old cabinets and furniture were thrown away by his wife Quan Peijun. He didn't expect this would also lead to something being detected. Green City is an old residential area built years ago, hardly anyone renovates there now, so the trash origin is easy to guess. And currently, a single Bitcoin is worth hundreds of thousands of RMB. People rummage through trash bins, so if I want to find it, I have to go early. Otherwise, I'll have to follow the garbage truck to the recycling center. It was late at night, too hard to enter other residential areas now. Looking at the treasure data, Zhang Li thought silently. But that third one doesn't seem doable. The Tang Palace wall ruins near Daming Palace, I can't dig that up. Even though this kind of ancient health medicine can sell for tens of thousands each among collectors, I can't access it. Quickly, focusing on the third item in the mini-map scan, Zhang Li shook his head regretfully. Earlier today when he went to the rail station, he had passed by Daming Palace, so the system had recorded it. Chang'an City was once the imperial capital for 1,000 years. Every time construction starts somewhere, people dig up all kinds of things. Seeing the mysterious old medicine near Danfeng Gate, Zhang Li understood that what others need to dig for, he could now locate easily with the system. Based on the 2 treasure hunts so far, this system detects places he passed that day and scans up to 3 items daily. With a system like this, the future looks bright. Today's scan results, even though one was a repeat, Zhang Li could now fully confirm the treasure hunting system was real. Whoosh! Taking a deep breath, he quietly closed his eyes. Everything now just waited for tomorrow. You have to go that far just to buy a scratch card? The next morning, as soon as Zhang Li said he was heading to the rail station to buy a scratch card, Lihon was speechless. The high-speed rail station was the first place I stepped on when I came home. It's my lucky place. Casually brushing off Han Xiang's comment, Zhang Li stepped out the door. I'll come too. I'll go with you. Usually sleeping until 11 a.m., Lihon forced himself to get up to follow his determined brother. Soon after, they had breakfast and squeezed into the morning rush hour metro to reach the North High-Speed Rail Station. From afar, seeing that the lottery shop had opened, Zhang Li walked over without hesitation. This time, he couldn't delay picking up this treasure. On one hand, to avoid someone else buying the exact scratch card he had located. On the other, to prevent the scratch card from occupying a scan slot again tomorrow. Boss, how do you buy scratch cards? After entering, Zhang Li asked directly. 20 yuan each. The lottery shop owner replied immediately. What if I buy a whole book? Seeing that the shelf on the left near the entrance indeed had dozens of scratch card books, Zhang Li calmly continued asking. A whole book is 600. As he spoke, the boss tossed a book of scratch cards from the counter. All right. Hearing that, Zhang Li immediately took out 600 yuan and handed it over. However, he didn't take the one the boss handed from the counter. Instead, with clear intent, he reached for the shelf on the left, 3rd row, 5th column, 2nd book, and pulled it out. Wait! But before Zhang Li could scratch it, the boss suddenly raised his hand and shouted, "Those are not for sale." What? Zhang Li had just gotten the scratch card worth 20,000 yuan in his hand, but didn't expect to hear that the scratch card was not for sale. Why? It was his first time buying a scratch card, and he turned his head in surprise to ask. He couldn't let this go unsold. What are you doing? What the hell? You trying to play tricks, brother? Before the shop owner could answer, Lihon, who had followed him into the lottery shop, suddenly spoke up, immediately switching to the local dialect. You put it out there, isn't that for sale? We already paid you, and you won't sell. Don't make me expose your little trick. With a slight streetwise attitude, Lihon pointed at the boss's nose and shouted. He was very familiar with these lottery shop tricks. He had visited places like this many times before. He knew. Many lottery shop owners, if the first few scratch cards in a book didn't win a big prize, would scratch the rest themselves. He also knew. Some owners would scratch the cards secretly, pick out the winners, then use special coating materials to cover them up and sell them again, especially in busy areas like train stations and tourist spots. Right now, the scratch card Zhang Li held was clearly a new delivery, completely fresh. The protective film hadn't been scratched yet, so the boss didn't want to sell it. But Lihon, who knew all the tricks, didn't buy that. Fine. I'll sell it. It's just newly arrived stock, I haven't even logged it yet. You local guys are too impatient. Hearing the local dialect from Lihon, and seeing his demeanor and tone, the boss immediately changed his tune. The boss chose to settle things peacefully. He didn't want to mess with a strong, street-smart local. A book of scratch cards wasn't worth the trouble. Scratch! With Lihon backing him up, Zhang Li immediately started scratching. Swish! Seeing Zhang Li begin, Han Xiang also grabbed a book from the shelf, handed over 600 yuan to the boss, and started scratching. Having gone through 4 home demolitions and receiving nearly 80 to 90 million in compensation, Lihon was extremely experienced with scratch cards and lottery. He had scratched plenty before, and he understood the whole thing was a gimmick. You couldn't get rich off the lottery or scratch cards. It was just for fun. Of course, many people understood this too but still chose to buy them. That's just how curious and magical it was. Holy sh*t. Just doing it for fun, not expecting to win anything. Lihon suddenly froze in shock after scratching only 5 pages. Holy crap, 20,000 yuan. Fuck. He tore off a scratch card and looked at it repeatedly. Swish. With his loud shouting, everyone in the lottery shop instantly turned to look. Let me see. The shop owner behind the counter shouted and rushed over. Stop. Nobody move. But, with plenty of experience, Lihon shouted immediately, grabbed the stunned Zhang Li, and ran. If the prize is over 10,000, you have to redeem it at the welfare lottery center. Let's go. While pulling Zhangli out of the shop, Lihon explained quickly. With his experience, he knew that if you won a big prize in a chaotic place like this, you had to leave immediately. He had seen lottery shop owners snatch winning scratch cards. He had also seen other customers yelling, refusing to let people go, demanding a share. Damn, this is the first time I've ever won something this big. Having dragged Zhangli to a quiet corner, Li Hanxiang bent over, hands on knees, and shouted in excitement. I think I won too. While Hanxiang was still excited, Zhangli slowly raised the scratch card he had just finished scratching. Holy shit, no way. Ever since Zhang Shufan left, your luck's really turned around, from the lowest point to peak fortune. Seeing that, Zhangli's scratch card was also a 20,000 yuan winner. Li Hanxiang was stunned. Double hit. 2 scratch cards worth 20,000? Is this some kind of performance? After processing it for a moment, Li Hanxiang finally realized it was real. He pulled Zhangli and rushed straight to the welfare lottery center. So, the treasure hunting system only detects that there's treasure in a place, but it can't detect if there are additional treasures nearby? Being dragged toward the welfare center, Zhangli quickly thought in his mind. He never expected Li Hanxiang would also win 20,000 yuan. He originally thought he alone would win this amount. He didn't expect that together they'd win a total of 40,000. Clearly, his scratch card was from the system's prompt, while Hanxiang's win was purely luck. From this, Zhangli understood. If a place has many treasures, the treasure hunting system can only detect one per scan. Hanxiang's winning scratch card was proof of that. Very soon, at the welfare lottery center, they paid 20% in taxes. Ding! 16,000 yuan has been deposited into your account ending in 9527. Zhangli's bank account soon received 16,000 yuan. Here, 8,000 for you. That's the rule when you win windfall money. After finishing off the rest of the scratch cards without more wins, as they left the lottery center, Hanxiang handed Zhangli half of his own 16,000. Alright. Knowing Hanxiang's personality, Zhangli didn't refuse. He'd heard of this rule on construction sites, split half if you're there when it happens. Sometimes, even on job sites, they would dig up valuable things. Ding! 8,000 yuan has been deposited into your account ending in 9527. Account balance, 37,122 yuan. With Hanxiang's transfer, Zhangli's total balance reached over 37,000 yuan. Among that, 3,000 yuan was his severance pay. 10,000 yuan was the good citizen reward. 24,000 yuan was from the scratch card win. If he added in the 3,000 US dollars still with Hanxiang waiting to be exchanged, Zhangli now had enough money to pay for his father's hospital bills. Alright, any other lottery tickets you want to buy? After transferring the money, Hanxiang asked eagerly. He really felt his brother's luck had arrived. First a gold necklace, then winning scratch cards like he was blessed by a cheat code. No more. That scratch card win was yesterday's magic connection. Zhangli shrugged. There were no more scratch cards, but he already had his next goal in mind. However, this time, it wasn't suitable to bring Hanxiang along. Alright, then I'll go help you exchange the dollars. Coming with? Still not done with the fun, Hanxiang asked again. No, I'll wander a bit. Haven't strolled the city in a while. Zhangli shook his head. Soon, they split up, each with a clear purpose. 1 hour later, Zhangli once again put on a maintenance worker's uniform and entered the residential area where Quan Peijun lived. The garbage has already been cleared? At the trash bin near Building 19, Unit 2, Zhangli saw that half of the construction waste he had seen yesterday had already been removed. Quickly walking to the trash bin, he noticed that the wooden floorboards mentioned in the scan information were no longer there. Frustrated, he immediately waited near the trash bin, planning to follow the second batch of garbage collection workers to the waste recycling station to take a look. Mr. Zhang. While waiting for the garbage truck, Zhangli didn't expect that the unit door behind him would suddenly open and that Quan Peijun would walk over carrying a bag of trash. Seeing Zhangli, she thought he was a property staff member and directly asked him for help. Alright. Looking at Quan Peijun in her coat, Zhangli could only nod and agree. At the moment, in Quan Peijun's eyes, he was still a maintenance worker. If the resident requested something, he had to respond. Please, come in. A few minutes later, Quan Peijun opened the door and led Zhangli into her home again. Well, can I trouble you to help change a light bulb? The new floor and wall furniture were just installed, but it seems one bulb isn't working. Taking off her coat, revealing her attractive figure, Kwon Pei-jun asked Zhang Li without suspicion. Although she had overseen the replacement of the home's furniture and floor recently, she actually knew nothing about renovations. It had all been arranged by workers. Now, with the renovation crew gone, she couldn't handle replacing a bulb herself. Sure, being seen as a maintenance worker, Zhang Li couldn't refuse the request. Swish, following Kwon Pei-jun into the master bedroom, Zhang Li's gaze swept across the vanity, where there were quite a few pieces of jade and emerald jewelry. "I'm a jewelry designer." Moving over a big and a small stool, Kwon Pei-jun explained after noticing where Zhang Li was looking. Oh, not caring about her profession, Zhang Li picked up the light bulb and climbed onto the stool. Kwon Pei-jun stood below, holding the stacked stools to prevent him from falling. Zhang Li stood on the chair, body stretched, arms raised high, eyes focused overhead, quickly unscrewing the bulb to replace it. Due to the stretching motion, his shirt lifted, revealing a well-defined set of abs. Although he was a technical worker, being on construction sites all year and maintaining strict daily workouts gave Zhang Li a rare, strong physique. Although his skin was dark from sun exposure, his body was unusually fit for his age. Swish. Below, holding the stool, Kwon Pei-jun looked up. Through the lifted shirt, she saw Zhang Li's abs and her cheeks flushed. Her husband Shan Liming had long since become a fat man with an oily belly. She hadn't been this close to masculine muscles in a long time. All done. While Kwon Pei-jun shyly looked away but still couldn't help sneaking glances, Zhang Li had already replaced the bulb. Calling out, Zhang Li lowered his head to come down. Then, from above, he saw Kwon Pei-jun in yoga clothes below, her full chest and fair, smooth skin. Swish! Their eyes met, and Kwon Pei-jun's face instantly turned red. Zhang Li took a deep breath and hurried his descent. All right. Clapping his hands, Zhang Li prepared to leave. An inappropriate thought flickered in his mind, but as a man in his 30s, he knew what his top priority was. Right now, what he needed most was money. "I'll send you a red envelope." Still blushing, Kwon Pei-jun wanted to thank him as she saw Zhang Li leaving. No need. Anxious to look for the USB drive, Zhang Li didn't pause. Bang! A few seconds later, Kwon Pei-jun heard the sound of the door closing. Blushing, with the image of Zhang Li's six-pack abs still in her mind, she took a deep breath. Although she had always been considered beautiful and attractive since childhood, Shan Liming hadn't touched her in a long time. This was exactly what they said. Behind every beautiful woman is a man who screwed her so much he's sick of it. Hello? Is this property management? A few minutes later, after calming her breathing, Kwon Pei-jun called the property office. Hi, I want to ask, is there a Mr. Zhang in your maintenance team? I want to send him a thank you banner. Kwon Pei-jun wanted to thank Zhang Li. He had not only checked her water pipes but also changed her light bulb for free. What? No Mr. Zhang? He's in his 30s, with dark skin. He was just fixing things in my home. Hearing the property manager's reply, Kwon Pei-jun frowned. No Mr. Zhang? Then who was he? After hanging up, Kwon Pei-jun rushed to the window, but she didn't see Zhang Li. Half a minute later, she checked inside the house. Nothing was missing. Then she opened the door to check outside. There were no thief markings at the entrance. She then made another call. Brother, I want to check on someone. Can I use the elevator security camera photos? Kwon Pei-jun's older brother worked at the local security bureau. Check what? That's against the rules. Stop messing around all the time. Her brother snapped and hung up. He was in the middle of tracking down a criminal dealing flour, so he wasn't in the mood to entertain her. Excuse me, is this garbage for sale? About 10 minutes later, Zhang Li, having left Kwon Pei-jun's home, followed the garbage truck to the Green City neighborhood's nearby recycling station. Looking around, he saw the discarded broken wooden floorboards from Kwon Pei-jun's home in a corner of the recycling yard and asked directly, "What do you want it for?" The recycling worker looked at Zhang Li and asked curiously, "Well, I just bought a place and can't afford renovations. I want to make do with these for now." Pointing at the surrounding construction waste, Zhang Li answered quickly, 300, and it's yours. Glancing at Zhang Li's dark skin, the worker wasn't suspicious. There really were low-income people who bought things directly from recycling stations. They were used to this. As firewood, these floorboards were worth no more than 200 yuan. If he could sell them for 300, that was profit. Deal. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Li calmly transferred 300 yuan and packed the pile of wood into a bag, taking all of it. Half an hour later, Zhang Li had the USB drive he'd found inside the floorboards in his pocket, and he dropped off the leftover waste at another recycling station. Treasure detection detects hidden treasures. No matter whether they were deliberately hidden, passively lost, or unclaimed, they can all be detected. But treasures that are out in the open cannot be detected. Green City Residential Area. Recycling Station. As Zhang Li held the USB drive and quickly left, he was also thinking in his heart. At present, although the data in the treasure hunting system is limited, based on the experience of retrieving the USB just now, combined with the previous 2 gains, he made a preliminary guess. Whether it's a deliberately hidden or passively hidden valuable treasure, his treasure hunting system can detect it. For example, the USB was deliberately hidden, and the scratch card was considered passively hidden. But things out in the open, like the jade and emeralds at Quan Peijuan's house just now, or gold on display in major gold shops, cannot be detected. Swish! Thinking about the treasure hunting system in his mind, Zhang Li quickly rushed toward Lihon Xiang's home. Because the USB he had just retrieved contained Bitcoin codes, he definitely couldn't go to an internet cafe or other crowded places. This matter required a private place to check. Lihon Xiang's home had several laptops, just right for handling the USB. Swish! More than an hour later, without any delay, Zhang Li returned to Lihon Xiang's walk-up building. This 5-story building located in the urban village had 2 storefronts on the first floor. Lihon Xiang owned one, and the other belonged to his third ex-wife. The middle 3 floors housed 8 rental units. The 5th floor was occupied solely by Lihon Xiang. Bang! Opening the door, he saw that Lihon Xiang had not returned yet. Zhang Li turned off the Wi-Fi in the room and unplugged the network cable. Then he opened Lihon Xiang's laptop, plugged in the newly obtained USB. Swish! As the USB connected, Zhang Li saw 2 folders. One folder was labeled BTC, and the other was labeled Study Materials. Without hesitation, Zhang Li stared at the screen and clicked on the folder labeled BTC. Yes! Under Zhang Li's excited gaze, the page refreshed, and 3 data strings appeared on the screen. He tried opening one of the data files and saw a long string of code. He understood. These were 3 coins. Once connected to a special website, these 3 coins could be exchanged for US dollars. On the way back just now, he had already checked. Currently, the price of BTC was over $20,000. This time, he had gained 3 coins. Total value, $60,000. Over 400,000 renminbi. Moreover, these 3 coins belonged to Qian Liming, who, taking a deep breath, Zhang Li suddenly felt a sense of relief. Money gives men courage. The 50,000 hospital fee for his father was just barely enough. Now, here came another 400,000. He felt that the invisible pressure on him was easing. With money, he seemed to have more strength. Also, another successful find made his expectations for the treasure hunting system even higher. The good days were still ahead. Study materials. Such distant memories. Closing the BTC folder, a relaxed Zhang Li turned his eyes to the other folder on the USB. During college, of course, he had seen his study materials. Most of it came from Lihon Xiang. Casually opening the study materials folder, Zhang Li suddenly froze. Inside the folder, he saw more subfolders. And each subfolder even had a name. Kindergarten teacher, 3-way, travel, big chest, mistress, anal passion, supermarket boss, stockings, college student, burn. Based on the folder names, and after opening them to view the video contents, Zhang Li found that these were secretly recorded sex videos of Qian Liming. In cars, hotels, even in small wooded areas outside, some folders had more than one video. More importantly, Zhang Li also saw a folder labeled Zhang Shufang, who, letting out a deep breath, Zhang Li understood, this was a video of Zhang Shufang and Qian Liming. This was proof that Zhang Shufang had cheated. Bang, bang, bang. As Zhang Li frowned deeply, thinking about how to deal with this stuff, suddenly the door was knocked. Immediately closing the laptop and pulling out the USB to put in his pocket, Zhang Li walked to the door and asked, "Who is it?" "Landlord, we're Xiao Chen and Xiao Li who rent the 2nd floor. We just got our marriage certificate this morning and came to give you some wedding candy." At the door came the cheerful voice of a man and a woman. "The landlord's not here. I'm his friend." Opening the door, Zhang Li saw the smiling young couple and replied with a smile. This couple sold barbecue skewers as a night snack, working hard from sunrise to sunset. It was tough, but the couple was hardworking. Li Hanxiang had briefly mentioned the tenants last night. Zhang Li remembered their information. "It's all good, please have some candy too." even though they didn't see the landlord. 23-year-old Chen Xingyang and his wife Lihon still smiled warmly at Zhang Li. Great, congratulations to you too. Seeing this, Zhang Li smiled and took a bag of candy. When's the wedding? I'll definitely give a red envelope. No need, no need, just giving you some candy. We'll have the wedding back in our hometown at the end of the year. Seeing that Zhang Li misunderstood, Chen Xingyang quickly waved his hand and explained. Alright, congratulations again. I'll let the landlord know when he's back. Zhang Li gave a small smile and congratulated them again. After watching the young couple knock on other tenants' doors, he quietly closed the door. So nice. Looking at the smiling Chen Xingyang, Zhang Li felt a wave of warmth. He had been hurt by marriage, but he still wished others happiness. Next location, the secret medicine under the Tang Palace wall ruins in Daming Palace. Back in the room, after popping a piece of wedding candy in his mouth, Zhang Li began thinking about the final treasure spot. 3 treasure hunting chances per day. He had already retrieved the first 2. Only 1 spot remained. Forget it, I won't go there now. After thinking for a while, Zhang Li ultimately decided not to check the Daming Palace location today. If the item couldn't be dug up and the treasure system refreshed tomorrow, it would waste 1 slot. Anyway, that secret medicine was buried deep underground and couldn't run away. He could handle it later. Bang! After making up his mind, Zhang Li quickly went downstairs, and bought a few more USB drives. Very soon, he copied the contents of Qian Liming's USB to 3 new ones. The folder with the Bitcoin couldn't be copied to another USB, but the related videos, he did copy to other USBs and stored them in his own suitcase. Buying a house needs to be planned now. With more and more treasures, staying in Hanxian's place will make it hard to store things. After deleting all the videos from the USB that contained Bitcoin, Zhang Li said this to himself. Temporarily staying at his brother's place was fine for now, but long term, it wouldn't be appropriate. Even though Li Hanxian liked having him stay, there would still be inconveniences. Bang! Just as Zhang Li finished everything and was thinking about next steps, suddenly the door opened again. I'm back! Along with the sound of the door opening came Li Hanxian's voice. Swish! After closing the door and complaining, Li Hanxiang approached Zhang Li, grabbed the half-full glass of water on the table, and gulped it down quickly. Burp! As he let out a loud burp, Li Hanxiang threw a small pouch to Zhang Li. 24,000, exchanged it for you. Inside the small pouch was the cash that Li Hanxiang helped Zhang Li exchange. 3,000 US dollars. Were finally exchanged by Li Hanxiang into 24,000 RMB in cash. Recently, many people are running abroad, and quite a few want US dollars, so the rate is okay. This divorce of yours is hard to handle. Sitting heavily next to Zhang Li, Li Hanxiang looked a bit tired. What do you mean, hard to handle? Zhang Li caught the key point and asked. Obviously. During the time Zhang Li was retrieving the Bitcoin, Li Hanxiang not only exchanged the US dollars into RMB, but also helped Zhang Li handle part of the divorce matter. Well, Li Hanxiang rubbed his nose and said, you signed too many agreements. And your agreements were even notarized by Zhang Shufang. This division of property in the divorce, not easy to manage. Having just spoken with Zhang Shufang's lawyer, Li Hanxiang directly complained. There was an agreement that the house belonged solely to Zhang Shufang, an agreement that Zhang Li would leave the marriage with nothing, and an agreement that the child custody belonged to the woman. After understanding all of this, Li Hanxiang felt there was no point in Zhang Li filing for a divorce lawsuit. Too many agreements. No matter what, he'd lose. She planned it all along. Zhang Shufang knew that none of the 3 kids were Zhang Li's. So, she had long prepared for divorce and tricked Zhang Li into signing many agreements. Unless you have evidence that Zhang Shufang cheated. Otherwise, I think you should just sign the divorce papers directly. Seeing Zhang Li expressionless, Li Hanxiang pulled out a divorce agreement that had already been printed. Once you sign this, the children will no longer be yours. Unless you have a blood relationship with them or additional evidence. Seeing Zhang Li pick up the agreement and look through it, Li Hanxiang explained beside him. I also had the lawyer investigate. Zhang Shufang still has 140,000 yuan in her account. With lots of divorce experience, Li Hanxiang also helped Zhang Li check other matters. In his opinion, Zhang Li and Zhang Shufang didn't have much joint property. Aside from one house, there were only 140,000 renminbi in savings. But the house had a prior sole ownership agreement. And since the child custody belonged to Zhang Shufang, Zhang Li's chances of getting any of the savings were slim. As a good brother, Li Hanxiang wanted Zhang Li to sign the divorce agreement early. Sign early, end early. Dragging it out would only hurt his mood with no real gain. He himself dragged things out too long. And in the end, his ex-wife played the pity card and fooled a female judge. Sign. Seeing the two agreements already signed by Zhang Shufang, Zhang said nothing and directly signed them. At this moment, he just happened to have evidence of Zhang Shufang's infidelity, ready to use at any time. However, as someone awakened by the system, for the sake of the system's safety, he didn't want to get entangled with this woman right now. He didn't want to get into bullshit with her and affect his hospitalized father or his clueless mother. Even more so, he didn't want to mess with Zhang Shufang to expose or affect his treasure hunting system. Cut it off quickly. He didn't want any risks to the treasure hunting system. That was his foundation for a comeback. Nice. That's how it should be. Seeing Zhang Li sign the agreement without hesitation, Lihon slapped his thigh and fully supported him. Next, just wait 1 month to collect the divorce certificate. The divorce cooling off period can't be skipped. You don't have to worry about the rest. Handing one copy of the divorce agreement to Zhang Li, Lihon quickly mailed the other signed copy to the lawyer. I also went to see the 3 kids for you. They were all taken by their grandma. For now, don't think about them. After mailing the signed divorce agreement, Lihon added another sentence. Have some candy. Zhang Li handed a wedding candy to Lihon, his face expressionless. Candy? Where did this come from? Curious, Lihon popped the candy into his mouth. Wedding candy, from Xiao Chen and Xiao Li. Zhang Li pointed to the rented room of the young couple. Damn, I'm jealous. Knowing the place Zhang Li pointed to, Lihon blurted out. What's that? Turning his head and seeing a USB drive suddenly appear in Zhang Li's hand, Lihon got curious again. Bitcoin, 3 of them. Help me sell them. The newly obtained BTC. Zhang Li naturally wanted Lihon's help to sell them too. He had no way to sell them himself. Holy shit. What's going on? Where did these come from? Having just exchanged some dollars, Lihon didn't expect Zhang Li to pull out 3 more bitcoins. Do all you people from Hangtai have such wild methods? The boss owes tens of billions, and you just left your job, and it's already US dollars, now Bitcoin? Taking the USB, Lihon plugged it into the computer, his face full of astonishment. You just say, can it be exchanged or not? Zhang Li didn't explain too much. Yes, of course it can. After all, your bro here used to be a billionaire. After checking the Bitcoin on the USB and seeing no issue, Lihon nodded repeatedly. As a former demolition-rich guy, Lihon had played with many things. Bitcoin, he had played with that too. Now, even though Daxia banned circulation of this stuff, he still had ways, contacting related companies in Hong Kong to handle it. Online transactions could be tracked, but these companies could arrange in-person transactions. 3 coins. With the current price, that's at least 400,000 yuan. After checking the USB contents, Lihon was amazed again. Divorced, single, struck rich. Bro, Zhang Shufang really held you back. You just signed the divorce agreement, and already 400,000 landed? Lihon knew very well Zhang Li's recent earnings. In more than 10 years, Zhang Shufang only saved 140,000, but in less than 2 days, Zhang Li had earned nearly 500,000. Totally incomparable. Bought them before. Quietly dug them out from the house yesterday. Hurry up and sell them, the faster the better. Zhang Li casually responded. You brought dollars yesterday, now it's Bitcoin tomorrow and the day after, will there be some other strange stuff? Stowing away the USB, Lihon kept teasing. But what shocked him was, Zhang Li didn't refute at all. I'm going to visit my dad in the hospital tomorrow. Need to prepay the hospitalization fee. You coming? There really might be more things for Lihon to help sell in the future. So of course Zhang Li didn't argue. He changed the topic, cutting off the conversation. He originally planned to go to the hospital today, but now it was already around 4 to 5 p.m., and the hospital payment desk had closed. He decided to go tomorrow. Of course I'm going. I have to go see my godmother too. I just happen to need to go to the hospital for a checkup. Lihon answered immediately. All right. Nodding slightly, Zhang Li said no more. Soon, time passed, and by late night, Zhang Li, who was lying down with eyes closed, slowly opened his eyes. He summoned the panel, and once again saw the words pending detection on it. No rush. Once I finish things at the hospital tomorrow, I'll go walk around the Jade Street and Antique Market. Also, I can pass by lottery shops. Looking at the words on the panel, Although Zhangli was still excited, he didn't act hastily like yesterday. The treasure hunting system was real and effective. Next step: maximize the profits. He had to go to more places with treasure. Swish. After thinking for a bit, Zhangli finally closed the panel and fell into real sleep. The next day, he called Lihon, and the two brothers quickly headed for the hospital. Renai Hospital, a private top-tier hospital located in the southern part of Chang'an City. Although it is far from the city, because it has many beds, many patients who cannot find beds in public hospitals end up gathering at this hospital, which has only been open for a little over 3 years. Hello godmother, hello godfather. In the general ward area. After entering the hospital room with Zhangli, Li Hanxiang put down the fruit basket and respectfully greeted. Aya, Hanxiang is here too, come sit, come sit. Zhangli had already called last night. Seeing her son and Li Hanxiang arrive, a tired expression on Zhang's mother's face was immediately replaced with a big smile. How is my dad? After being tightly hugged by his mother, Zhangli looked at his father, who was dazed and leaning against the hospital bed. Zhang's father had brain cancer. Each day, he was muddled for half the time and clear-headed for the other half. Same as always. Glancing at her confused husband, Zhang's mother poured a cup of water for Li Hanxiang. Right, son, how many days leave did you take? What about what you said the day before yesterday about transferring back to Chang'an? Is it reliable? What parents care most about is their child's job. The transfer is already confirmed. I'll report to the Chang'an project department next week. I can rest for 1 week. Glancing at Li Hanxiang, Zhangli answered directly. Alright, I'll go pay the hospital fee first. Worried his mother would ask more and expose something, Zhangli changed the topic and left the hospital room, leaving behind only Li Hanxiang and Zhang's mother chatting. What Zhangli didn't know was, a few minutes after he left, Li Hanxiang also got up and left the room. General ward area, room 57, bed 4 payment. Arriving at the hospital's payment window, Zhangli reported his father's bed number. His father stayed in a general room, with 4 people per room. Zhang Jianguo, right? Inside the window. The cashier wearing a white coat, "You Lily?" asked. After seeing Zhangli nod. You Lily asked again, 50,000. Card or cash? Part cash, part card. The money Zhangli had was partly exchanged from US dollars, and partly in his bank card. How much cash? Looking at Zhangli's dark face and remembering that bed 4 in room 57 was occupied by a migrant worker, Yu Lily impatiently asked again. Zhangli, paying both with cash and card, made Yu Lily judge him as a poor loser. Some of the money must have been scraped together, some borrowed, that's why it's mixed. More importantly, paying both in cash and card increased her workload. That annoyed her. 24,000 in cash, the rest on card. A few minutes later, Zhangli took the receipt. Payment complete. Aya, hello. Are you a family member of a VIP suite patient? Alright, please wait a moment. Before Zhangli could walk away, Yu Lily suddenly spoke in a flattering voice. For ordinary patients and VIP patients, Yu Lily had 2 completely different attitudes. Zhangli had heard of so-called VIP suites. Not including medical fees, the room itself costs 2,000 to 3,000 a day. Hello doctor, I'm the family member of patient Zhang Jianguo in room 57, bed 4. Leaving the payment area, Zhangli didn't return immediately. He went to the doctor's office to ask about his father's condition. The 50,000 hospital fee was paid. He wanted to hear the doctor's suggestions. Earlier, he had been away and it wasn't convenient. Now that he was back in Chang'an, he had time to personally handle his father's illness. Zhang Jianguo? Isn't that Dr. Wang's patient? Dr. Wang resigned yesterday. Hold on, I'll assign a new doctor for you. Looking at Zhang Li's dark skin, then at the internal form recording bed 4 in room 57 as a migrant worker, the female doctor receiving Zhang Li rolled her eyes slightly. Alright, your father's new doctor is Lu Yasi. Dr. Lu is a top student. Soon, Zhang Li heard the name of his father's new attending doctor. The director just asked for Dr. Lu. She stepped out, wait outside for a while. After telling him the new doctor's name, the female doctor waved him away. Sister Zhu, what's going on, giving this kind of patient to her? I heard the director just called her in to scold her for not prescribing enough meds, and now you assign her to this poor patient? Zhang Li had just stepped out of the doctor's office when another female doctor leaned over to the one who just talked to Zhang Li. You don't understand. A beautiful woman like Lu Yasi, you have to watch out for her. Dr. Zhu Xiona slowly shook her head. Some things she couldn't say in detail. Once, there was a pretty nurse in their department named Zhang Ziyan. Currently, this 26-year-old Zhang Ziyan was already deputy head nurse. with Lu Yasi being even prettier than Zheng Ziyan. Zhu Xiona didn't want to see another former subordinate become her superior. She wouldn't introduce wealthy patients to Lu Yasi. Went to the director's office? Still not back? Outside the doctor's office, Zhang waited over half an hour but still didn't see the so-called Dr. Lu Yasi return. Helpless, he stood up and looked around. A hospital is the best place to experience human warmth and coldness. He saw people, some excited, some numb, some sad, some in pain, passing in front of him. This hospital's structure is a frame type. After watching the hurried patients and families, as a real estate industry expert, Zhang Li also noticed the architectural structure of the hospital. This Ren'ai hospital was built using new techniques and materials. This type of construction he was very familiar with. Still not coming? In his mind, he had silently outlined the whole hospital's building structure, yet he still didn't see Dr. Lu Yasi. I'll go look for her. Speechless, Zhang Li saw it was nearly 10 o'clock. He got up and headed toward the director's office. What the hell? Just as he got on the elevator and reached the 12th floor where the director's office was, Zhang Li suddenly froze. Ding! Time since last treasure hunt has reached 30 hours. Treasure hunting mini-map auto-activated. Ding! Scan complete. Today's detection results are as follows. 1. You passed by Ren'ai Hospital today. The mini-map detected, at the entrance of Ren'ai Hospital, inside the lottery shop, on the shelf to the left after entering, there is a scratch-off ticket booklet with a top prize of 1 million. 2. You passed by Paris Romance Street west of Ren'ai Hospital today. The mini-map detected, inside the public restroom water tank at Paris Flirt Restaurant, there is a set of winter homework from Grade 1 Class 8 by Xin Lang, along with a Nutrition Express reward bottle cap. 3. You passed by Xingfu Jiayuan Urban Village today. The mini-map detected inside Building 317, on the 3rd floor, southeast corner room, inside the ceiling light, there is a gold ring. While Zhang Li was dumbfounded, line after line of text scrolled across the auto-opened panel. He had planned to finish the hospital stuff, then stroll through Jade Street and Antique Street before treasure hunting again. Zhang Li didn't expect the treasure hunting system to activate automatically. The maximum time between treasure hunts is 30 hours? I went overtime, looking at the words on the panel, thinking that last time he hunted just after midnight. Zhang Li gained a new understanding of the system. Another scratch-off? 1 million? Grand prize? Ren'ai Hospital entrance? Realizing the new rule of the treasure hunting system, Zhang Li's eyes quickly shifted to the newly detected message. At this moment, he just happened to be at Ren'ai Hospital, and the treasure hunting info told him, at the hospital entrance, there was a scratch-off ticket worth 1 million. A million! Today's treasure hunt attempt had already been automatically used. Zhang Li, who no longer felt the urgency to go to the Jade Street or Antique Street to seek opportunities, also wasn't in a hurry to meet his father's attending physician. With the whole day to stay at the hospital, he had plenty of time to chat with Dr. Lu Yasi. At this moment, since the treasure hunting system had detected something at Ren'ai Hospital, he wanted to get the scratch-off ticket immediately. Swoosh! Once he made up his mind, Zhang Li acted at once. Soon, he arrived at the lottery store beside the hospital entrance and immediately bought the scratch-off ticket he had located. Because of past experience, he transferred 600 yuan to the shop owner right after entering, without saying a word. Then, he picked up the target scratch-off ticket and left the store without looking back, 1 million in hand. A dozen minutes later, he quickly returned to the hospital, found the empty 12th floor, and sat in a deserted hallway to scratch the ticket. Looking at the very obvious boot-shaped symbol in the first spot on the scratch card, and the text below it, prize, 1 million yuan, he instantly won another million. A scratch-off ticket worth 1 million was easy to identify, as long as there was a boot symbol. The number below it was the prize amount. At this moment, below the boot symbol was a long number, including decimals, 9 digits in total. Very eye-catching. Zhang Li understood. Anyone familiar with scratch cards would recognize at a glance that the ticket in his hand was worth 1 million. Deliberately coming to the 12th floor where the director's office was to scratch the ticket, Zhang Li partly wanted to do it in a quiet place. On the other hand, he also wanted to wait directly in the director's office area for Dr. Lu Yasi, his father's attending physician. After scratching the ticket, Zhang Li continued waiting on the 12th floor, still not coming out. Holding the million yuan scratch-off ticket, Zhang Li anxiously waited for the doctor. But after more than 10 minutes, he still hadn't shown up. This made Zhang Li instinctively start checking the architectural layout of the director's office floor, due to his professional habits. Then, he quickly discovered. The layout of the floor where the director's office was located looked suspicious. Bang! While Zhang was still pondering in confusion, the door to the director's office suddenly opened. Thinking it was Lu Yasi, Zhang didn't expect it to be a chubby male doctor, about 50 or 60 years old, wearing a white coat, who stepped out. It was the hospital director, who had rushed out to take a quick pee before going back to finish his shady business. He didn't expect someone to be staring at his office door. When his eyes met Zhang Li's, the guilty director's heart skipped a beat. Curiously walking past Zhang Li, when the director's eyes landed on the scratch card in Zhang Li's hand, he froze. He knew. As the hospital director, even if he didn't personally go to lottery shops, he had many trusted subordinates collecting winning tickets and scratch-offs citywide. He was very familiar with them. With just one glance, he recognized that the scratch card in Zhang Li's hand was worth $1 million. Damn! Of all times to come out now? Looking at the card, the director instantly wanted to arrange someone to buy the ticket from Zhang Li. But after checking his phone, he realized, by coincidence, all his trusted aides were unavailable today. Hey there! Sir, looks like you hit the jackpot. Not knowing when Zhang Li might leave, the director had to approach him personally. He had just received a large sum of money recently. That money was hidden in his secret room beneath his office. He had to move it quickly, because an internal audit by the group was about to begin, and holding on to it was risky. Not expecting someone to recognize the prize so quickly, Zhang Li slightly hid the ticket behind him. $1 million, I'll buy it. If you redeem it, you'll have to pay taxes. Seeing Zhang Li's cautious demeanor, the director blurted out an offer. If it weren't for the uniqueness of this recent haul, he wouldn't have taken the risk to approach Zhang Li himself. But he had no choice. His lack of trusted aides meant he had to come in person. A 1 million yuan ticket, he couldn't let even a bit of that go. Don't worry, I'll pay in cash. No transfers. Seeing Zhang Li eyeing him warily, the director added, no, too low. Someone willing to pay 1 million for a scratch-off ticket worth only 800,000. Zhang Li immediately knew what he was up to, so he instinctively haggled and raised the price. 1.1 million. Originally, seeing Zhang Li's dark complexion and laborer-like appearance, the director thought he would sell the ticket immediately. He didn't expect Zhang Li to counter. That made the director regret speaking too quickly. This dark-skinned man wasn't a clueless laborer after all. Unfortunately, once the words were out, he couldn't backtrack. In fact, to keep Zhang Li from talking, he had to go through with the deal. Only by giving Zhang Li more money would he be less likely to speak out, fearing it might be taken back. Not enough. On the other side, Zhang Li shook his head again. Director, be more generous. Recalling where the director had appeared from earlier, Zhang Li suddenly stood up and bluffed. You! Zhang Li suddenly calling out his identity made the director panic. 1.2 million. The director regretted it. Because of his shady plans earlier, he was worked up and not thinking straight. Then, seeing Zhang Li's ticket, he had spoken out without thinking. Now, he was trapped, and only now realized how impulsive he had been. 3 million. Seeing the man not deny his identity after being called out, Zhang Li immediately raised his price. Facing such a villain, he had no mercy. No way. Hearing Zhang Li demand triple the amount, the director growled in anger. But unfortunately, he had already started. All he could do now was growl, not act. Alright, 2.18 million and 10 small gold bars. That's it. A few minutes later, after a quick tug-of-war with Zhang Li, the worried director had no choice but to agree. 2 million plus was the director's limit. Because he only had a little over 2 million in cash this time. He not only gave all the 2 million plus to Zhang Li, but also handed over the few gold bars he'd just received. Okay, I'll wait for you. On the other side, seeing that his scratch card, worth only 800,000, was now selling for over 2 million, Zhang Li was totally surprised. When he saw the director rush to act after agreeing, he nodded in agreement. Turning his head, he saw that after agreeing, the director didn't go to his office, but instead headed downstairs. Zhang Li pretended not to care on the surface, but inside, he became immediately alert. After the director turned downstairs, Zhang Li quietly took a step forward and cautiously followed. Since he had exposed the man as the hospital director, to ensure his father's hospitalization and treatment would not be affected, there were some things he had to investigate further. Coincidentally, he had also discovered something suspicious about the layout of that floor. 11th floor, right below the director's office. There's a secret room. A few minutes later, Zhang Li returned to the previous spot. Although the director had looked back at every step, constantly alert to being followed. He didn't know that long before meeting him, Zhongli had already mapped out the entire hospital's structure in his mind. After more than 10 years in the field, as a real estate expert, there wasn't a single building Zhang Li couldn't understand. Like the old oil seller pouring oil through a coin hole without spilling a drop. Zhang Li could outline a building structure and construction process just by looking at it. Renai Hospital was no different. The director couldn't hide. Here. All settled. We don't know each other, and we have nothing to do with each other. A few minutes later, the director stood in front of Zhang Li, holding a suitcase. At the corner, he opened a slit in the suitcase to let Zhang Li take a look, then immediately handed it to him and took the scratch-off ticket in return. Okay. After counting the 2 million in the suitcase, Zhang Li smiled slightly and said nothing more. Under the director's gaze, he quickly took the elevator and left the 12th floor. Dragging the suitcase, Zhang Li circled once in the elevator and returned upstairs again. But this time, he didn't go to the 12th floor, but to the 11th. He knew where the director had gone earlier, and he wanted to check it out. He knew the director's every move and direction and wanted to see even more. Although the director didn't yet know his identity, there was a chance he would find out in the future, so Zhang Li wanted to have more control. The northwest corner of the 11th floor has no surveillance, because that's where the director's money is hidden. Recalling and analyzing his earlier observations in his mind, Zhang Li, familiar with building layouts, took action. Very soon, when he arrived at the northwest corner of the 11th floor, he found it was a medical supply warehouse. Various forceps, masks, gauze, clean suits, and other items were neatly sorted and stored. There really is a secret room. After circling the warehouse once, Zhang Li quickly found something unusual. Based on the building's visible dimensions, he could even judge that this kind of secret room must have at least 2 exits to avoid being trapped inside. After a few rounds, he indeed found in a hidden corner an unguarded secret door built into the wall. Swish! Carefully slipping through the hidden door, what appeared before him was a tightly locked door with a sign, "Under construction, temporarily unavailable, supposedly an unused restroom." Interesting, another restroom ceiling? Connected via the ventilation ducts in the ceiling? After knocking and tapping around, Zhang Li removed the door hinge and easily found one of the secret room's exits. Swish! Now that the place was found, and the restroom had no surveillance whatsoever, Zhang Li immediately placed the suitcase in a corner and entered the passage. Beyond the hidden passage, he discovered a secret room over 100 square meters in size. After listening carefully for a while and hearing nothing unusual, Zhang Li quietly entered the pitch-black room. At the far end of his field of vision, he spotted a small ladder. Another passage leads to the 12th floor? The 12th floor is the director's office? He quietly turned on his phone's flashlight and quickly examined the entire secret room's layout. Swish! His eyes passed over some empty wooden shelves nearby. Zhang Li followed another path in the room and slowly moved upward. He wanted to see what was on the other side of the secret room. Secret room, cash, high-price scratch-off ticket purchase, director's office. Putting all these together, he was now certain. This place must be the director's private stash, or the product of corruption. Even though Renai Hospital was a private institution, it belonged to the larger Renai Group, which had upper-level executives above the hospital's leadership. The so-called hospital director wasn't the owner. Embezzlement was entirely possible. Swish! Even though he was sure there wouldn't be surveillance or evidence in this kind of place, Zhang Li still carefully inspected the surroundings. Finding no issues, he slowly climbed the small stairs to the upper level. Soon, he arrived in an upstairs space. Damn! The director's into some wild stuff. Upon entering the 12th floor room, Zhang Li saw that it wasn't pitch black but dimly lit with pink lighting. In a space also over 100 square meters, there was not only a large bed, but also stockings, gags, billiard balls, ~s, and various other props laid out on the table beside it. Lu Yasi, don't be ungrateful. Surprised at the room's decor, which was presumably behind the director's office, Zhang Li suddenly heard faint voices from next door. Swish! Hearing the name of his father's attending physician, Lu Yasi, Zhang Li was stirred, and quickly walked out of the pink room, circling toward the front. I'm behind the bookshelf. There's a mechanism on the shelf. Open the panel on the side and you can enter this little secret room. After a few steps, Zhang Li quietly stood behind a wooden shelf, and through the gaps, he not only heard the source of the voices, but also clearly saw the scene inside the director's office. Sitting behind the huge desk was the same fat, balding director he had seen earlier. Wearing a white coat, the director gestured animatedly with his hands. Standing in front of the desk, was a young female doctor. She had a delicate face, fair skin, jet black hair tied back, and gold-rimmed glasses on her nose. Her demeanor was calm and refined. Although her loose white coat covered her figure, the stethoscope hanging from her neck pressed the coat close enough to hint at her curves. "Lu Yasi, we're a private hospital. If you won't prescribe meds, how is our hospital supposed to grow?" Standing just behind the shelf from the director, Zhang could hear the bald director's voice loud and clear. "Director, they're all from poor families, they have no money." Zhang heard Lu Yasi respond. Her voice was crisp, with a gentle strength. "Many people have lost their homes and families just to get treatment. They just want to survive, they have nothing left to squeeze." Lu Yasi's fair, slender fingers clenched tightly. "How do you know they have no money?" The bald director shouted again. "Director, if we must exploit, then exploit the rich. Even if poor people get prescriptions, they can't afford much." With only 2 weeks left in her medical residency, Lu Yasi didn't dare confront him directly, so she changed tactics and continued. "The rich? You think I dare scam the rich?" The director retorted, and instantly changed his tone. "Dr. Lu, I've been talking with you for over half an hour. This is how things are. If you keep this up, you won't pass your evaluation. You don't want to be out of a job in a few days, do you?" As his tone changed, the greasy director's eyes narrowed. "Director, my medical skills are not the problem." Hearing that her job was at stake, Lu Yasi suddenly panicked. Seeing her agitation, the director's narrowed eyes lit up. "Whether your skills are good or not, I have to check for myself. Put down the stethoscope, no need to wear it in my office." As he spoke, the director began walking out from behind the desk. "Director." Zhang Li suddenly heard a woman's voice, charming and seductive. Even someone as straight-laced as him shuddered upon hearing such a voice. Swish! Swish! As Zhang Li heard that alluring voice, both the director and Lu Yasi turned sharply toward the office door. They saw. The office door was pushed open, and a young woman in a tight pink nurse uniform, wearing a nurse cap and with foxy, sparkling eyes, peeked her head inside. "Oh, director, we have a document in the nursing department that needs your signature." Seeing there were people in the office, and that one of them was the much more beautiful Lu Yasi, Zhang Ziyan quickly called out, "Let's go." Seeing Zhang Ziyan's obviously too small, tight nurse outfit, the director, knowing exactly what was going on, felt a surge of heat and immediately stood up. There were still 2 weeks until Lu Yasi's promotion, he had plenty of time. But this little seductress Zhang Ziyan, dressed in a silky nurse outfit, was not a daily occurrence. Swish! Ignoring the tense and guarded Lu Yasi, the director followed Zhang Ziyan out. He wanted to bring her into the secret room behind his office and have his way. But since Lu Yasi was still there, he had to pretend to leave first. Swish! Once the director left, Lu Yasi let out a long sigh and quickly left too. "I probably won't get promoted." Leaving the office, and having guessed the director's intention from Zhang Ziyan's appearance, Lu Yasi was ready to resign. She had spent 10 years in a combined bachelor's master's PhD clinical program, and had never dated before. But before starting work, her mentor had warned her about the industry's unspoken rules. However, she just couldn't accept it. I forgot the medical record clipboard." Quickly leaving the office, Lu Yasi realized she had left behind the clipboard from rounds. Swish! With no choice, she returned to the director's office to retrieve it. "Director, don't rush." Just as she dashed into the office to grab the clipboard, Lu Yasi suddenly heard Zhang Ziyan's seductive voice again. Thinking Lu Yasi had already left, the director and Zhang Ziyan had only been waiting outside a short while before returning. They ended up blocking Lu Yasi inside the office. Seeing the door open again and the two entangled figures walk in, Lu Yasi was nearly terrified out of her wits. Click! As soon as the tangled pair entered, they locked the door behind them. Lu Yasi, hiding quickly at the back of the office, could only retreat further. Swish! Alarmed, Lu Yasi saw the two walking directly toward the desk. Frightened, she backed away and hid behind the bookshelf in the back corner of the office. She looked around, trying to find a possible escape, but unexpectedly, when she turned her head, she met a pair of eyes behind the bookshelf, staring right at her. Swish! Before she could even react in shock, the wooden panel of the bookshelf suddenly flipped, and a large hand reached out and covered her mouth. "Don't speak! Don't let them find us!" Covering her mouth with one hand and pulling her into the hidden chamber by flipping the secret shelf panel, Zhang Li whispered urgently into her ear. He hadn't expected this scene at all. He never thought Lu Yasi would return to the office, hide in the corner, and lock eyes with him by accident. Helpless, to keep things secret, Zhongli had no choice but to pull her in too. Damn! Just as he sensed Lu Yaxi's tense body soften slightly, Zhongli realized that the two entangled figures were approaching the bookshelf. Don't talk, let's go. Seeing the director's hand already on the hidden switch of the bookshelf, it was obvious. He and Zhang Ziyan were planning to enter the pink secret room for action. Zhongli didn't hesitate, grabbing Lu Yaxi and heading deeper into the secret room. Seeing the room behind the shelf, the pink bed, the toys on the table, Lu Yaxi gasped softly in shock. She didn't expect such a room behind the director's office. The contents of the room were shocking. Even more importantly, she didn't know who Zhongli was or why he was hiding in the secret room. Who was this man? Why was he here? Bang! Half a minute later, Zhongli and Lu Yaxi were hiding deeper inside, in the shadows near the stairs to the lower level. While the director and the 26-year-old deputy head nurse Zhang Ziyan, both undressed, began their battle. Don't talk. To stop Lu Yaxi from crying out or running away, Zhongli had to hug her from behind with one arm around her waist and cover her mouth with the other. Their bodies were pressed tightly together, silently standing in the shadows. Not far away, two bodies twisted and writhed. Zhang Li was breathing heavily, while Lu Yaxi was trembling all over with tension. Just a few meters away was a live demonstration. In his nose was the faint scent of Lu Yaxi's body. His own body was pressed tightly against her back, and that touch, those curves, made Zhang Li swallow involuntarily. Swish! Hearing the gulping sound in her ear, and feeling the heat behind her, Lu Yaxi, also experiencing such a situation for the first time, broke out in sweat and dared not move. A few minutes later, Lu Yaxi couldn't help but let out another quiet gasp. If Zhongli hadn't still been covering her mouth, her voice might have alerted the people in front. She saw. After a short while of rolling together, the two separated and began picking toys off the nearby table. What made Dr. Lu gasp was seeing a billiard ball the size of a fist. Squelch! Before Lu Yaxi could even blink, the ball in the director's hand was. Before Zhangli or Lu Yaxi could react, Miss Shan let out a scream. With a loud pop, the place where the billiard ball was inserted burst open. Hemorrhage! They had gone too far. It had gone wrong. What the fuck? The sudden bleeding shocked not only Lu Yaxi, but also the director himself. Then, in a frantic panic, the medically trained director quickly dressed, wrapped up Zhang Ziyan, and rushed her to the emergency room. As the director bolted out, Lu Yaxi, crying out, broke free from Zhang Li's embrace and also ran from the room. Who is he? Such dark skin. She turned back once in the dim light, gave Zhang Li a look, then ran out of the office without turning back. The scene just now had shocked her, even though she was a doctor and had seen bloody sights. This moment was off the charts. Swish! Rushing into the bathroom, Lu Yaxi clumsily tried to clean herself up. She thought she was drenched in sweat, but on closer inspection, it wasn't just sweat. Principal. Breathing heavily to calm his anger, Zhongli silently put his phone into his pocket. He didn't know how things would develop afterward with the principal and the bleeding nurse, but he had filmed their behavior in the secret room on his phone. Swish! Putting away his phone, Zhongli quickly turned and went down to the lower level of the secret room. Entering the secret room, Zhongli did not expect to find a thick stack of documents in the corner of the empty shelves. Reading through the documents briefly, he discovered that these were records of Renai Hospital's insurance fraud and unauthorized health insurance charges. Snap, snap, snap. Quickly taking photos of the documents, Zhongli realized the video just recorded was evidence of the principal's violations. And the documents in his hand were evidence of violations by the entire hospital and even the Renai Group. Relevant regulatory authorities take insurance fraud and exploiting people's health insurance very seriously and severely punish such behavior. Whoosh! A few minutes later, having organized everything, Zhongli returned along the same route to the 11th floor warehouse. Phew! Letting out a long breath, Zhongli picked up his suitcase and returned to his father's hospital room. No one knew that in the past hour, Zhongli had not only bought a 100,000 yuan scratch-off at the lottery shop outside the hospital entrance, but that the principal had bought that ticket from him for 2 million yuan. At the same time, he had obtained evidence capable of bringing down the corrupt principal. Where's Han Chang? Back in his father's ward, Zhongli didn't see Lihon Xiang. He went out. He left just minutes after you went out. Zhang's mother replied, puzzled. Okay then. I've already paid the 50,000 yuan treatment fee. When I was paying just now, the nurse said there's also a private room. Get one for my dad, It'll be more convenient. Seeing his father still asleep, Zhongli said to his mother, "Don't spend money recklessly. This disease can't be cured." Zhang's mother said sadly, glancing at her husband. If not for their son's desperate insistence, she and her husband wouldn't have continued treatment. After all, this is cancer. What's the point of prolonging life for how long? It's just money wasted. It can be cured. The doctor said last time that if you spend money, this disease can be cured, but the cost is huge. Before Zhangli could respond, the elderly woman in the next bed, who had been caring for a patient, spoke. "Young man, you already have money to move your dad into a VIP private room. Why don't you ask the doctor how much it costs to cure this disease?" The 4 patients in the same ward all had brain cancer, so the caregiver knew more. "Okay, I'll go ask." Nodding at the caregiver, Zhongli grabbed the backpack holding 300,000 yuan in cash that he had separated earlier in the bathroom, and headed again toward the payment desk. With the treasure hunting system, no matter how much money his father's illness needed, he would arrange it. Room 57, bed 4. "I want to transfer into the VIP private suite." Back at the payment desk, Zhongli slammed his backpack full of cash onto the counter. Glancing at the bundle of red cash, the cashier, Lily, swallowed hard. She remembered Zhongli, she remembered how he'd used both cash and card before. She had never expected that the man she labeled poor, who increased her workload, could produce so much cash. "Dear VIP suite client, you first need to go to the doctor's office to get a new admission form, then come back to make payment. Private hospitals use special language with VIP clients." Recovering her composure after shock, Lily respectfully replied to Zhongli, "Your family's attending doctor is Dr. Lu Yasi. She is in doctor's office 19. Her expression changed, and Lily quickly confirmed Lu Yasi's information for Zhongli. "I still like the way you were rebellious before." Zhongli nodded slightly, grabbed his backpack, and went to find Lu Yasi again. He didn't know if Lu Yasi had seen his face clearly just now. But regardless, he knew that Lu Yasi would not expose him, because earlier, they had both done something wrong together. If the matter were exposed, neither would come out a winner. Also, strictly speaking, he had saved Lu Yasi once already. "Dr. Lu, hello, I'm a family member of room 57, bed 4. I want to transfer my father into a VIP private suite." At the doctor's office again, Zhongli found Lu Yasi sitting behind the desk, full of worry. "Oh, yes. Looking up at Zhongli's smiling face, Lu Yasi let out a sudden exclamation. When the other doctors in the office looked over, she hurriedly composed herself and resumed typing at the computer. "She recognized me." Seeing Lu Yasi's panicked eyes, Zhongli understood that she recognized him. However, he remained calm. "Who is he? Is he not a thief? Or someone who bribed the principal? How could he be my patient's family member? What's going on?" Seeing Zhongli smiling at her, Lu Yasi's heart raced with panic. She already knew that. Just minutes ago, several head doctors from the emergency department were urgently called away to perform a special operation. She guessed that it was to remove the billiard ball still inside Zhang Xian's body. She knew all the details of the incident clearly. Lu Yasi had not expected that the man who covered her mouth in the secret room would now appear before her, and that he would be a member of her patient's family. This left Lu Yasi excited, shocked, and afraid. "How many days do you plan to stay in the VIP suite?" The VIP suite's base accommodation fee is 2,000 yuan per day. Taking a deep breath, Lu Yasi tried to keep her voice from trembling. "Dr. Lu, I heard that my father's disease may be completely curable, but I heard that the specific cost is high?" Without answering right away, Zhongli asked the question the caregiver had mentioned earlier. Yes." Still distracted, Lu Yasi saw Zhongli's intense gaze and answered flustered. "This brain cancer already has targeted drugs in the USA, but they are not yet approved here. One course costs $1 million. I saw in the literature that 3 to 5 courses can eradicate it on average." Lu Yasi answered hastily. "Okay, I want to give my father this targeted drug. How long would my father need to stay in the hospital for 5 courses?" "Open a room for the duration of 5 courses." Hearing his father could be cured, Zhongli's eyes brightened. According to Lu Yasi, his father's treatment cost would be around $3 to $5 million. If it were before, he certainly couldn't afford treatment. But now, he had confidence. In just 3 days scanning, the treasure hunting system had generated him over $1 million in assets. He could absolutely afford his father's treatment. "Good. I'll go check on the patient again." In shock, Lu Yasi issued the new hospital admission form for Zhongli and led him toward the ward. Whoosh! Watching Zhongli and Lu Yasi leave, the once quiet doctor's office erupted. The other doctors had overheard Zhang Li and Lu Yaxi's conversation. In a private hospital, many doctors' income is based on the number of orders they place. Especially for accommodation fees unrelated to medicine, the commission is even higher. Department colleagues Zhu Xiona and Meng Wanning had heard every word of the conversation. They exchanged surprised looks. Especially Zhu Xiona. She had thought Zhang Li and his father were absolute paupers. There was nothing to squeeze out of him, so she had assigned Zhang Li to the nurse she'd thought had competition, Lu Yaxi. Lu Yaxi not only had solid knowledge and superb skills. More importantly, she was very beautiful. Zhu Xiona had deliberately prevented Lu Yaxi from getting premium patients, so that Lu Yaxi could not complete her performance assessment and be unable to be confirmed. But she never expected. Zhang Li was not the poor man she thought. This dark-skinned man not only directly transferred to a VIP suite, but also talked with Lu Yaxi about a $1 million targeted cancer drug treatment plan. This shocked Zhu Xiona and Meng Wanning. Millions in commission from the new drug aside, using new methods and techniques to treat disease, could greatly enhance a doctor's academic and innovation credentials. If Zhang Li really pays and Lu Yaxi treats, the boosting to her academic standing would be huge. Doctors care deeply about their academic status. Faced with Zhang Li's sudden shift, Zhu Xiona suddenly felt extraordinary frustration. This patient was supposed to be hers. The millions worth of treatment rights and academic prestige were supposed to be hers. He's so rich. I wonder if he's married. On the other side, Dr. Meng Wanning muttered to herself. Over an hour ago, she had wondered to Zhu Xiona why Zhang Li was assigned to Lu Yaxi. At this moment, having experienced Zhang Li's confident, wealthy attitude, single as she was, she wondered if he was single. Her appearance, although no match for Lu Yaxi's, was still among the best at Renai Eye Hospital. Dr. Lu, hello. In the general ward area. After Zhang Li introduced Lu Yaxi to his mother, she quickly greeted her. You're too kind. I'll be responsible for the patient from now on, don't worry. Lu Yaxi gave a slight smile to Zhang's mother and comforted her. After checking Mr. Zhang's condition and confirming everything was normal, Lu Yaxi and Zhang Li stood together at the hallway entrance. Mr. Zhang, if you choose to use imported targeted medicine, you'll need to pay a 7 million renminbi deposit in advance. After that, the hospital will start arranging the drug import. If all goes well, the first treatment cycle could start in a bit over a month. Although inside, she was still shocked by Zhang Li's identity and wealth. Lu Yaxi quickly returned to a professional state when talking about her work. When should the deposit be paid? Zhang Li asked calmly. He was looking forward to the possibility of curing his father's brain cancer. Within 2 weeks, it's not that urgent. I still need to file a report with the hospital and the group. Lu Yaxi continued explaining the treatment plan. She pretended not to know Zhang Li and acted like it was their first interaction. Okay, thank you Dr. Lu, sorry to trouble you. Zhang Li expressed his thanks. Hey! Before Lu Yaxi could respond, Zhang Li suddenly saw Lihon Xiang, holding a stack of documents, appear from the hallway corner. Hello doctor, I'm also a family member. Seeing Lu Yaxi in front of Zhang Li, Lihon Xiang quickly nodded. Yes, that's the situation. You go get prepared, I have to write the report now. Seeing the street-smart looking Lihon Xiang, Lu Yaxi quickly ended the conversation. Who exactly is he? A few minutes later, back in the office. Ignoring Meng Wanning's hesitant expression, Lu Yaxi frowned. Today's events had shaken her deeply, especially when she and Zhang Li were pressed against each other. That intense feeling was too overwhelming for a woman who'd never even been in love. Moreover, right before their eyes, they'd witnessed a battle and a hemorrhage. Lu Yaxi had never experienced such a shocking scene. Besides thinking about Zhang Li, she also wondered, if Zhang Li hadn't pulled her deeper into the secret room, what would have happened if the director and Zhang Zian had found her? Here, I got it tested for you. After Lu Yaxi left, Lihon Xiang handed the report to Zhang Li. He had just gone for a DNA test. Yesterday, when the 3 children were taken away by their grandmother, Lihon Xiang actually saw them. He collected their hair, thinking to help his buddy get some evidence of infidelity for a potential divorce. He didn't tell Zhang Li because he was hoping, what if one of them was actually Zhang Li's biological child? That would solve everything. That's also why, after Zhang Li left earlier, Han Qiang quietly went off on his own. Unfortunately, the final test result offered no surprises. But they did get another piece of evidence of Zhang Shufang's cheating. Forget it, I don't want to see it. Zhang Li waved his hand and didn't take the report. Not biological? Then not. It didn't matter. He could have his own kids. He wasn't worried. The recent physical closeness with Lu Yasi had awakened something inside him. After finishing his father's cancer treatment, he'd start dealing with his own affairs. He had money, but no wife or kids. His body was still in great shape. He'd be a hot commodity. At this moment, what he needed most was money. Everything else could wait. You go back first. Help me turn this into cash. Before Han Xiang could speak again, Zhang Li handed over the 10 gold bars he got from the director. Han Xiang, he weighed them in his hand and peeked inside the bag, speechless. Yesterday's Bitcoin hadn't even been sold yet. He never imagined that Zhang Li would come back with 10 gold bars. It was mind-blowing. Gold chains, scratch cards, USD, Bitcoin, gold bars. Zhang Li kept pulling out treasure. And evenly Han Xiang began to wonder if his buddy had gotten some kind of system, like a god-level rich man system just handing him loot? Otherwise, all this treasure popping up one after another was way too suspicious. You head back, I've still got things to ask the doctor. Seeing Li Hanxiang stunned, Zhang Li patted his shoulder to reassure him. Han Xiang was his best brother. They'd risked their lives together. This little stuff wouldn't hurt their bond. Of course, Zhang Li also understood that once he found more and more rare treasures, giving everything to Han Xiang wouldn't be feasible. Mainly, he couldn't let Han Xiang take on too much risk. It was fine for now, but later, he'd have to be more cautious. Whoosh! An hour later, when his father woke up and he told him he'd be working at the Chang'an project and living there long term, Zhang Li and his mother moved his father into the VIP room. Compared to the regular 4-person mixed ward, the clean VIP suite with its own little sitting room was a huge step up. The new environment not only prevented unnecessary disturbance. More importantly, it was better for recovery. Also, his mother now had a place to sleep instead of leaning over the hospital bed. As for the new ward, aside from Zhang's mother muttering about how much money this was wasting, both Zhang Li and his father felt very comfortable. Mom, I'm heading out. I'll come visit again tomorrow. Once everything was settled, Zhang Li said goodbye to his mother. So, if I want to detect more money, the best method is to look for money from corrupt officials like the director? It's not only a lot of money, but also risk-free once taken. Pulling his suitcase as he left the hospital, Zhang Li thought over the best strategy to get the most out of his treasure hunting system. This one trip to the hospital not only earned him over 2 million, but also gave him a new direction for treasure hunting. Who says the stolen money hidden by corrupt officials isn't treasure? But I don't know where corrupt officials hide their loot. And the system's detections seem random so far. No clear pattern. His idea was solid, but the challenge was, he didn't know where to scan. Treasure hunting map system, there must be more features and use cases for me to discover. Walking out the hospital gates, Zhang Li muttered again. His treasure hunting system needed further research. Paris ambience restaurant, bathroom, Xin Lang from Class 8 Grade 1's winter homework? With nearly 2 million in cash in his suitcase, Zhang Li couldn't take public transport or a taxi. As he passed by a French-themed restaurant near the hospital, he recalled that besides the director's stash, another detected treasure was from this place. Thinking it over, Zhang Li turned and entered the Paris restaurant. Even though the treasure system said the item in the winter homework was just a bottle cap from a yogurt drink, Zhang Li wanted to collect all the data he could. Treasure was treasure. A few minutes later, pretending to borrow the restroom, Zhang Li walked out with 3 first-grade winter homework books. Not a single word written. Kid, you're something else. Should I give this homework to the school's gatekeeper? Opening the workbook, Zhang Li saw the school name and address. Smiling, he considered whether to return the homework to Qin Lang. Hello, sir. Interested in buying a house? An hour later, Zhang Li, with a suitcase and a winter workbook under his arm, walked into a sales office. He decided to spend the rest of his nearly 2 million cash to buy a home. Based on the past few days of data, he felt he would be receiving more and more treasures in the future. These treasures weren't meant to be seen by others. He needed his own place. What if next time he detected more gold bars or even antiques? Storing everything at Li Hanxiang's place wasn't appropriate. Also, the physical volume of all this cash was too large to drag to Hanxiang's house. The gold was manageable. But the cash, there was no way to explain it. And storing it would involve taxes and other risks. Spending it immediately was the best option. Yes. I want something fully furnished and ready to move in. Around 100 square meters. Zhang Li nodded at the sales agent. Great. Right this way, sir. With the property market down lately, a buyer like Zhang Li was a rare catch, and the sales agent was thrilled. Sir, The first phase of our community has already been handed over. Currently for sale are the second and third phases. In front of the sales office model display, the female sales agent held a laser pointer as she introduced the real estate project. Our community has supporting facilities like a kindergarten, hospital, park, and public school. Her mouth never stopped as she kept talking. Both of these buildings have units around 100 square meters. Remembering Zhang Li's requirements, the saleswoman finally stopped the laser pointer on 2 buildings. Although Zhang Li had dark skin, the experienced saleswoman sensed a hint of construction site vibe from him. But, as a salesperson, she didn't care about a buyer's temperament. As long as they were ready to buy, Zhang Li, with clear goals and specific requests, was exactly the type of customer likely to purchase. So she gave it her all. Are these move-in ready? Looking at the 2 buildings being introduced, and after asking about the average price of 17,000 yuan per square meter, Zhang Li asked slowly, "Yes. All ready to move in, fully furnished." Excited by Zhang Li's interest, the saleswoman became even more eager. The more questions like that, the more likely he would buy. "All right, I'll take this one, building 28, unit 2802. Before the saleswoman could react, Zhang Li nodded and picked a unit. Ha! She was momentarily stunned. Okay, right this way, sir." 1 second later, seeing Zhang Li nod again, the saleswoman quickly guided him to the signing area. Such a straightforward buyer. She'd never seen one. Didn't even look at the model unit. Just bought? What kind of rich guy is this? Amid envious looks from colleagues, the saleswoman rushed forward with Zhang Li. Cash? A few minutes later, after copying Zhang Li's ID and other documents, the saleswoman was dumbfounded again as he zipped open his suitcase. Inside the suitcase, neatly stacked bundles of red banknotes. The sheer visual impact made the saleswoman swallow hard. Full payment, no loan needed. Urged by Zhang Li, the shocked saleswoman quickly came to her senses, and together with finance staff, counted out 1.7 million yuan in cash from the suitcase. "Sir, I'll take you over. The deed will be ready in at most a month. Before that, this purchase contract holds full legal weight." Holding a stack of documents, the saleswoman led Zhang Li to inspect the apartment. Good. With 1.7 million yuan gone, Zhang Li's suitcase was now empty. He pulled the much lighter suitcase, holding the new keys, and quickly entered building 35, unit 1, 28th floor. Click. Guided by the saleswoman, Zhang Li opened the door and began inspecting the apartment. As a real estate industry expert, he expertly knocked and tested areas of the apartment. Very quickly, he identified various hidden or substandard issues. Then, the saleswoman behind him was even more stunned. Earlier, seeing Zhang Li with a suitcase of cash, she guessed maybe he was a coal boss or something. But now, watching him easily spot flaws and deliver pinpoint assessments, the saleswoman felt he might be even more professional than their chief inspector. "All right, your apartment has many defects, but I won't have you fix them, I'll do it myself. However, you must include 3 years of free property management." Zhang Li didn't ask the real estate company to fix the problems he identified. Too much hassle, too time-consuming, he'd fix them when he had time. But he used that as leverage to get 3 years of free property service. Still dazed by Zhang Li's professional talk, the saleswoman responded blankly. "Go apply for it. If you don't give me 3 years of service, I can bring up more issues. Like floor leveling, insulation thickness, national cement standards." Knowing she had no authority, Zhang Li said no more. He told the saleswoman to pass his message to her higher-ups. Oh, okay. Goodbye, Mr. Zhang." Having been thoroughly schooled by Zhang Li's knowledge, the saleswoman left the apartment in a daze. Usually, she lectured the clients. This time, she got the lecture. Damn. A minute later, just after seeing the saleswoman off at the elevator, Zhang Li was about to return to his new apartment to handle other things. But the moment he entered the hallway, he froze. Building 35, Unit 1 had a layout of 2 elevators for 4 units, 4 households per floor. He had bought one of the 2 smaller middle units. On each end were units 01 and 04, larger 143 SQM units. Zhang Li didn't expect to turn into the hallway and see Unit 01's door open. A graceful, curvy woman was standing in the doorway, looking at him in surprise. And he was staring right back, stunned. Quan Peijun, a married woman Zhang Li had met twice, added on WeChat, and who claimed to be a jewelry designer. Just moments ago, hearing someone next door, Quan Peijun opened her door to meet the new neighbor. But she never expected to see Zhang Li. She now knew that Zhang Li was not a property worker from her old community. Today, she had just come to clean her new place, and unexpectedly ran into Zhang Li. Seeing her, Zhang Li was speechless. Totally unexpected. What a coincidence. Well, as a property worker, isn't it normal for me to buy a place in another neighborhood? He hadn't expected that the apartment he bought to hide stuff would end up next to Quan Peijuan's. Zhang Li was speechless. You're not a property worker. I called to check with the office. Who are you? My brother is in security. Confess now or I'll have him investigate you. Realizing Zhang Li was still lying, Quan Peijun shouted out loud. Crap! Zhang Li, hearing that, instantly panicked. He'd visited her home twice. He hadn't expected his identity to be exposed already. He didn't know Quan Peijuan's brother was in security. If they really investigated, posing as property staff to enter her home without permission, he could be detained. Wait, hold on, let me explain. Seeing Quan Peijuan's guarded expression, the helpless Zhang Li had no choice but to come clean. He hadn't planned to deal with this now, but given the circumstances, he had no choice but to be honest. My name is Zhang Li. Your husband is Qian Liming, right? My ex-wife is Zhang Shufeng. I found a wallet at home. That's how I got your address and went over to investigate. Talking non-stop, Zhang Li told her everything, and to make her believe him, he even took out the USB drive with videos of Qian Liming's hookups, plugged it into her computer, and showed her the evidence. Half an hour later, Zhang Li and Quan Peijun fast-forwarded through the hidden videos on her computer. The explicit scenes made both of them swallow hard. Zhang Li was burning inside. Turning his head, he saw the same look of arousal in Quan Peijuan's misty eyes. Brother Zhang, you want revenge, don't you? Seeing the fire in his eyes, Quan Peijuan's face turned red. Her delicate hand lifted and touched Zhang Li between the legs. Quan Peijun had sensed it, that her husband Qian Liming was fooling around outside. She had even once heard him call out Zhang Shufeng in his sleep. However, whenever she confronted him, Qian Liming always dodged with lies and swore all sorts of things to cover it up. He was so slippery that she never caught any concrete evidence. But now, she had seen the video with her own eyes. She even met one of the people in the video, Zhang Shufeng's ex-husband. Quan Peijuan's suppressed anger erupted all at once. The videos they were watching had timestamps. Comparing those with the times Qian Liming had told her he was on business trips, at dinners, or out on official work, Quan Peijun now knew he had been lying. He wasn't out for work. He was doing that. Even more, based on what Zhang Li told her, she started to wonder whether Qian Liming and Zhang Shufeng had 3 children together. It's important to note, Qian Liming, in some sense, was a live-in son-in-law. His municipal construction business had only succeeded because of Quan Peijuan's father, who worked in a regulatory department in the construction industry. And when Qian ran into trouble in business, it was her elder brother, working in local security, who stepped in to help. This man had risen thanks to her family, yet dared to do something like this. Now, with solid evidence, Quan Peijun made up her mind to divorce him right after watching the first video. At this moment, to balance the fury in her heart, before divorcing him, she wanted to give Qian Liming a big fat green hat. I, Quan Peijun, am not unwanted. I've just been a loyal wife. You haven't touched me in 2 or 3 years, there are plenty who will. Her emotions were boiling from the video, heart racing, feeling like it might leap out of her mouth. Quan Peijun raised her hand. Last night, she had dreamed of him. Under the light bulb, she saw Zhang Li's 6-pack abs in that dream. Now, those abs had reappeared along with the proof. Fueled by undeniable evidence and the video stimulation, Quan Peijun completely let go. Brother Zhang, we're both good people. Good people shouldn't be bullied. Zhang Li heard her breathy, heated words. And Zhang Li, still worked up from earlier at the hospital with Lu Yasi, plus half a year of abstinence due to business trips. Under the pressure of the video stimulation and Quan Peijuan's advance, he couldn't hold back. Yesterday, when she bent over to change the light bulb, that image flashed in his mind again. Everything fell into place naturally. Whoosh! Quan Peijun sat on the computer desk, arms wrapped around Zhang Li's neck. The battle began on the desk and ended before the floor-to-ceiling window. Brother Yang, let's go wash up, Quan Peijun said softly. Yeah. Zhang Li, with his strong body, lifted her up easily. After 2 rounds, he had to lie down and rest for quite a while to regain his strength. Even walking to the bathroom, his waist and back still ached. On the other hand, while Zhang Li felt drained, Quan Peijun looked radiant, her skin glowing with red marks. Ring ring ring. Ring ring ring. 5 minutes later, Kwon Pei-jun's phone suddenly rang. Pick it up. Kwon looked back at Zhongli, and he gave a low grunt in response. Why'd you take so long to answer? Where are you? It was Chen Liming's voice on the other end. Where are you? When are you coming back? Holding her chin with her left hand, Kwon Pei-jun tried to steady her breath. I'll be back the day after tomorrow, still on a business trip. Big brother just called me. I told him I'm out of town, ask him what it was about later. Chen Liming's voice was full of impatience. Ah. Covering her mouth quickly, Kwon Pei-jun answered, okay. What are you doing? The strange noise made Chen suspicious. Running, Kwon replied quickly. There's no good materials lately, no inspiration for jewelry design. I'm bored, so I went running alone. Alright, got it. Afraid Zhongli might do something unpredictable. Kwon added another excuse and then hung up. And then, Brother Zhang, why did you buy a new house? An hour later, on the sofa, a sweat imprint of a human figure remained. Kwon Pei-jun shifted her position and asked Zhongli. Their encounter had all happened due to Zhongli buying this place. Mei Chem bought it to store things. Zhongli replied lazily, completely relaxed now. Ring ring. Just as the satisfied Kwon was about to ask more, her phone rang again. Big brother? Got it. I'll come find you now. After the call, Kwon regretfully told Zhongli she had to go out. Okay, let's stay in touch on WeChat. If you need any more pipe repairs, just call me anytime. Zhongli echoed a playful phrase from earlier. And the beautiful married woman Kwon Pei-jun wasn't even shy. She gave Zhongli a deep kiss. Phew. 3 minutes later, back in his own apartment next door, Zhongli exhaled deeply as he started planning what to buy for his new place. After a satisfying release, it was time to think. Although the apartment was fully furnished, he still needed to buy appliances and such. Ring ring ring. Just then, Zhongli got a call too. The Bitcoin and gold have been sold. I converted everything into 1 million yuan and transferred it to your card. The call was from Lihon. With his broad connections, he had already turned the Bitcoin and gold bars Zhongli gave him into cash. And he even rounded it up to a full million. Great, thanks. Zhongli didn't say much, just acknowledged and hung up. Whoa, what the hell? Right after the call, before doing anything else, Zhongli suddenly shouted out in shock. Ding! Detected someone who truly likes the host. This person can be developed into a treasure hunting agent. Treasure hunting agents may include, but are not limited to, family, friends, brothers, partners, etc. Treasure hunting agent can provide an additional daily treasure scan based on their range of movement. Note, items detected by the agent can only be used by the agent. Otherwise, the system will self-destruct. Treasure hunting agent, Kwon Pei-jun. Intimacy level, 20. Bonus treasure scan attempts, 1. Under Zhang Li's stunned gaze, his system opened automatically, lines of text quickly scrolling across the screen. Treasure hunting agent? Zhang Li already knew his treasure hunting system had many features he still needed to explore. He had felt that the daily 3 treasure scans were too few. He never expected. In the blink of an eye, he'd discover a way to increase the number of scans. Intimacy level? The higher the intimacy, the more bonus treasure scans? Staring at the words on the system panel, Zhongli widened his eyes in surprise. He knew perfectly well what he had just done with Kwon Pei-jun. He never thought that such an act would activate a new function and increase the number of treasure hunts. So, I need to keep getting closer with Kwon Pei-jun? As long as intimacy increases, I get more scans? Thinking of Kwon Pei-jun's smooth and full skin, Zhongli grinned. This new feature of the system had changed the direction of his efforts entirely. Those who genuinely like me can be activated as treasure hunting agents? If relatives, brothers, or friends truly care about me, they can also become agents? Then why haven't my parents become agents? Looking further into the panel text, Zhongli confirmed there were conditions to activate a treasure hunting agent. Otherwise, his genuinely caring parents would have already qualified. Even his close brother Li Hanxiang could have qualified. Does it relate to gender and appearance? Zhang Li couldn't help but speculate. Kwon Pei-jun's appearance and figure were among the top of the people he'd met. So far, only Lu Yasi, whom he encountered at the hospital, might surpass Kwon Pei-jun. So aside from increasing intimacy with Kwon Pei-jun, I can unlock new treasure hunting agents? Zhang Li continued to analyze the system's logic. Judging by Kwon Pei-jun's looks and body, he estimated her score to be above 90. In real life, women with a 90+ rating were rare. Perhaps only 1 in 5 or 6 campus beauties would reach that level. Even many so-called online goddesses or influencers might only rate around 70 or 80. Some famous actresses, even they might not reach a 90. Among the women I've met, aside from Kwon Pei-jun, only Lu Yasi is definitely over 90. There's also that doctor from her office, Meng Wanning, she might score above 92, depending on her body. These thoughts raced through Zhang Li's mind. Originally, as someone with a treasure hunting system, his focus was solely on finding treasures. But with the sudden activation of the treasure hunting agent feature, he had to shift part of his attention elsewhere. Sharpening the axe won't delay the job, it was simple. More treasure scans meant more treasure faster. He used to complain about the low number of daily scans. But now, after just one passionate session with Kwon Pei-jun, he had a new way to increase them. Totally unexpected. If I had 3 or even 5 treasure hunting agents, would more system features unlock? Based on the feature description, Zhang Li formed a new hypothesis. However, he'd need to test more to find out. After all, that kind of intimate interaction was very personal and not exactly easy to come by. The secret medicine under Danfeng Gate, I need to get it. That medicine boosts kidney strength and improves skin tone. Thinking about the intimate activity, Zhang Li recalled a previously detected secret medicine located under the walls of Daming Palace. To handle more treasure hunting agents, he needed iron kidneys and a steel waist. Just now, after 3 rounds with Kwon Pei-jun, he had to rest. If he added more agents in the future, his body would need to keep up. Conveniently, that secret medicine could strengthen his constitution. Also, though his body was fine, his tan skin looked dark and rough, not appealing. Everyone likes good looks. He needed to whiten his skin. And the secret medicine under the palace wall had both kidney strengthening and skin beautifying effects. Phew. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Li calmed himself. Originally, his next goal was to make money and handle his father's multi-million yuan medical bills. Now, this newly activated system feature gave him a whole new life mission. Swish! Just minutes into his thoughts, Zhang Li saw his system panel automatically open again. Lines of text streamed out. Ding! New treasure hunting agent feature detected and activated. First scan auto test initializing. Ding! Today's treasure hunting agent scan completed. Your agent Kwon Pei-jun passed by Fumantang auction house today. Minimap scan detected, Hall 57 in Fumantang Jade Auction, an uncut jade boulder with rough exterior and fine interior, from the Myanmar Mosisha mine. Contains 2 kilograms of full green high ice jadeite. Note, treasures detected by agents are for their exclusive use only. The newly activated feature performed its first scan automatically. Zhang Li saw that the treasure info this time was based on Kwon Pei-jun's location. As a jewelry designer, she had just passed by a certain auction house today, and the system detected a treasure at her location. Full green high ice jadeite. Before, Zhang Li wouldn't dare touch such a luxury item, but having watched some treasure hunting streams before, he knew about jadeite stories. He remembered that full green high ice jadeite is priced by the gram. Swish! After waiting a while with no more system messages, Zhang Li opened his computer to search for jadeite prices. Unfortunately, most online results were just ads, no reliable sources. Frustrated, he turned to searching info on Fumantang auction house. He thought about calling Li Hanxiang to ask about it, but to his surprise, Hanxiang didn't pick up. Instead, he sent a WeChat reply, busy, dealing with ex-wife stuff. Zhang Li, knowing Hanxiang had 3 ex-wives, didn't want to disturb him further. Are you there? Half an hour later, still unable to find the info he needed online, Zhang Li messaged Kwon Pei-jun. Since she had passed Fumantang, she might know the place. Also, the system clearly stated that treasures found by treasure hunting agents were only usable by that agent. So for this new branch of the system to work, he needed Kwon Pei-jun's cooperation. The very first agent scanned treasure. He had to get it. Do you have any new discoveries? 2 hours later, after Zhang Li had electrified Kwon Pei-jun's body again, he tried to ask if Kwon Pei-jun, who had become a treasure hunting agent, had also activated any panels. New discoveries? Brother Zhang, you're so powerful. Completely smitten, Kwon Pei-jun replied weakly. After you've made me like this, can we still go to that Fumantang auction? Kwon Pei-jun, now a treasure hunting agent, had not activated any new panel. All the system panel information remained visible only on Zhang Li's device. Ding! Treasure hunting agent Kwon Pei-jun, intimacy +1. Seeing the intimacy level increase by 1 point because of his actions, Zhang Li nodded, then placed his hand on a patch of pale white snow. A few hours earlier, after enacting their arrangement, Quan Peijun returned next door to Zhang Li's room. Then, with kindling and flame, the two had another passionate encounter. What pleased Zhang Li most was that after exerting himself, Quan Peijun's intimacy level indeed rose. His method of increasing intimacy was absolutely correct. During their recent encounter, Zhang Li asked Quan Peijun about the Fumantang auction house. He learned that it was the mainland branch of a major Hong Kong auction house. Every 3 months, they held a private, high-end, invitation-only auction in various major cities. Quan Peijun, as a jewelry designer, and the daughter of a minor official in Chang'an City, had been invited yesterday to preview the auction items. Tonight just happened to be the official Fumantang auction. Zhang Li expressed a desire to attend, and Quan Peijun was more than willing. Already enthralled by Zhang Li's abs and strength, she felt she couldn't stay away. Anyway, she had decided to divorce Qian Liming. With the video evidence, she was unbeatable from the start. Leading Zhang Li to the auction was no problem. Coincidentally, her brother had called earlier about the Fumantang auction. He said a wealthy mother in Chang'an City had a birthday coming up soon. Many local wealthy people wanted to buy something novel at auction for her. Quan Peijun's father at the construction bureau could not attend to avoid conflict of interest, and they had originally planned to send Qian Liming, her husband. But since he was on a business trip, they entrusted the matter to her own brother, who works in public security. But her brother was busy chasing a bad man selling flour and had no time. Earlier, he had called Quan Peijun about it. Quan Peijun was going anyway, and Zhang Li asking to accompany her was perfectly fine. Slap. Seeing Quan Peijun's languid expression, Zhang Li raised his palm and gave her a sharp slap. Ah! A red mark appeared as Quan Peijun instinctively arched her back. Zhang Li's spank had a strange, thrilling effect. She liked being spanked. Alright, get up. His slap snapped Quan Peijun back to attention. Zhang Li didn't want them to arrive late at the auction. Help me get dressed. Recovering some strength, Quan Peijun became seductive. Sister Zhu, I made it. That little rich second-generation guy suddenly invited me, said he wants to take me to a small auction. So high-end. In the neurology office at Rinxin Hospital, Meng Wanning suddenly leaned toward Zhu Xiuna. Beautiful and smart since childhood, Meng Wanning dreamed of marrying into wealth. She had the looks and the means. That's why Meng Wanning paid close attention to every patient and family's financial situation in the department. To marry rich, she was very meticulous. She held the WeChat contact info of many rich second-generation heirs. But she had not hurried herself forward. She still had her first time to maintain. There were too many pretenders. She knew well that she must confirm who was truly wealthy and who was a poser before committing. Otherwise, she would give herself away for nothing. Just a moment ago, one of her wealthy second-gen pools invited her to a small auction. Hearing the auction's background and invitees from the rich heir, Meng Wanning excitedly leaned over to Zhu Xiuna. Go! Seeing Meng Wanning's look, Zhu Xiuna waved her hand and approved her leave. If not knowing Meng Wanning's goals and ambition, or that she looked almost as good as Zhang Ziyan, Zhu Xiuna wouldn't give her such favorable treatment. But knowing this girl had clear aims and wouldn't affect the department, she was happy to support her. Of course, Meng Wanning was good at speaking, not like the cold and socially distant Lu Yasi, who kept to herself. Dr. Lu watched the patients wanting treats. Seeing Lu Yasi lost in thought nearby, Zhu Xiuna assigned her to cover. Thanks, Yasi. I'll treat you to a meal sometime. Meng Wanning, hurriedly taking off her coat to change for her date, kissed Lu Yasi lightly and dashed out of the office. Swish! Lu Yasi, lost in thought, wiped her face and stared at the departing Meng Wanning for a long time. Actually, she wanted to be like Meng Wanning, adept socially. Too bad, she didn't know how. Night. The busiest business district in Chang'an City. A renowned 5-star hotel had tight security inside and out. Zhang Li, casually wearing a hoodie and carrying a backpack, smiled as he stepped into the elevator. Ahead of him was Quan Peijun, completely bundled in a down coat. Beside them, a security guard checked their invitation. One invitation could admit 2 people, and Quan Peijun's invitation included Zhang Li, no problem. Ding! Soon, the elevator reached the 48th floor, the top level. The guard, indicating they had arrived, stepped back into the elevator to await more guests. Zhang Li's dark skin and casual clothes didn't bother the guard. This was a private, authentic auction. Not some celebrity-filled charity event meant for show. Formal attire wasn't mandatory. Exiting the elevator, Zhongli saw an immense hall before him. The entire floor, several thousand square meters, had been opened up, golden and splendid, full of pearls and jade beauty. Various items displayed luxuriously, some on fine pedestals, others enclosed like museum artifacts in glass cylinders. Zhongli saw. In the very center stood a small auction stage. Around it were all types of items waiting for auction. Jewelry, bracelets, cultural relics, calligraphy, porcelain, etc., and many raw jade stones. By each item stood female servers dressed in qipao. At this moment, a sparse number of guests were checking out the items. I'm an independent jewelry designer. I mainly want to buy some jade stones to create custom designs. Seeing Zhongli glance around, Quan Peijun pulled him toward the area with more jade items. Great! As Zhongli walked, he stared at the lot numbers one by one. He noticed that, unlike other areas with finished products, in the jade stones section, not only were there already cut stones where you could fully see inside, but there were also half-cut ones, and completely untouched jadeite boulders still covered in natural skin. This is the gamble stone method from Kaiyun, Yunnan. It's just for fun. These uncut boulders have already been filtered before being brought here. You won't get anything good from them. I mainly buy the cut stones. Seeing Zhongli's attention fixed on the uncut jadeite, Quan Peijun quietly explained. Because of online short video hype, everyone knew about gambling on jadeite. To increase interest and popularity, auction houses added raw jadeite lots a few years ago. But as someone in the business, Quan Peijun knew it was just for show. Most uncut stones are just for participants to have fun. They've already been resold by professionals several times before. There's no way you'll find one that suddenly cracks open with a treasure like in novels or videos. In recent years, most jade boulders auctioned here have lost money when cut. Only a rare few turn a profit. It's basically entertainment. Can I buy this uncut boulder directly? Understanding Quan Peijun's meaning, Zhongli remained calm. He trusted his treasure hunting system. At this moment, he had already located the lot number 57 in the system's description. It was a face basin-sized, extremely ugly oval raw jadeite. However, this huge ugly stone wasn't on a table, but in its own glass case. Zhongli also saw the starting price under the stone, 100,000 yuan. Believing his system's detection, Zhongli wanted to see if he could buy the raw jadeite before it went on auction. It depends. If it's on a table, you can buy it in advance at a buy it now price, about double the starting price. But raw stones in glass cases can't be bought in advance, they must go through the auction round. Quan Peijun whispered, "What's the background of this stone?" Zhongli frowned and asked a staff member standing by the lot case. "Sir, this stone was part of our first auction in Chang'an. It's been there for 10 years. It's a historical stone for our auction house, so it has its own case and comes with a high price." Hearing Zhongli's question, the staff answered pleasantly. Because uncut stones are just for fun, they're usually inexpensive, most under 10,000 yuan, some reaching 30,000 to 40,000 yuan at highest. But lot 57, placed in a glass case, large in size with a starting price of 100,000, had a story behind it. Great! With firm resolve, Zhongli narrowed his eyes and nodded. The story doesn't matter, what matters is there's something inside. Swish! Seeing that the target couldn't be bought early, Zhongli moved his gaze with Quan Peijun to other jade items. What kind of green is that? Imperial green? Seeing Quan Peijun inspect a cut, bright green, walnut-sized jadeite, Zhongli asked curiously. He had spent the afternoon searching online for jadeite info, but seeing it in person and under lighting, the color difference was huge. Hearing Zhongli's question, both Quan and a female staff nearby laughed. That's called parrot green. It's several grades below imperial green. Imperial green jadeite won't show up in this area. Not knowing Zhongli's finances, Quan explained with a smile. Hearing that, Zhongli looked at the tag showing 50,000 yuan and asked, "How much for high-ice emerald green jadeite?" Before Quan could answer, the nearby staff woman said with a smile, "Sir, emerald green is the same grade as imperial green, top level of green jadeite. For high ice, prices range from 3,000 yuan to tens of thousands per gram." The staff, seeing from Zhongli's question that he knew nothing about jade, and observing his appearance and Quan Peijun with him, still couldn't guess their relationship. Great! Hearing the price, Zhongli again nodded subtly. According to his system, the 2 kilograms of emerald green high-ice jadeite in lot 57, at minimum 3,000 yuan per gram, is worth 6 million yuan. If the quality is higher, it could reach tens of millions. I can buy the stone, but it has to be a gift to Quan Peijun. Spending tens of millions as a gift is quite rich. But I have no choice. System rules say treasures found by an agent can only go to that agent, but I should gain some intimacy points from it. More importantly, I can verify the system's new function. Knowing the target's location and value, Zhongli followed Quan Peijun while thinking of his plan. Obviously, this raw stone, known only to him, had to be bought with his own money. He couldn't expect Quan Peijun to pay. I still have 180,000 yuan in cash. That should be enough. Shaking his shoulder and feeling his bag, Zhongli whispered to himself. Of the 2.18 million yuan in the hospital director's secret room, 300,000 went to his father's VIP room fee, 1.7 million to buy the apartment. The remaining 180,000 was now in his bag. Of course, aside from this cash, his bank account held another 1 million yuan from Lihon. I'll gift you a stone? While walking around the jadeite area, Zhongli suddenly said to Quan Peijun, "Okay." Not understanding at first, Quan replied without turning around. She thought he would give her some small jade worth 10,000 yuan. Which one? Seeing Zhongli had more to say, Quan asked. Secret. Zhongli smiled slightly. He knew tonight was important. He had to set things up in advance. Because jadeite auctions are for fun, the auction catalog explains that if you win a raw stone, it must be cut on site for everyone's entertainment, and there may even be live gambling on the stone after cutting. The Lot 57 stone, possibly worth tens of millions, would definitely be cut tonight. Since he could only gift it to Quan Peijun, he laid his plans in advance. Good. Hearing Zhang Li's secret, Quan tucked a tissue from his pocket in a seductive gesture. The path into a woman's heart is one, and Zhang Li had already entered Quan's path more than once. As time passed, the auction hall became more filled. But the self-proclaimed elite here weren't chatting messily, it was an orderly bustle. What surprised Zhang Li was, as he passed a glass case, he unexpectedly saw someone he knew. Meng Wanning, the neurology doctor from Renai Hospital, colleague of Lu Yasi, the other possible 90-plus rated woman Zhang Li knew besides Quan Peijun. She had taken off her baggy coat and was wearing a proper evening dress, with light makeup, stunning under the auction hall lights. Zhang Li saw Meng Wanning at the same moment she saw him. In this glamorous venue, to suddenly see someone familiar. Even Meng Wanning didn't expect it. She looked at Zhang Li's casual hoodie and backpack, like a tourist, and didn't know how to react. When she first met Zhang Li, because of his dark skin and his father's migrant worker identity, she assumed he was a poor laborer. After all, dragons give birth to dragons, mice to mice. Sometimes even a dragon's son can be a mouse, let alone the son of a mouse. Her first impression of Zhang Li was poverty, but on their second meeting, her impression changed. Zhang Li had immediately upgraded his father's room to VIP and paid 300,000 yuan in one go. More importantly, he arranged a targeted cancer treatment costing tens of millions. Paying that much, not just anyone can do it. Even many billionaires couldn't easily bring out 20 or 30 million in cash. Because of Zhang Li's confidence and generosity, Meng Wanning had already started to pay attention to him. She never expected to run into him tonight, while attending a high-end event with a rich second-generation heir. But now, Zhang Li's outfit was still so casual. She wasn't sure if he was disguised, or if he was such a big shot that he didn't need to dress up for a high-end event. Ah, Mr. Zhang. What a coincidence. Her mind racing, Meng Wanning quickly composed herself and smiled at Zhang Li. Regardless, she needed to keep an eye on a possible wealthy man. If he really was rich, making a good impression was absolutely necessary. Hello, Dr. Meng. Zhang Li smiled and nodded. Wanning, who is he? At that moment, a young man in a suit with gelled hair approached, standing by Meng Wanning. Zhou Lifei had long had his eye on Meng Wanning, but she was too slippery, he couldn't catch her. This time, luckily he got an invitation he normally couldn't get, and he invited Meng Wanning along right away. Tonight, he planned to spend hundreds of thousands to show off his wealth and gift everything to Meng Wanning, hoping to win her over in one go. In this high-end event full of money and status, he thought his chance was high. Zhou didn't want any complications. He never expected Meng Wanning to run into someone she knew here, so he hurried over to check. Friend. Patient. Two different voices sounded. Meng Wanning answered friend. Zhang Li answered patient. They weren't close, but the different responses made the situation feel odd. Hello, Zhou Lifei, Deputy Director of State-Owned Enterprise. Zhou Lifei frowned slightly, extended his hand. Zhang Li, unemployed bum. Zhang Li casually shook his hand with Zhou Lifei. The system's treasure hunting agent function required him to pay attention to beautiful women like Meng Wanning. At this moment, Meng Wanning had removed her loose white coat, and her elegant evening dress highlighted her perfect curves. Zhang Li realized her overall score must be over 90. She was a valid candidate as a treasure hunting agent. He could not afford not to know her. Pleasure to meet you. Seeing Zhang Li's dark skin, Zhou Lifei offered a forced smile, shook hands, and turned to Meng Wanning. Wanning, it's almost 11 o'clock, the auction is starting. Shall we go? Okay. She nodded at Zhang Li and turned. Tonight she was with Zhou Lifei, so for the sake of politeness, she followed him. Is her figure better than mine? As soon as Meng Wanning left, Quan Peijun rushed over to Zhang Li's ear, breathing heavily and asking, "The auction has started." Rubbing his ears and glancing at Quan, Zhang Li pointed at the central stage. The auction began at 2300 hours, a time chosen by the organizers. Because it was a night session, many participants came with romantic partners. 2300 hours was perfect. On the circular stage in the center, stood a woman in a floral qipao, her long black hair tied casually behind. She looked professional and commanding. Friends, the auction now begins. The main items will be auctioned by me here. For the secondary lots, scan the app to bid directly. Under the lights, the auctioneer's voice was quick and clear. The main lots were those inside glass cases, not available for early purchase. The secondary lots were the tabletop items, which could be bought up front. Good. A diamond inlaid emerald necklace. Starting bid 200,000. Soon. The auctioneer's voice echoed through the hall. The rhythm was now set by him. 210,000. 250,000. 260,000, 270,000. Because most people had reviewed the catalog before, and many had prepared, bids flew fast. At such a fast-paced scene, Zhang Li, a first-timer, felt his blood boil. Nearby, Meng Wanning also felt her heart racing with each bid. The atmosphere really affects one's mood. Good. Lot 121, lady, 480,000. Any higher? 480,000. One time. 480,000 too. Boom. At the auctioneer's countdown, the gavel fell sharply. Congratulations to Lady 121 for winning the diamond inlaid emerald necklace. Please proceed to the private room for payment. After congratulating, the auctioneer quickly moved to the next item. One by one, gold or gemstone pieces were sold quickly. The cheapest ones went for just over 10,000. The highest priced item so far had reached 590,000. Quan Peijun, focused on raw jade, didn't bid. She only placed a few small bids on cut jade pieces she liked via the app. Target-oriented Zhang Li also didn't bid. He was saving for the raw jade stone he wanted, knowing it would be cut live at the auction. No need to distract with anything else. Show off. Meanwhile, watching Zhang Li not bid, Zhou Lifei whisper scornfully called him a poser. Then, he generously spent 18,000 yuan to buy a small Qing dynasty porcelain plate. For you, as an oil dish. After winning, Zhou Lifei smiled and offered the plate to Meng Wanning. Thanks. Meng Wanning accepted it softly. She was also observing quietly, trying to assess Zhang Li's wealth. She was curious since he hadn't bid. Good. Now we enter the entertainment round. We will begin auctioning off uncut raw jade stones. After the stones are auctioned, they will be cut live. Before cutting, you can place bonus bets via the app. Of course, bets are small, max 1,000 yuan. Over an hour later, Zhang Li stirred with excitement. The stones he wanted were up next. Sigh, sigh, sigh. One rough jade stone after another, worth thousands to tens of thousands, was auctioned off and quickly opened on the spot. What the crowd of gamblers loved most was the live jade cutting. Unfortunately, to everyone's disappointment, every stone that was cut ended up being a loss. Not a single rough stone increased in value. This rough jade auction really was just for fun. Zhang Li noticed that the price of each rough stone was only about 10% higher than the starting bid. Nobody was stupid. Those who bid were either looking for good luck or trying to make their companions of the opposite sex laugh. No one competed. At worst, they'd just take one stone. Alright, next is rough stone number 57. This one is an old friend of ours. Very quickly, Zhang Li finally saw his target. As the auctioneer spoke, many in the crowd laughed. Zhang Li clenched the paddle in his hand a little tighter. Each invitation came with a bidding paddle. Miss Chen, this stone has been here for 10 years, right? No one's bought it, yet it's still up for auction? Before number 57 stone even went up, someone jokingly shouted from below. This one's a senior employee, it's been here longer than I'd been at the company. It's always been priced like this. We have to keep auctioning it. The auctioneer rarely responded to customers, but this time she did. Very quickly. Her expression sharpened as she started the auction. Rough stone number 57, height 40 centimeters, width 32 centimeters, thickness 24 centimeters, weight 63 Gene, about 31.5 kilograms, starting bid 100,000 yuan. The auctioneer's clear voice rang out. Shush. As her voice fell, the room went quiet. Here, bidding on rough stones was just for fun. Spending a few thousand or 10,000 was acceptable. But spending 100,000 yuan on a rough stone unlikely to yield any jade? No one was that foolish. This stone had been sitting here for years. If it had jade, someone would have taken it long ago. No way it would sit for 10 years. Alright, looks like this item will go unsold again. Seeing the situation, the auctioneer smiled, unsurprised. This scene was exactly what everyone expected. Selling this stone would be the real surprise. Just as she was about to announce that stone number 57 was unsold, the auctioneer suddenly froze. She saw someone raise a paddle. 100,000. Seeing Zhang Li raise the paddle and call the price, the auctioneer was stunned. But, as a professional, she quickly regained her composure. Alright, number 57 rough stone, bid of 100,000 from bidder number 91. The auctioneer's voice was excited. Selling this old, stinky stone was a huge success for her. Shush. With Zhang Li's move, Quan Peijun, beside him, immediately whitened her eyes and looked over. She had told Zhang Li about number 57, it was just a gimmick. This guy, what's he doing? Wasting money? Buying this for what? For you. How about it? Seeing Quan Peijun's surprised look, Zhang Li whispered to her ear. No need, you're just throwing money away. She hadn't expected the gift Zhang Li mentioned earlier to be this. She was touched but also helpless. If you're giving a gift, give something decent. I'm not some fresh graduate, you're giving me a 100,000 yuan blind box that's basically worthless. Is that necessary? Shush. As Quan Peijun was shocked, many others also turned to look. No one had expected that someone would actually buy that stone. If you want to gamble on jade, go to Yunnan or Myanmar. Spending this much in Chang'an to gamble on jade? You must be crazy. Even though everyone here was wealthy, no one would waste 100,000 for nothing. Rich people are even more careful with spending. Ah! In the crowd, seeing Zhang Li's move, Meng Wanning let out a soft gasp. Earlier, she had observed Zhang Li closely, noticing he wasn't interested in any item, and guessed he was just tagging along. She didn't expect that. In a blink, Zhang Li would spend 100,000 on a stone no one had faith in. Seeing Zhang Li and Quan Peijun whispering closely, she even guessed Zhang Li bought the stone to make a beauty smile. Damn! Beside her, Zhou Leifei, who had just spent 18,000 trying to impress Meng Wanning, was stunned when he saw her attention shift to Zhang Li's 100,000. He had planned to spend over 100,000 tonight to win her over, and now he was speechless. 110,000. Seeing Zhang Li's move grab everyone's attention, including Meng Wanning's, Zhou Leifei raised his hand and shouted. He planned to buy a stone too. If he was going to spend over 100,000 anyway, then he might as well spend it flashily. That would make a bigger impression. Meng Wanning's attention had to stay on him. Shush. As expected. With Zhou Leifei's shout, everyone looked at him. Now there were two suckers? This was getting interesting. Everyone was ready to watch the drama. For you. Seeing the attention, Zhou Leifei gave Meng Wanning a proud smile. He wanted to use money to break through her defenses. Come into my arms, darling. Your rich bro has plenty of cash. Bidder number 213 bids 110,000. 110,000. Take home a rough stone with 10 years of history and sentimental value. The auctioneer didn't expect someone to actually raise the bid. Her voice picked up with excitement. 120,000. Zhang Li hadn't expected someone to join in. He looked at Zhou Leifei with surprise and continued bidding. I shouldn't have chatted with Meng Wanning. Seeing Zhou Leifei's behavior, Zhang Li instantly realized his mistake. Still, he wasn't giving up on the stone. 130,000. Zhou Leifei shouted again. 140,000. Zhang Li calmly followed. Stop it. Don't bid anymore. After Zhang Li quickly raised twice, Quan Peijun grabbed his hand and shook it. 150,000. Seeing her move, Zhou Leifei eyed Zhang Li warily and shouted again. 150,000 was his limit. He had only brought less than 200,000 tonight. He had a bit more in savings, but going beyond that was over budget. 160,000. Zhang Li continued. A jade worth tens of millions, this was nothing yet. Watching Zhang Li's actions, the crowd was thrilled. They loved watching someone splurge like this. Damn, is someone setting me up? Seeing the clearly hyped up atmosphere, first-timer Zhou Leifei got suspicious. Reaching his budget woke him up. He turned, looked at the stunned Meng Wanning, and suddenly shouted, "Wait! I demand proof of funds. This guy looks like a laborer, I want him to show he has the money." Zhou Leifei shouted loudly. Whoosh! Though rude, his request was reasonable. Others eager for drama nodded approvingly. After all, if the auction was just for show, and he couldn't pay, and the stone wasn't cut, it would ruin the fun. "Sorry, sir, by rules, we must verify if requested." Soon, at the auctioneer's signal, several female staff came to Zhang Li. Then, under everyone's watchful eyes, Zhang Li opened his backpack and took out stacks of cash. Ha! Zhang Li's cash stunned everyone, not just because someone brought cash to an auction, but in this day and age, hardly anyone uses cash anymore. What's with a whole backpack of it? Cash isn't allowed? Seeing the stunned staff, Zhang Li shrugged. Yes, of course it is. Sir, your funds are sufficient. After counting Zhang Li's 180,000 yuan, staff confirmed all was fine. 190,000. Showing off with cash, did you find that money? Before the auctioneer could speak again, Zhou Leifei shouted another bid. He saw Zhang Li only had 180,000 in cash. His 190,000 bid was over budget, but it cornered Zhang Li. Overspending a little was worth it. Tonight, he had to win in front of Meng Wanning. 200,000. However, to Zhou Leifei's shock, Zhang Li immediately shouted 200,000. Who said I only had cash? I've got a card too. As Zhou Leifei stood stunned, Zhang Li waved his bank card. Bidder number 91 offers 200,000. 200,000. Any higher bids? After easily verifying the bank card, the auctioneer stood at the podium, bent slightly, and looked around, hoping to encourage more bids. A stone that had gone unsold for 10 years was now selling for twice the starting price. Her commission would be very high. Excited, the auctioneer looked around and intentionally gestured toward Zhou Leifei's position. Unfortunately, the moment Zhang Li took out his bank card, Zhou Leifei backed off. Seeing Zhang Li's cash earlier, he thought Zhang Li would only use cash to bid. At this moment, realizing the truth, and having exceeded his budget, Zhou Leifei stopped bidding immediately. He shrank back and quietly told Meng Wanning they'd bid on something else instead. No need to be the sucker. 200,000, first call. 200,000, second call. The auctioneer deliberately delayed, hoping someone else would step in, but after scanning around a few more times, she realized no one else would bid. She knew this was the limit. Hurry up. Start cutting. I bet 1,000 it would be a loss. Even if the odds are just 0.01, $10 is still money. Seeing the auctioneer delay hammering the sale, some spectators quietly urged her on. All right, 200,000 T. Bang! Just as the auctioneer was about to call third and close the sale, the quiet auction hall doors were suddenly slammed open. Everyone turned their heads in surprise and saw a buzzcut, chubby, middle-aged man who looked around 50 or 60 walk in with a group of people. Whoa, old President Su? What's he doing here? A big shot like him coming to this place? Seeing the man enter in a hurry, someone in the crowd exclaimed. Soon, many recognized the newcomer as one of the top 3 richest people in China. Old President Su. He had entered the photovoltaic industry 10 years ago, following national development policies, and now his fortune was in the tens of billions. Although this auction was supposedly high-end, it only dealt with items worth around 1 million yuan. Real tycoons didn't attend. Now, seeing old President Su in person stunned everyone. 266,666. Old President Su entered, someone quickly reported to him, then immediately raised a paddle. He was bidding on rough stone number 57? That sudden bid of over 260,000 shocked everyone, including Zhang Li. What the hell? As everyone turned to look at him after the new bid, Zhang Li was stunned too. He didn't expect such a heavyweight to step in suddenly. This was weird. Where did he come from? What does he want? Zhang Li already knew who old President Su was, but he couldn't figure out why this man was suddenly trying to grab the stone from him. Could it be that old President Su also had a treasure hunting system? That he knew there was something inside the stone? Looking up, he glanced at Quan Peijun next to him, and thinking about how this stone was worth at least 10 million, Zhang Li closed his eyes and raised his hand again. 300,000. Whoa! Zhang Li's words sent a wave of shock through the room. If it weren't for the auction rules banning photos, someone would have already started filming short videos with titles like, "Reckless Youth Dares to Challenge Chang'an's Richest Man. What are you doing?" With everyone stunned, even Kwon Pei-jun was startled. This was just for fun. Was it necessary to compete with a giant like old President Su? Could you even beat him? Zhang Li's move also surprised the man bidding on behalf of old President Su. Someone was challenging him? Face to face? Was this young man for real? What the hell? This guy must be crazy. He's not here to buy anything, he's here to burn money. Seeing Zhang Li's behavior, Zhou Lifei, who had backed down earlier, came back to life. He excitedly whispered bad things about Zhang Li to Meng Wanning. It wasn't that he didn't have the money. He had just seen through this guy's insanity. Competing with old President Su? You've got to be nuts. 666,666 yuan. A few seconds of silence later. Under everyone's stunned gaze, old President Su waved his hand, and his representative bid again. My old friend's mother is having a big birthday. I just flew back from overseas and didn't have time to prepare a gift. I heard there was an auction here, so I came by. I heard this stone has been around for 10 years, same age as my company. It's quite meaningful. This stone has a story, so I want to buy it and give it to my elder. After the new bid, old President Su stood up and calmly explained. Such a big shot giving an explanation was generous face-saving for everyone. 1 million. Unfortunately, to everyone's shock, Zhang Li raised his paddle again. Just as old President Su finished speaking, he even raised the price to 10 times the starting bid. Swish, swish, swish. With Zhang Li's new bid, everyone's jaws dropped, even old President Su. This young man? What's going on? Has a problem with me? Dares to compete? Is he crazy or some hidden rich heir? Never heard of him before, and he doesn't look like any of the old money kids I know. Forget it. I don't want it anymore. I'll look for something else. 3 seconds later, old President Su suddenly laughed. He waved his hand and withdrew from the bidding. He realized that Zhang Li was trying to buy the stone to give to him, as a way to curry favor. This young man's flattery was understandable, but his method was full of flaws. For old President Su, this kind of favor wasn't worth accepting. Announce it. Having decided not to accept any gift from Zhang Li, old President Su turned to instruct the auctioneer. Alright. Lot number 57, final price, 1 million. 1 million, first call. 1 million, second call. 1 million, third call. Bang! Sold. Under the powerful aura of old President Su, the auctioneer quickly finalized the sale. Then, under everyone's stunned gaze, Zhang Li completed the card payment. It's done. After swiping his card, Zhang Li let out a long breath. Spending 1 million, he succeeded. He successfully misled old President Su. The stone was finally his. Earlier, seeing a billionaire like old President Su make a move, he knew there was no way he could win this treasure with normal means. In terms of wealth, no one could match old President Su. But inside this stone was jade worth at least 6 million, possibly 50 or 60 million, or even over 100 million. He couldn't give it up. More importantly, this was the first treasure detected by his new treasure seeker system feature. He had to get it to test certain system rules. With all these reasons, Zhang Li couldn't abandon the bid. Desperate, he started with a direct bid of 1 million, giving an unstoppable impression that led old President Su to believe Zhang Li was trying to curry favor. He had it all planned. If he succeeded, all was well. If he failed, then it was fate. He only had 1 million total anyway. He would have done his best. Luckily, his plan worked. Jumping from 666k to 1 million sealed the deal. Idiot, trying to suck up to old President Su? Haven't you read his biography? Elsewhere, Zhou Lifei and many others quickly guessed Zhang Li's intention, but they all knew Zhang Li would never succeed. Old President Su hated flattery the most. Just as everyone waited to see Zhang Li bring the stone to old President Su and get rejected, they were stunned again. They saw Zhang Li instead sent the stone straight to the cutting area. He was going to cut it? What was going on? Wasn't it for old President Su? Even the security that old President Su had arranged to block Zhang Li was confused. No matter what comes out, it's yours. I think this stone is fated for you. My sixth sense is always accurate. After sending the stone for cutting, Zhang Li whispered again to Kwon Pei-jun. His warm words snapped the dazed Kwon Pei-jun back to reality. To give her a gift, he had spent 1 million to buy a useless stone? And for that, He even went against old President Su? Kwon Pei-jun originally thought Zhang Li was joking, but after everything that happened, she realized Zhang Li was serious. He really meant to give her a gift, with a fixed goal from the very start. For that, he didn't even care about offending old President Su. With a blank face, Kwon Pei-jun felt both shocked and delighted inside. Shocked that Zhang Li had such strong financial power and stood by his words. Delighted that someone actually spent $1 million to give her a gift, and in this kind of setting. What the hell? The stone wasn't for old President Su but was sent straight to the cutting area. Zhou Lifei exploded. He realized he might have offended the wrong person. He might have kicked an iron plate. Someone who didn't even show respect to old President Su and casually threw out $1,000,000. This was a real big shot. Totally out of his league compared to Zhou Lifei's pretentious act. Turning around, Zhou Lifei saw Meng Wanning's pupils were wide open too. Wanning, who is this guy? He remembered Meng Wanning knew Zhang Li and wanted to get some inside info. I don't know. It was her first time seeing someone casually throw out $1,000,000. Meng Wanning was dazed too, and didn't dare reveal anything about Zhang Li. With old President Su's comparison, Meng Wanning was absolutely sure Zhang Li was the real rich guy she'd ever met. She never even dreamed of someone like old President Su before. She didn't expect Zhang Li to be even more impressive. A few seconds later, the sound of the oil saw cutting the stone snapped Meng Wanning out of her daze. Whoosh! Everyone else woke up suddenly too. They all wanted to see what was inside this stone that had disrespected old President Su. If the stone had treasure inside, then Zhang Li offending old President Su would make sense. He knew in advance there was something inside. If there was nothing, then it would really be a slap in old President Su's face. That would be epic. Let's go. Don't wait. Kwon Pei-jun beside Zhang Li also reacted. If there was nothing in the stone, Zhang Li would have seriously offended old President Su. Although such a big shot might not remember Zhang Li, his subordinates would act on their own. As a jewelry designer, Kwon Pei-jun obviously knew there was nothing in the stone. She wanted to take Zhang Li and leave immediately. She even thought about asking her dad to help smooth things over. Although her father wasn't on old President Su's level, the two were fellow townsmen from Chang'an and did know each other. Wait till it's cut. What if there is? It's your stone. Zhang Li pulled Kwon Pei-jun back confidently and smiled gently. If old President Su was offended, so be it. Anyway, he didn't work in the photovoltaic industry. All his money came from treasure hunting. At worst, he'd just leave Chang'an and go somewhere else. Besides, it was just buying a stone. How is that offending anyone? Everyone bids with their money. If you don't follow up, what does that have to do with me? Whoosh! After pulling Kwon Pei-jun back, everyone's attention turned to the oil saw. With such a big stone, the first cut had to go through the middle. Soon, as the saw started cutting, someone shone a light on the halved stone. No jade. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the stonecutter checked the lighting very carefully and looked several times before shouting loudly, "Trash! What the hell? Garbage! Damn it! Got excited for nothing. Pants already off and now they hear there's nothing inside." Some were already cursing. Wait, cut a few more times. Before the crowd could react, Zhang Li suddenly spoke. Such a big stone, each half still weighed 20 to 30 jin, so Zhang Li's request to cut again was reasonable. Helplessly, the stonecutter continued. And Zhang Li's certainty once again drew everyone's attention. Damn, there really is jade. Full green. A few minutes later, as the saw opened up again, before the light was even turned on, the stonecutter cursed out loud. His experience told him there was something. Whoosh! 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 With the stonecutter's exclamation, everyone stretched their necks like startled geese and stared together. Emerald green. No cracks. High-ice jade. At least 2 jin. This stone's outer skin was too thick, at least 3 centimeters. It's a rare type of jadeite. Under everyone's gaze, the stonecutter quickly washed the jade piece, then held up a chunk the size of a bowl and loudly announced the details. Whoosh! A beam of light hit the jade in the stonecutter's hand. Instantly, brilliant green light filled the entire hall. Boom! The room exploded. No one expected that a stone, neglected for 10 years and ignored by all, would actually produce jade. And not just any jade, but full green, high-ice jade, weighing several jin. More importantly, the process of cutting the stone was too thrilling. From Zhou Lifei's bidding, to the appearance of old President Su, to Zhang Li blatantly disrespecting old President Su, every part of it was incredibly exciting. Seeing all this with their own eyes, everyone stared dumbfounded at Zhang Li. Was it just luck? Or did he know there was treasure in the stone? If it was luck, could they get a little of it too? If he knew ahead of time, then what was the method to get rich? In the jade-glowing hall, the scene fell silent. No one spoke. Interesting. A few seconds later, old President Su smiled. He thought Zhongli dared to outbid him to curry favor by gifting the stone. That's why he stopped bidding. But he didn't expect Zhongli to have the stone cut open. And there really was treasure inside. As a big shot, even though he wasn't a jade expert, he could still recognize that the fist-sized jade was worth at least 20 to 30 million. Wanna sell? Having seen the jade cut out with his own eyes, old President Su was interested. This piece of jade had a story. A great gift for his old friend's mother. More importantly, seeing that piece of green jade, old President Su felt like his luck was turning again. The stone had gone unnoticed for 10 years. And right after he walked away, it was opened. That 10-year period even matched the age of his company. It was a great omen, a sign of good fortune. For someone like old President Su, who valued feng shui, this was too precious. Old President Su asked Zhongli if he was willing to sell. Whoosh! As he spoke, everyone looked at Zhongli. Why are you looking at me? Didn't I say it's yours? You decide if you want to sell it. Seeing Quan Peijun nervously grab his hand under everyone's gaze, Zhongli smiled at her. According to the system rules, the treasure found by treasure seeker. He wasn't allowed to claim it himself. It belonged to the treasure seeker. Ah! Hearing Zhang Li's words, Quan Peijun let out a sharp cry, her whole body going soft. As a jewelry designer, she could tell at a glance that the jade cut out was worth at least 20 million. Zhang Li gave her the jade as a gift. Of course she was happy. But at this moment, a 1 million yuan stone had turned into 20 million, and she felt she could no longer accept this gift. She never expected that, in front of so many people, Zhongli would once again say clearly that the jade was for her, that the ownership still belonged to her. Want to sell it? Dizzy and flustered, Quan Peijun looked at old President Su, then at Zhongli, having no idea what to do. You decide. Zhongli still smiled. The treasure detected by treasure seeker was even more valuable than the one he found personally, so he was quite happy inside. Sell. A few seconds later, seeing that Zhongli had no intention of deciding, and that everyone, including old President Su, was watching her, although Quan Peijun wanted to use such high-grade jade to design jewelry. After thinking about it, she still chose to sell. Zhongli could afford to offend old President Su, but she couldn't. Besides, this was a chance to get to know old President Su and maybe help ease things between him and Zhongli. Good. Young man, very bold, this is my business card. Quan Peijun nodded in agreement and immediately handled the transfer with old President Su's assistant. Old President Su walked up with a smile, took the card from his assistant, and handed it to Zhongli. Hello, President Su. Being greeted personally by such a big shot, Zhongli politely accepted the card with both hands. Young man, did you know in advance that there was something inside? After shaking hands, old President Su couldn't help but ask. As a business tycoon, he had met all sorts of strange characters, including so-called Qigong masters. But what happened just now was something he'd never seen before? No, I'm in the exploration business. I've always had a strong natural sensing ability for certain things, maybe I was born with it. Hearing the question, Zhongli replied slowly. In the future, as his affairs grew bigger, more people would become curious. So now was the time to plant the seed. He had worked in exploration for over 10 years, and saying he developed a sense for it made enough sense to be convincing. Feng Shui masters do exist. Eye-opening. Seeing his secretary nod from afar to signal the transaction was complete, old President Su patted Zhongli on the shoulder and took his leave. This time, he had an unexpected gain and was very satisfied. He really liked this piece of jade. It was a good day to come. Whoosh. As old President Su left with the jade stone, the entire hall froze. Everyone's gaze lingered subtly on Zhongli. Alright, friends. We'll now continue the auction. Finally, the auctioneer reacted first, calling for the auction to resume. Tonight's events were full of ups and downs, absolutely thrilling. She understood. This night would quickly become the talk of the town over tea. But as the host, she still had to keep working. Whoosh. With the auctioneer's voice, everyone gradually withdrew their attention. The auction continued. Unfortunately, because of the big jade find, the rest of the auction lacked any energy. Everyone's focus was already gone. Boss, I'm Little Zhou. Just now, I was being immature, please don't take it personally. Miss Meng and I are just regular friends. It's my first time at an auction like this. I don't know much, please forgive me if I offended you. Zhongli was still waiting for Quan Peijun, who had gone to handle the jade handover. He didn't expect Zhou Lifei to come over bowing and scraping. Just now, after seeing Zhang Li casually gift jade worth tens of millions to the woman beside him, Zhou Lifei realized, with his family's total assets barely a few million, he couldn't compare with Zhang Li at all. When he noticed that Meng Wanning was now looking at Zhang Li with a bright, glowing gaze, he immediately changed tactics. If you can't beat them, join them. Young Master Zhou knew when to bend or stretch. It's fine, we're all friends. Glancing at Meng Wanning beside Zhou Lifei, Zhang Li nodded calmly. This, treasure seeker, candidate with a score over 90. He couldn't give up on her. He currently knew very few people with a score above 90. He had to cherish every potential candidate. Boss, can I add your WeChat? My family works in river management. I'm in charge of river repair at a state-owned enterprise. Seeing that Zhang Li wasn't annoyed, Zhou Lifei pulled out his phone. Sure. While at it, Zhang Li also added Meng Wanning on WeChat. Boss, how are you so sure about that stone? Is there some method? Seeing Zhang Li kindly add him on WeChat, Zhou Lifei asked again. He mainly wanted to get closer to Zhang Li. He'd never met a real big shot like this before, or if he had, they wouldn't have talked to him. Boss, no offense meant. Just want to broaden my horizons. If it's a trade secret, please forget I asked. Zhou Lifei was extremely respectful. No trade secrets, just intuition, and practice makes perfect. Zhang Li repeated the same excuse. Broaden your horizons, sure, but it doesn't always work. Thinking back on how shocking his actions had been tonight, even though he'd already explained to old President Su, the others didn't know the truth. Using Zhou Lifei's question, Zhang Li decided to further shape their impression. Otherwise, if he became too much of a legend, it would be hard to keep a low profile. Ha! That's awesome. Originally just asking, Zhou Lifei hadn't expected Zhang Li to agree to show off his skills again. He exclaimed in delight. Beside him, Meng Wanning's pupils widened as well. Whoosh! Opening the system panel visible only to himself, Zhang Li saw. A new day's detection attempts had refreshed again. The auction had started at 11 p.m. Now, it was past midnight, and he could scan again. Detection was random anyway, there was no such thing as wasting it. Using Zhou Lifei's question as cover to lower his own mystique was very necessary. He had to cool down the buzz. Now, if he could use the treasure hunting system to find another rough stone on site, he could buy another 10 or 20 stones along with this jade piece. That would help reduce the hype. Detect. Under the excited gaze of Zhou Lifei and Meng Wanning, Zhang Li quietly used another detection attempt. Ding. Scanning, please wait. Ding. Scan complete. Today's detection results. While passing Zhanghai Platinum Palace Villa area today, the mini-map detected 10 meters underground beneath Villa 18. There is 120 kilograms of Han Dynasty hoof-shaped gold, 1 set of jade burial suit, and 800 scrolls of Qin bamboo slips. While passing the entrance of Yafu Hotel today, the mini-map detected a lost diamond necklace 5 meters into the left side landscaping. While passing the west entrance of Jiafang Road today, the mini-map detected 200 meters eastward, 5 meters underground, there is a Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain vase. What the hell? Looking at the 3 new treasure hunt results, Zhang Li muttered. Nothing. No rough stones detected again. Only the second result was relevant to the current location, the Yafu Hotel, but it had nothing to do with jade. You guys wait a sec. With no results from his 3 treasure hunt attempts, Zhang Li could only use Quan Peijuan's treasure seeker attempt. She hadn't returned yet. So after asking Meng Wanning and Zhou Lifei to wait, he went straight toward the private room to find her. Ding! 20 million yuan has been deposited into your account ending in 9321. Your new balance is 20,013,000 yuan. Just as he reached the private room door, Zhang Li's phone suddenly buzzed. Looking down at the message, he froze on the spot. What the hell? I can exploit a bug? The money came back to me? Seeing 20 million suddenly deposited into his bank account, Zhang Li's eyes lit up after a brief moment of daze. Originally, according to the system rules, the treasures detected by treasure seeker Quan Peijun could only be used by Quan Peijun. Therefore, the top-grade jade just now had been entirely handled by Quan Peijun. He didn't expect that after the jade was sold, he could actually receive the money. Quickly summoning the system panel, and seeing that the 20 million deposit had no effect on the system interface, Zhang Li understood. He had just discovered a system loophole. Treasure detected by a treasure seeker cannot be used by him, but if it is sold, the money gained can be freely used. He understood that this 20 million was transferred to him by Quan Peijun. Earlier, when he used his bank card to bid, Quan Peijun had taken the card to help him operate it. That top-grade jade had been sold by Quan Peijun, and in the end, the money came back entirely into Zhang account. Creak. After figuring out the source of the 20 million, Zhang pushed open the private room door where the transaction had taken place. Sweeping his gaze around, he saw that the 5 to 6 square meter room had only one person, Quan Peijun. At that moment, Quan Peijun's eyes were bright, and she was sitting on a chair, having just put down her phone after a transaction. Whoosh! As soon as she saw Zhang Li come in, Quan Peijun rushed at him like a gust of warm wind. Zhang Li said he would give her a gift. She had thought it would be something worth 10,000 yuan, but it turned out to be a stone with a starting bid of 100,000. Then, the stone went from 200,000 to 300,000, all the way to 1 million through bidding. And in the end, 1 million wasn't even the final value. With the cutting of the stone, the gift Zhang Li gave her became a piece of top-grade jade worth 20 million. More importantly, with the appearance of the jade under everyone's gaze, Zhang Li insisted that the jade belonged to her. Just now, after dazedly completing the transaction with old President Su's female secretary, and seeing 20 million deposited into her account, Quan Peijun was completely stunned. Although her family was relatively well off, they were only moderately rich. Seeing 20 million all at once was a first for her. However, after thinking it over for a while, she ultimately chose to transfer the 20 million to Zhang Li. She felt it was Zhang Li's. She had her own sense of dignity. Take me. Feeling herself already wet from excitement, Quan Peijun kissed Zhang Li passionately as he walked in. What the hell? He didn't expect that as soon as he entered, he'd be caught in a fragrant embrace. And then, he felt a hand reaching for his hidden dragon. He was stunned. Ding! Treasure Seeker Quan Peijun, Intimacy +1. Treasure Seeker Quan Peijun, Intimacy +1. Treasure Seeker Quan Peijun, Intimacy +1. But, as he looked at the system panel flooding with messages, though he had already been exhausted 6 times this afternoon and felt sore all over, Zhang Li had no choice but to cooperate. Inside the room, Quan Peijun was wild. Outside, the auction was still ongoing and very noisy. In this kind of scene, Zhang Li couldn't help but grab Quan Peijun's hair. Ding! Treasure Seeker scan complete for today. Your Treasure Seeker Quan Peijun passed through Fumantang Auction Hall today. The minimap detected in Fumantang Jade Auction Hall, rough stone number 1321 contains 1 gene, 0.5 kilograms, of parrot green jade. Well lubricated, Quan Peijun was on autopilot. Zhang Li used her available scan for the day. As he wished, he found another jade containing rough stone. Looking at the serial number, it wasn't a main item, but a side item on display. A 1 gene piece of parrot green jade was worth about 300,000 to 400,000 yuan. Ah! Brother Zhang, you're so strong. A few minutes later, in that special environment, Zhang Li stepped on the gas and emptied the fuel tank. Quan Peijun leaned her head back screaming, her curves fully exposed. What the hell? I need the secret medicine. I've got to find that rhino tiger antler pill soon or I'll be drained dry. Being helped with his clothes by the teary-eyed Quan Peijun, Zhang Li lazily leaned back in his chair. Opening the system panel, he saw Quan Peijun's intimacy had risen to 33 points. Zhang Li knew he had to get the secret medicine. Otherwise, with this rate of intimacy gain, his body would break down eventually. Go buy stones number 1310 to 1330. I feel something new is in there. My sixth sense is reacting again. Looking at Quan Peijun, Zhang Li didn't want to move anymore. He waved his hand and asked her to go buy the new stones. He was really exhausted. He'd already been drained several times that afternoon. This time, it happened again. He was completely worn out. Okay. Glowing with vitality, Quan Peijun was totally obedient to Zhang Li now. Her watery eyes glanced flirtatiously at Zhang Li. After adjusting her clothes, she composed herself and walked out slowly. 20 million, that's already more than enough for most of Dad's treatment. But that newly detected 120 kilograms of hoof-shaped gold, I can't let that go either. Alone in the room, while resting, Zhang Li pondered. Thanks to the sudden 20 million from the jade, his dad's targeted cancer medication could now be paid for 4 full treatment cycles. However, the new treasure data from earlier showed one more thing he must claim: a property, Villa 18 in Zhonghai Platinum Palace. Under that villa, there was 120 kilograms of gold. And it was Han Dynasty hoof-shaped gold. Even calculated by just the raw gold price, 120 kilograms would be worth around 50 million. Not to mention the historical and collectible value of ancient Han gold. Zhang Li knew Zhonghai Platinum Palace very well. That was where he had bought a new house earlier that day. In fact, it was right next to Quan Peijun's house. The complex was huge, divided into 3 sections. Phase 1 and 2 were residential towers, and Phase 3 was the villa zone. Each section was separated by a main road and was independent. Earlier in the day, Zhongli had only bought a 100 square meter unit in Phase 2. He hadn't paid attention to Phase 3, the villa area. But now, knowing there was treasure there, he had to get that villa, even though the system said the gold was buried 10 meters deep. Claiming the location first was absolutely the right move. Bang, bang, bang. Just as Zhang Li was reviewing the treasure data and trying to organize the system rules, the private room door was knocked. "Come in," he called lightly, thinking it was Quan Peijun. He didn't expect it was the elegant female auctioneer from earlier. "Hello, Mr. Zhang. I'm Chen Xinling. The main items have been auctioned off. Guests are starting to leave, and the rest are trading side items. I saw your lady friend is still purchasing side items." The female auctioneer entered with a smile and introduced herself. "Mr. Zhang, this is our auction house's VIP membership card." Smelling the strange scent in the room left by Zhang Li and Quan Peijun, Chen Xiling remained unfazed and took out a card. "With this card, you can attend any auction held by our company at any time, including the Hong Kong headquarters. Additionally, this VIP card is linked with our group partners, including Yaofu Hotel. All accommodations are 50% off." Walking briskly over to Zhang Li, Chen Xinling placed the black card in front of him. Tonight, Zhang Li's 1 million yuan bid not only earned her a commission of over 100,000 yuan, more importantly, that thrilling top-grade jade worth 20 million skyrocketed the fame of their auction house. Chen Xinling believed that as this story spread, tonight's event would shock the entire auction circle, and as the auctioneer who hosted the event, her reputation would receive a significant boost. For high-level auctioneers like her, besides basic professional skills, popularity is also crucial. The top-grade jade revealed by Zhang Li also made a name for Chen Xinling. This woman from Hong Kong, who had traveled across China, looked at Zhang Li with curiosity. With her experience, no matter how she looked at him, Zhang Li, with his tan skin, didn't seem like a rich man. But she also knew well an old Chinese saying, "Don't judge a book by its cover." She was now filled with curiosity about Zhang Li. "Thank you." Still recovering his strength, Zhang Li remained indifferent when he noticed Chen Xinling sniffing the air and simply expressed thanks. This Chen Xinling was elegant and attractive, but not stunningly beautiful, and currently not a candidate for his treasure seeker. "Mr. Zhang, please take a rest. A suite downstairs has already been prepared for you. Just show this card." Seeing Zhang Li's tired expression, Chen Xinling, being tactful, took her leave. "See you." Zhang Li waved goodbye. "Wow! Hooray! Another win." A few minutes later, Zhang Li suddenly heard excited cheers from the auction hall outside, and the loudest voice clearly belonged to Zhou Lifei, who had bowed down to him earlier. Ding! Treasure seeker Quan Peijun, intimacy +1. With the cheer, Zhang Li was surprised to see a new notification on his system panel. He understood. One of the stones that Quan Peijun had bought on his instruction had turned out to be a winner. Chen Xinling is quite useful. The auction house will be an important sales channel for me going forward. Smiling slightly, Zhang Li picked up the VIP card and put it in his pocket. Under the card, he also saw a business card with Chen Xinling's phone number. In the future, he would surely cooperate frequently with the auction house. This VIP card was important. Ding! 20,000 yuan has been deposited into your account ending in 9321. Current balance, 20,093,000 yuan. Just after putting away the business card, Zhang Li saw his account receive another 80,000 yuan. This was the prize money he had won earlier when he bet 1,000 yuan in the mini-program during the cutting of stone number 57. Although the auction house didn't encourage gambling and capped bets at 1,000 yuan, no one else had bet on stone number 57 cutting up successfully. Zhang Li alone took on everyone else's bet. Therefore, he collected the entire prize pool. Another gain, plus 80,000 yuan. Creak. A few minutes later, the private room door was pushed open again, and Zhang Li saw Quan Peijun enter excitedly holding a stone. "Brother Zhang, you're amazing." Another one hit. "Of the 20 stones you told me to buy just now, another one turned out to be a winner." Quan Peijun was as excited as a child. "Good, it's yours." This second stone was also detected by the treasure seeker system. The stone could only be given to Quan Peijun. Okay. This time, Quan Peijun didn't refuse. Just earlier, Zhang Li had gifted her a stone worth 20 million. Compared to that, this 400,000 to 500,000 yuan gem didn't feel like a burden at all. Coincidentally, she was about to design a set of parrot green jade jewelry. And this newly acquired rough stone was perfect. She wanted to design the jewelry, or her uniform, and show it to Brother Zhang. Brother Zhang, are we staying here tonight, or going back to the neighborhood? Putting away the stone, Quan Peijun suddenly asked sweetly. No, I'm going somewhere else. Seeing the lustful look in her eyes, Zhongli quickly waved her off. This woman was at the age of peak desire and had just found satisfaction. But he couldn't take it anymore. There are only overworked bulls, no ruined fields. He had to take care of himself to activate more treasure seekers. Then let me drive you? Quan Peijun licked her lips and asked again. No need. I'll go by myself. You call that giving me a ride? You clearly want to pounce on me in the car. You even want to know where else I live. Zhongli, planning to head to Li Hanxiang's place, didn't want Quan Peijun to drive him. She had impure motives. Alright. Feeling hot and still emotionally stirred, Quan Peijun pouted. Text me if anything. Zhongli gave her a hug and quickly left via another hotel elevator. At this moment, as the main auction concluded, guests were gradually leaving. Some went home, while others checked into rooms downstairs. Wanting, should I call you a car? In the hotel lobby, even though he had booked a room. Due to Zhang Li's appearance, Zhou Lifei had decided not to pursue Meng Wanning anymore. Zhang Li dared to challenge even old President Su. He didn't want to mess with someone like that. He even deleted Meng Wanning from WeChat right in front of her. No need, I'll get one myself. Meng Wanning shook her head, lost in thought. Tonight's events had greatly shaken her. The people she'd met before had at most 10 to 20 million in assets. But tonight, Zhang Li casually gave away something worth 20 million, challenged old President Su's authority. She had witnessed a different kind of wealthy person. It was a big shock. And just now, Quan Peijun had cut another piece of jade worth tens of thousands, saying Zhang Li picked it for her. Exiting the hotel, Meng Wanning, deep in thought, hailed a ride on Didi. Just as she was about to get in the car, she saw Zhang Li coming around from the hotel's back entrance. Going together? Having just circled to the front of the hotel to retrieve a diamond necklace worth 200 to 300k per the second treasure hunt result, Zhang Li didn't expect to see Meng Wanning about to get in a car. He was also planning to call a ride. And seeing Meng Wanning, a treasure seeker candidate, he called out instinctively. Sure. Meng Wanning answered as if possessed. Did they plan this ahead through WeChat? Watching the rideshare car speed away, Zhou Lifei in the hotel lobby felt relieved. Good thing. He had the sense not to drive Meng Wanning himself. Otherwise, he would have ended up intruding on a big shot. What's this? What is this? Is this real? Back at her rented apartment, Wang Dandan, Meng Wanning's roommate who also worked at Rinqin Hospital, screamed out. She knew Meng Wanning was attending a high-end event tonight, but she didn't expect Meng Wanning to come back with an exceptionally dazzling diamond necklace. Wang Dandan was extremely excited about it. 29,000. This is the same model from Lao Fengshan, worth 290,000 yuan. After quickly doing an image search on Baidu and finding the exact necklace, Wang Dandan began jumping around. And upon hearing the necklace was worth 290,000, Meng Wanning's heart skipped a beat too. However, after seeing that 20 million yuan top-grade jade earlier, she now realized a necklace worth over 200,000 didn't shock her as much as it used to. Have you settled on someone? Was that Zhou Lifei tonight really a rich guy? You accepted his necklace? Knowing quite a bit about Meng Wanning's situation, Wang Dandan asked excitedly. No, it's not like that. Seeing her roommate's reaction, Meng Wanning felt a little burdened. Just now, when getting out of the car, she had jokingly asked Zhang Li if the necklace was a gift for her. Unexpectedly, Zhang Li nodded and said yes. Then, still in a daze, she stood holding the necklace while Zhang Li directed the ride-hailing car to drive off. Not like that, my foot. I may not afford diamonds, but I know how to identify them. Shining a flashlight at the necklace, Wang Dandan didn't believe Meng Wanning's words. Fine, don't say it, but let me tell you a huge secret. You know Zhang Ziyan from the nursing department? The one who transferred from your neurology department. I heard she ended up in the emergency room and didn't make it back, apparently due to massive bleeding from down there. Seeing Meng Wanning preoccupied, Wang Dandan suddenly lowered her voice and began gossiping about a shocking story she heard earlier at the hospital. Old Su, where's the thing? In a hidden villa in Chang'an City, old President Su suddenly received a phone call. What thing? His old friend's mother's birthday banquet was the next morning. He didn't expect the friend to call this late, and old Sue was confused. The jade. The 20 million yuan jade. Weren't you giving it to my mother for her birthday? I want to take a look in advance. His old friend spoke matter-of-factly. He had already heard the legendary story of the jade, though some parts might be exaggerated, and he didn't care much about the lucky young man involved. He did hear that old Sue participated in that small auction, and he had said that the item was a birthday gift for his friend's mother. Now he was quite curious about what that jade looked like. Hearing his friend's words, old Sue was speechless. He didn't want to give the jade anymore. Not that he cared about the 20 million, but he had been part of the entire strange event involving that stone, and he felt the stone was fated to be his. It was linked to his luck. He never expected his friend would also be drawn in by the story and call late at night. You old fool, don't tell me you want to keep the stone for yourself? Getting no reply. His friend, about the same age, joked and scolded. Get lost, I haven't even given it to you yet. What's the rush? Go to bed, we'll talk tomorrow. Old Sue cursed and immediately hung up. Then, his eyes rested again on the brilliantly glowing jade before him. Director Quan, your son-in-law is impressive. Last time you humbly said your son-in-law wasn't much, but now I hear he's very capable and spends big. Even old Sue was reportedly amazed. At a dinner party, the second round was underway. Someone at the table suddenly spoke to Quan Peijun's father. At the auction, someone had quietly recognized Quan Peijun, and remembering she was married, they assumed Zhang Li was her husband. What's going on? Quan's father had no idea what had happened. He had just arranged for the son-in-law to buy a gift at an auction for an elder's birthday. Now, hearing the enthusiastic guests, he was totally confused. Brother Zhang, I'm home. I'm in the room right next to yours. The room feels a bit hot for some reason, and the water pipes seem to have issues. Inside a rideshare car, after dropping off Meng Wanning and continuing toward Li Hanxiang's place, Zhang Li received a message from Quan Peijun. Seeing a photo she sent, wearing a purple silk camisole nightgown, Zhang Li clenched his teeth and exited WeChat immediately. No more tonight. No more messing around. These sexy pics, he couldn't look again. Men must learn restraint. Today was day 1 of self-control. Meng Wanning seems interesting. Looks like the top-grade jade made a deep impression. Good start. Closing his phone, Zhang Li, still unaware that Meng Wanning was actually targeting rich men, thought about their recent conversation. They just chatted a bit in the car. He hadn't expected that as she got out, she jokingly asked if the diamond necklace was for her. Wanting to strengthen their relationship, Zhang Li, who had just made physical progress with her, immediately gave her the necklace. He had earned over 20 million tonight, so giving away a necklace worth a few $100,000 to leave an impression, he felt it was worth it. Sir, we've arrived. While Zhang Li was deep in thought, the rideshare car entered Xingfu Jiayuan village and stopped outside Li Hanxiang's building. All right. Zhang Li nodded, got out, and opened the door using the password lock. His fingerprint was already registered. What kind of guy is this? Dates a beauty, gives away a diamond necklace, yet lives in a village? After Zhang Li got out, the rideshare driver looked puzzled. Forget it. I don't get it. A few seconds later, still confused, the driver stepped on the gas and left. Back already? On the 5th floor. Half asleep Li Hanxiang heard the door and saw it was Zhang Li, muttered, and went back to sleep. All right. Zhang Li had wanted to ask more about the ex-wife Li Hanxiang mentioned earlier that afternoon, but seeing him like this, Zhang Li simply washed up a bit and went to bed. So comfy. What a tiring day. Lying in bed in his pajamas, Zhang Li ignored another seductive photo from Quan Peijun and stared at the ceiling, letting out a deep breath. The good news. He had activated the treasure seeker system today, and he started off with a 20 million yuan income. Also, he discovered his system had a loophole he could exploit. The bad news. There was none. Since the system was activated, Zhang Li had received good news every single day. Who would have thought? Just a few days ago, he was a man out of work, divorced, childless, broke. And now, his bank card had over 20 million quietly sitting there. He also had a house and a top-tier all-in-woman, Quan Peijun, with a score over 90. It all felt like a dream. Dad's medical expenses won't be due for another 10+ days. Tomorrow morning, by villa number 18. Secure the location first, don't want any complications if someone else buys it. Checking his phone, Zhang Li saw the villa was still unsold, but it was already too late, sales office was closed. Buying the villa would have to wait until morning. The currently known, unclaimed treasures are 1. A vitality-boosting secret medicine under the Tang Palace wall ruins in Daming Palace, 2. Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain vase, 5 meters underground at Jiafang Road West entrance, 3. 120 plus kg of hoof-shaped gold under Villa 18 in Zhonghai Platinum Palace, 4. A gold ring hidden on the ceiling light in the northwest room of Han Xiang's third-floor apartment. Before sleeping, Zhang Li reviewed the treasures he detected but hadn't yet retrieved. The gold ring, only worth a few thousand to tens of thousands, could wait. But the vitality medicine, the yuan vase, and the hoof-shaped gold, he really wanted those. However, they were buried deep underground, hard to get. Should I start my own exploration company? If I invite old Wang and his crew to work for me, they'd probably love it, right? Zhang Li thought of old Wang, the contractor who had helped him before and whom he treated to a 3,000 yuan meal. In the future, he'd be detecting more and more underground treasures. The best solution was to set up a professional exploration company. Use exploration as a cover for certain actions. He had the ability and technical know-how to build such a company. Also, it would ease his mother's worries having an official job title. Ring ring ring. Is this Mr. Zhang Li? I'm from the HR department of Fiki Construction Company. Are you available today? We'd like to invite you for an interview. I know you're 35. Being 35 is no problem, it's still the age to strive. Isn't it said that anyone under 65 is still considered young? The next day, after finally getting a rare chance to sleep in due to yesterday's exhaustion, Zhang Li was awakened by a phone call. He didn't expect the call to be an interview invitation. Thank you, but I've already found a job. With a polite smile, Zhang Li responded courteously. If he had received this call a few days ago, he would have been overjoyed. But now, with his system in place and a clear goal, Zhang Li declined the interview. No one wants to work for others. Before, he had no choice but to work. Now, he had no intention of doing that anymore. What's wrong? Why do you look so down? Waking up from the call, Zhang Li saw Lihon looking listless. He sensed something was bothering his buddy. Nothing, let me sleep a bit more. Lihon mumbled weakly. Alright, I'll head out for a bit. I'll bring back breakfast for you. It was clear Lihon had something on his mind, but since he didn't say, Zhang Li didn't push him. This morning, he had a clear mission by the villa. After patting Lihon on the back, Zhang Li took a cab directly to the sales office. Very soon, with a clear goal, Zhang Li arrived once again at the Zhonghai Platinum Palace sales office. Hi, I'm looking for Han Huiqin. Inside the sales office, Zhang Li noticed he wasn't greeted by the young woman who had helped him buy the apartment yesterday. He preferred working with her. They had cooperated well yesterday. And after the purchase, the sales rep named Han Huiqin had messaged him on WeChat, saying she had successfully applied for 3 years of free property management. He thought she was reliable. Now that he was buying a villa, he wanted to let her earn the commission again. Are you looking for someone or here to buy a property? The female sales rep who received Zhang Li asked curiously. Looking for someone. Zhang Li didn't want to explain much. Oh, please wait a moment. Upon hearing he wasn't buying a house, her enthusiasm dropped immediately. Hello sir, Han Huiqin is helping out in another department for the next 3 days. Are you a friend of hers? If so, please contact her on WeChat after she gets off work. A few minutes later, a man in a suit came up to Zhang Li. I'm buying a house. Seeing the man's hesitation, and not wanting to waste time, Zhang Li snapped. Ha? You're buying? What kind are you looking for? I can assist you. The moment he heard Zhang Li was spending money, the man, clearly a manager, immediately changed his tone. I only want to buy from Han Huiqin. Make it quick. Zhang Li replied impatiently. Sir, Han Huiqin. The man tried to explain, but when he saw Zhang Li's eyes narrowing, he shut his mouth. Quickly, the man pulled out his phone and called Han Huiqin. Hurry over. A client specifically requested your service. Before hanging up, he quickly sent a WeChat message. You know what to say and what not to say, right? Han Huiqin had been reassigned to another department as a form of punishment by him. Why? Because yesterday, she had stood on the side of the customer and seriously pointed out multiple issues with the units being sold. She even helped the client apply for 3 years of free property management. And, without company approval, she shared part of her own commission to cover those fees. Such a bad example had to be punished. Otherwise, how could management maintain authority? The sales manager had already decided to punish her. But he hadn't expected Zhang Li to show up early in the morning and ask for her by name. Moreover, Someone had already recognized Zhengli and quietly reported that he was the customer whom Han Huiqin had helped and compensated personally yesterday. Worried that she might say something inappropriate, he sent her a threatening message on WeChat. "Ah, Mr. Zhang, what brings you here?" A few minutes later, Han Huiqin rushed over dressed in a cleaning staff uniform. Seeing it was Zhengli, she was overjoyed. "Mr. Zhang, is there something wrong with the apartment from yesterday that I can help you with?" Yesterday, she had sold a unit in less than 10 minutes and earned a commission. Feeling the commission came too easily, she had gone all out to help Zhengli apply for the 3-year free property management. To do this, she quoted a lot of professional terms Zhengli had mentioned during the purchase. Even when the company didn't fully approve, she covered part of the cost from her own pocket. She hadn't expected to meet Zhengli again today after being sidelined by the manager. Buying a house. From Phase 3. Nodding to the running Han Huiqin, Zhengli stated his need directly. "Ah, Phase 3? Hearing that, Han Huiqin gasped. "Phase 3? That's the villa section. Each villa costs at least 10 million, even the minimum commission is 100,000. Zhongli's sudden request left Han Huiqin stunned. "Sir, Han Huiqin is assigned to residential sales. She's not authorized to handle villas. I'll assist you." On the side, the manager, worried she might say something, immediately stepped in. "Get lost. Only her. You eavesdropping on me?" Seeing Han Huiqin in a janitor's uniform, Zhongli replied bluntly. Sir?" The manager's face turned awkward, but he held back his anger. "Transfer her then. She didn't have villa access earlier, but wasn't she already reassigned? I want Villa 18 in Phase 3. Full payment. Verify my funds now." But the salesperson must be Han Huiqin. After snapping at the manager, Zhongli walked over to the payment window and inserted his bank card. Then, under the shocked gaze of the finance staff, everyone saw his account had tens of millions. "All right. As you wish, sir." After verifying the funds and confirming Zhongli wanted Villa 18, and with him being the only customer in the showroom that morning, all eyes were on him. The manager's face turned into a rainbow of colors. "Let's go." While the verification was happening, someone friendly with Han Huiqin had already informed Zhongli of the situation. He gave the manager a fierce glare, then pulled the dazed Han Huiqin to the signing area. Zhongli was already familiar with the process from yesterday. He didn't even need Han Huiqin to guide him, it was she who was dragged along this time. "All done. Wanna come check out my new villa?" A few minutes later, after spending 18 million, finishing all procedures, and receiving the contract and keys, Zhongli smiled at Han Huiqin after seeing 180,000 transferred into her account. No need." Still in a daze, Han Huiqin quickly shook her head. "Mr. Zhang, this commission is too much, let me refund some to you." Recently graduated, Han Huiqin felt the commission was too hot to handle. "Keep it. But help me with something. The apartment I bought yesterday, I want you to post it online for rent. The tenant must be clean. Buying a property earns commission anyway, it's just a matter of who gets it." Zhongli didn't want a refund. Instead, he gave her another task. Although Han Huiqin wasn't a rental agent, Zhongli trusted she could handle it. Soon after, Zhongli left alone. As Zhongli coolly walked away, various gasps echoed through the sales hall. Zhongli's lightning-fast villa purchase was something no one had ever seen. Everyone began gossiping. "Xiao Han, just a reminder, don't take it personally. Go change out of that uniform." The awkward-faced manager, after Zhongli spent 18 million, knew he couldn't mistreat Han Huiqin anymore. With all the other sales reps watching, he forced a smile and reinstated her to her original role. Xingfu Jiayuan Urban Village. Half an hour later, Zhongli took a DD ride again, going from the villa area to the urban village. Just now, after getting his villa and seeing it empty, no furniture, no appliances, he understood that renovating it would cost a lot. However, after inspecting the villa with a yard, 3 stories, about 500 square meters per floor, he was very sure the spot hiding the 120 kilograms hoof-shaped gold was directly 10 plus meters beneath his villa. No one could now take that spot. The 120 kilograms hoof gold would be his, and he could work on it slowly. He locked the villa and took a taxi to Lihon's place. "If I can't find treasure in the next 10 days, I can use the villa as collateral for a loan to cover my father's hospital bills." On the way, Zhongli silently thought, spending so much on the villa didn't actually affect his father's treatment. A fully paid villa can be mortgaged. With the loan providing breathing room, he'd have enough time to dig up more treasures. Of course, Whether to take the loan would depend on the next exploration results. Swoosh! Half an hour later, the ride stopped. Zhang Li picked up steamed buns, fried dough sticks, and soy milk, then entered the public housing block. He was going to deliver breakfast on the 5th floor to Lihon. But Zhang Li didn't expect the scene. It was beyond his expectations. Inside the block, not only was Lihon already awake, but all the other residents were awake too. The entire building was noisy. Everyone was chattering. There was even a woman crying. "I said I'd pay out of my own pocket. Is that not allowed? I've never had a theft here before." Zhang Li quietly moved forward and saw Lihon shouting beside the light well. Not far from him were the couple Chen Xingyang and Lihon, whom Zhang Li had met before when they handed out candy. Now, Chen Xingyang was passionately explaining something to Lihon. Lihon was crying with her head bowed. "Yes, I've rented here 5 years, and I've never lost anything. There are anti-theft bars and hallway cameras here. There couldn't be a thief unless it was someone inside." On the 2nd floor near the light well, a woman with colorful perm clips holding a kitten muttered, "Check the surveillance! Check the surveillance! Stop bullshitting!" Seeing the chaos, Lihon shouted, leading Chen and Li to the surveillance room. Some idle tenants happily followed to watch the drama. Something was stolen? The couple's wedding rings? Greeting Lihon with a nod, Zhang Li quickly learned from others what had happened. It turned out, today was Chen Xingyang and Lihon's wedding day. But as they packed things to take home, they found their previously purchased gold wedding rings were missing. This made the bride cry out in panic. As a result, with the crying, the entire building woke up. Already grumpy, Lihon grew even more furious upon hearing of the theft and roared. His roar made the chaos even louder. Rustle, rustle, rustle. As Zhang Li learned the details, Lihon projected the surveillance onto a large TV screen and played it in front of everyone. He wouldn't allow a thief in his building. That would insult his tenants and his property. Turning his head, Zhang Li saw that, as the footage played, none of the onlookers showed unusual expressions. They all stared out of curiosity. This suggested the rings weren't taken by anyone in the building. He. Seconds later, someone in the crowd laughed. In the footage, you could see a person patting a woman's butt at night. But they were a legal married couple. People only giggled and didn't say more. Half an hour later, the sped-up footage finished, and Zhang Li saw himself walking home at 2 or 3 a.m. last night. See, nothing suspicious. Maybe you lost them outside. No one's been to your room in the last 3 days. After the footage, some tenants turned to look at Chen and Li again. "No, it's not that. I haven't taken the ring out since I bought it the day before yesterday." Lihon quickly replied, "I didn't take it either." Seeing his wife talk, Chen Xingyang shook his head too. "But the window facing outside has anti-theft bars, so nobody could have climbed in." People started wondering if the couple was lying. "Let's go check your room." Lihon, already upset by this matter, led everyone to the couple's room. Zhang Li followed and smiled. He saw that with Lihon guiding, the group went straight to the 3rd floor northwest corner apartment shown in the footage. Above the door was a permanently open ventilation shaft. Inside their room, Lihon went to the anti-theft window. He looked all around, but found no loosened bars or entries. Checked the whole room? With no issue at the window or door, Lihon was unsure where the ring had gone. "Checked everything. It's been searched inside and out," Chen Xingyang answered anxiously. "Then damn it." Lihon had no idea. How could the ring disappear? Ahem. At this moment, Zhang Li cleared his throat and said, "Did you check the ceiling light?" He pointed upwards. Earlier, while watching surveillance, he had recognized the room, the northwest corner of the 3rd floor. Now inside, he saw a ceiling light above. Zhang Li instantly realized the missing gold ring was hidden in that light. He also noticed the ventilation above the iron door and the tenant holding a kitten. Everything fit. Hearing Zhang Li, everyone froze. There's no way someone could lose anything into the ceiling light. If it's in the ceiling light, it means it was hidden there, not lost. Creak. Amid the crowd's confusion, Lihon moved a chair and touched the ceiling light. Whoosh. Sure enough, he pulled out a shiny red box. I didn't. When opened, inside was a golden ring. All eyes turned to her, and Lihon, crying, shook her head frantically. Now that the ring was found high up, people immediately suspected the couple of hiding it and falsely accusing others. Maybe it was the kitten. Earlier footage showed the kitten coming in from the vent. Also, look, the box has cat hair. Now that the ring was found, Chen Xingyang and Li Huanhuan instantly became the target of blame. Zhang Li didn't hesitate and quickly helped them explain. Russell. With Zhang Li's clarification, people looked down and indeed saw cat hair on the box. Thank you, Brother Zhang. Thank you, Brother Zhang. Inside the rented room, although Li Hanxian looked very curious, he quickly shooed the other curious tenants away. The nervous young couple, after having their innocence restored by Zhang Li, repeatedly thanked him. No problem. Congratulations to you both, this is my red envelope. Zhang Li waved his hand casually. Last time, after the mini-map detected this treasure spot, he found it inconvenient to retrieve, so he didn't rush. And he wouldn't take ill-gotten gains. Later, because of the 2 million from the hospital, the top-grade jade, the villa Hofgold, etc., he had no time to think about this small thing. He didn't expect, after the twists and turns, the treasure detection info about the gold ring would still come in handy. Not only did he help Li Hanxian maintain a no-theft tenant record, but he also helped the couple find their wedding ring and restore their reputation. Thank you, thank you. Looking at the 200 yuan red envelope Zhang Li handed over, the couple kept thanking him. They realized Zhang Li was a good person. Brother Zhang, let me tell you something in private. Landlord Li's ex-wife was asking about you yesterday. She even asked me about you. She seems to know you, and she said that no one wants you. After the thanks, seeing no one else was around, Li Huanhuan quickly whispered a secret she had heard to Zhang Li. Originally, when renting, they kept their mouths shut. They believed in better not making trouble. But now, they told the news to Zhang Li, who had helped them. Okay, thanks. Hearing the message, Zhang Li nodded ambiguously. All right, the ring is found. Go get married. I'll transfer the red envelope to you via WeChat. A few minutes later, Li Hanxian returned. He glanced at Zhang Li in surprise, then waved the couple to go on with their day. Fuck. What's going on? How did you know? Back in the 5th floor room with Zhang Li, Li Hanxian grabbed Zhang Li's thigh without caring about breakfast. He was shocked by Zhang Li's USD, gold, Bitcoin, and everything else. Now, he witnessed how Zhang Li discovered the ring behind the ceiling light. Li Hanxian's curiosity was piqued again. He remembered the gold necklace Zhang Li found at the bathhouse last time. I awakened golden eyes. I can see through things. When his brother inquired, Zhang Li said it directly. They once read the novel Golden Eye and discussed the plot. Holy shit. Li Hanxian, unsure, instinctively crossed his arms in front of his chest when Zhang Li glared aggressively. See through? Could you see through my clothes and skin? See my unicorn? Alright, what's wrong? You seem off. Seeing Li Hanxian's exaggerated posture, Zhang Li got to the point. The golden eye is just an excuse. The main reason is he noticed Li Hanxian was off. And, based on what Li Huanhuan said, he had a hunch about the reason. It's nothing. I'm fine. Li Hanxian waved his hand, not wanting to trouble his brother. He felt his brother already had enough: quit job, divorce, no kids, no money. Although with gold and Bitcoin sales yesterday he got 1 million, he knew his brother's father still had many medical bills. With age, everyone has their troubles. He didn't want his own issues to burden his brother. Is it your ex-wife? Which one? Seeing Li Hanxian didn't answer, Zhang Li pressed further. Fuck. Why are you so smart? Hearing Zhang Li's words, Li Hanxian rolled his eyes. My third one. She's targeting my property. You've been staying here lately. She thinks I'll pass it to you and is anxious. She thinks you're my godson. She's always watching me, waiting to inherit. Under Zhang Li's gaze, Li Hanxian grinned as he explained. Bullshit, tell the truth. Zhang Li rolled his eyes. Li Hanxian still didn't tell the whole truth. Or rather, he didn't tell the complete truth. Really, don't worry about me. I'm fine. Zhang Li reassured him. In troubled times you see true hearts. Li Hanxian was his only brother. If a brother is unhappy, he'd help. All right. Yesterday I helped you sell 1 million in gold and Bitcoin, right? After Dong Qin heard, she started targeting me. She thinks I still have hidden assets, not split during the divorce. Li Hanxian finally told the full reason with an eye roll. Dong Qin was the name of Li Hanxian's third ex-wife, Zhang Li. He hadn't expected his own actions would cause trouble for his brother. Did you give our assets to Dong Qian's distant cousin? Zhang Li asked curiously. He remembered Dong Qian's cousin ran a pawnshop. Yes. Among people I know, he's the only one in that business. Li Hanxian nodded slowly. Have you considered opening your own pawnshop? Thinking for a while, Zhang Li suddenly asked. Though auctioneer Chen Xinling's firm was one sales channel, his brother Li Hanxian was another. Since selling to a pawnshop caused trouble with his ex-wife, he might as well help his brother open one. Is that necessary? You still have gold and Bitcoin? Seeing Zhang Li's determination, Li Hanxian's eyes widened. Yes. First investigate the situation and mobilize your old contacts. Find out how much it takes to start one. I told you, I awakened golden eyes. Zhang Li said half joking, half seriously. Really? Li Hanxian thought Zhang Li was joking. He didn't expect his brother to confidently claim golden eyes, so he leaned in to look into Zhang Li's eyes. Shut up. My intuition as an explorer, I've been exploring for over 10 years and suddenly developed a sixth sense. Maybe it's because of the divorce, resignation, not having my child stimulating me. Shoving away Li Hanxian's hot breath, Zhang Li repeated his previous excuse. All right. Stop worrying. If Dong Qian gives you trouble, say the items are mine. No problem, I can handle it. Knowing Li Hanxian would cover for him, Zhang Li continued to comfort his brother. I'm heading to the hospital. And remember to ask about the pawn shop. Before Li Hanxian could react, Zhang Li pushed the door and went out to the hospital. The villa was bought. He'd claimed the spot under which 200 plus gene of hoof gold lay. He'd used today's treasure detecting chances. Next, first stop, the hospital. To check how Lu Yaxi's report looked, he had to prepay father's treatment based on the hospital's process. Soon, after bidding farewell to Li Hanxian, Zhang Li took a taxi to Rinxin Hospital. On the way, he messaged old Wang, the labor foreman, asking if he wanted to come to Chang'an to help with the work. Currently, the secret medicine, the Yuan dynasty vase, the hoof gold all needed excavation. He couldn't manage alone. Old Wang was the best candidate. Of course, he wouldn't let old Wang's crew dig up the treasure, but at least they could help us cover or extract partially. Ding ding ding. Just as he reached the hospital entrance, Zhang Li's phone suddenly rang again. Hello, Xiao Han. The call was from the real estate agent, Xiao Han. Brother Zhang, about your house, I found a tenant. Want to hear the info? Out of gratitude to Zhang Li. After parting with Zhang Li, Han Huiqin quickly contacted her real estate agent friend to gather information. At this moment, she had already found a tenant for the 100 SQM apartment Zhang Li bought earlier. So fast? Zhang Li was very surprised, not expecting the house to be rented out right after he left. Yep, the tenants are a pair of twins. They say they came back from Korea, plan to do live streams, won't cook themselves, but will hire cleaning staff for hygiene. They should fit your requirements for a clean tenant. Han Huiqin answered quickly. Alright, you bring them to see the house first. I'll come by this afternoon or tomorrow to sign the contract. With a nod, Zhang Li hung up. This girl Han Huiqin was reliable in handling things. After the call, Zhang Li quickly got off the ride hail and headed toward Rinxin Hospital. Maybe I should buy a car? He thought, having spent a lot of time taking a ride hail early this morning, maybe he should get a car. He still had over 2 million in his account. And his newly bought villa also has a garage. Yasi, should I have this patient Zhang Jianguo transferred to me? Look, you already have so many patients. I'll help you share? I'll give you mine, the one from northern Shaanxi, whose family owns a small coal mine. How about that? So your performance indicators will be easier to meet. In the Department of Neurology office at Rinxin Hospital, seeing Lu Yasi enter and quickly change into her white coat, Meng Wanning, who had come early, immediately leaned over next to her. She hadn't slept a wink last night. Her goal was to marry into wealth, even if that meant being a mistress or the other woman. After 2 years of searching, she finally set her target, Zhang Li. She saw Zhang Li's wealth. She saw how he confronted old director Su. She even saw him easily gift her a nearly 300,000 yuan diamond. A wealthy man who gives money so readily was just what she wanted. To get closer to Zhang Li, Meng Wanning worked all night on her first step, becoming Zhang Li's father's attending doctor. Coincidentally, Zhang Li's father had just been transferred under Lu Yasi yesterday. There was still time to transfer again. Meng Wanning had only joined half a year before, but she, skilled in social finesse, was far more cunning than Lu Yasi. Lu Yasi, just entering, didn't expect the outwardly smooth Meng Wanning to approach her, and moreover, to do it over this matter. Faced with Meng Wanning's suggestion, Lu Yasi was confused. She glanced at Meng Wanning, then looked toward Deputy Director Zhu Xuna's seat. The director doesn't know yet. I wanted to discuss it with you first. Seeing Lu Yasi's gaze, Meng Wanning immediately understood. Is it because Zhang Jianguo's family wants targeted drug treatment? Sitting down slowly, Lu Yasi asked curiously. Zhang Jianguo was a poor patient, usually everyone avoided taking him on. But now, Meng Wanning was eager to take this patient. There was only one reason. It was the targeted drug treatment Zhang Li mentioned yesterday. No. Hearing Lu Yaxi's words, Meng Wanning firmly denied it. She mainly cared about the person. Well, maybe a little. But seeing Lu Yaxi's puzzled look, Meng Wanning, unable to state her true goal, added a hedge. Yaxi, you know, this American targeted drug has to go through all kinds of approvals to enter Daxia. The targeted drug you mentioned yesterday may not be approved, and approval from the hospital and the group may not go smoothly. Seeing that Lu Yaxi still didn't agree to swap patients, Meng Wanning continued. She pointed out the treatment challenges. No way. Even if there's a slim chance, I still want to apply for the targeted drug. Hearing Meng Wanning, knowing what she said was true. But Lu Yaxi couldn't give up, because the treatment was for not only Zhang Li's father, but also her own father. Lu Yaxi's father also had brain cancer. His diagnosis was about a year later than Zhang's father's. Because her own father had the same disease, she joined this top neurology department at Rinxin Hospital to gain experience in this area. Because of her father's illness, she kept up with related medical news and knew that there were American targeted drugs. But those drugs were too expensive, and she didn't have money to treat her father. However, if Zhang Li pays and she is the attending doctor, then after gaining experience, even if she can't afford treatment for her own father, she will know how to use that drug effectively. She can use that experience to ease her father's suffering. Also because of this, when Zhang Li said he wanted targeted drug treatment yesterday, Lu Yaxi didn't sleep all night. This was her best opportunity recently to save her father. Even to treat him, she instinctively avoided thinking about Zhang Li's actions and behavior yesterday. Pretending not to know him. Dr. Lu, you still have 2 weeks until regularization. If you don't get regularized, you can't be the attending doctor. Unexpectedly, the almost done deal was rejected. Meng Wanning was surprised. I'll definitely become regular. My medical skills are fine. What Meng Wanning said was true, but Lu Yaxi's gaze was firm. Yesterday she had thoughts of quitting, but because Zhang Li proposed targeted drug treatment, those thoughts were gone completely. Not only would she not quit, but she would get regular and seek to become the attending doctor for the targeted drug treatment. Yesterday, though she hugged Zhang Li and watched the bloodshed, and tossed and turned all night in discomfort, strictly speaking, she still held a card on the hospital director. If absolutely necessary, she felt it necessary to use that matter to pressure the director for her regular position, though she had never done this before, and just thinking about it made her nervous. But if in the end she couldn't be regular, she would use that matter to force her regular status. Alright, on the other side, socially skilled and smooth Meng Wanning, seeing Lu Yaxi's expression, could only pout and return to her seat. She understood Lu Yaxi's personality. This kind of person looks easygoing, but once determined, it's hard to change. Wanning, what are you doing? This patient's family really are migrant workers. Open your eyes wide. Although he paid 300,000 yuan VIP fees yesterday and said he'd use tens of millions for targeted drug treatment, but no money has been seen yet. On the other side, Deputy Director Zhu Xiona saw through Meng Wanning's meaning, curious how Meng Wanning suddenly became so determined. This didn't fit her usual style. Director Zhu, I've decided. It's him. Having witnessed last night's auction prices, Meng Wanning nodded, giving Zhu Xiona no more explanation. At her desk, she quickly took out her phone. Dandan, Dr. Lu didn't swap patients with me. Taking out her phone, Meng Wanning quietly sent a WeChat message to her best friend Dandan, who also worked at Rinxin Hospital but had been assigned to the pharmacy. Last night, she had already told her friend Wang Dandan about everything. Today's plan was made by the two of them together, and Wang Dandan's request was, if you get rich, don't forget me. Wang Dandan, who was 160 centimeters tall and weighed 160 kg, would not become Meng Wanning's competitor. She was giving Meng Wanning suggestions. No matter if you swap or not, you have to go on with it. Push through no matter what. If it doesn't work, you can tell Dr. Lu that you can be an assistant to learn about the related treatment. Since she's alone and lacking strength, with you, your application form will have better chance to pass. Sitting in the pharmacy, Wang Dandan was giving advice to her friend. Okay. Quickly, on the other side, Meng Wanning, awakened by the advice, went to see Lu Yaxi again. And when Lu Yaxi heard that Meng Wanning would be an assistant and could join the consultation, she firmly nodded and agreed. Although Zhang Li said the treatment would be self-paid, with Meng Wanning added, it was indeed more persuasive. Done. I became the treatment assistant. Soon after, Meng Wanning sent another message to her friend. Wanning, that Zhang Jiangwo's son Zhangli just checked the files, he's married. After finishing the WeChat message with Wang Dandan, Zhu Xiona suddenly quietly sat down beside her. As someone in the same department, with very high emotional intelligence and also unusually pretty, and who wouldn't form a threat to her, Zhu Xiona, of course, hoped this woman would marry well, so she might be taken care of later. Just after reminding Meng Wanning, she checked Zhang Li's family information and actually found the name of Zhang Li's wife. That's fine. Hearing Zhu Xiona's words, Meng Wanning slowly shook her head. Last night, she had figured out that Zhang Li and Quan Peijun were no longer husband and wife. They didn't look like a married couple, only like lovers. Zhang Li, for a lover, instantly spent 20 million yuan. Meng Wanning, who wanted a wealthy life, had already decided last night, even if it meant being a lover, she was willing. She was confident she was younger and prettier than Quan Peijun. Also, she was still a virgin. This man, who could confront old director Su head-on, she would never encounter again. She had made up her mind. She was already 27, any further delay would reduce her value. Anyway, who said a mistress couldn't become official? It depends on the skills. Alright, then you go for it. Seeing that Meng Wanning nodded firmly after her reminder. Knowing that young people have many ideas, Zhu Xiona no longer persuaded her. Times have changed, people no longer shame sex workers. Okay, that works. When she heard that Meng Wanning would serve as Dr. Lu's assistant for treating Zhang's father, Zhu Xiona also immediately agreed. Originally, she was guarding against an outstanding female doctor like Lu Yasi, fearful she might become the director's plaything and overshadow her. But now, she already knew the director's scandal had broken out. Although, the director and the group were working hard to cover up yesterday's incidents, the matter was still known by many people at gossip speed. With the director's backyard burning down, and possibly about to be removed, Zhu Xiona no longer had time to target Lu Yasi. Wanning, big news. Zhang Ziyan's mother came. She brought along relatives and hung banners. Security took her to Deputy Director Qin's office. I heard the director took leave today. After chatting with Zhu Xiona, Meng Wanning saw another gossip message from her friend Wang Dandan on her phone. Of course, Meng Wanning knew about the news that Zhang Ziyan died in the ER yesterday. Earlier, she also was targeted by the old pervert director. But, with her emotional intelligence, high tactics, and clear goals, Meng Wanning didn't like that old man director. Even as a mistress, she only wanted a man under 50. And she had already seen that the director didn't dare to spend money. That guy's money came from shady sources. He didn't dare spend it himself, let alone on lovers. So, after teaching the director a lesson, Meng Wanning made sure he didn't dare approach her again. Now, seeing Wang Dandan's message, Meng Wanning narrowed her eyes for a moment, then quickly closed WeChat. This matter? She didn't care. What she cared about was how to interact with Zhang Li, how to get closer, how to make Zhang Li interested in her, how to let Zhang Li initiate contact. High-handed Meng Wanning of course knew. Even if she wanted to give herself away, she needed skill, methods. Cannot give for free. Free giving not only has no value, more importantly, giving freely might sometimes backfire and scare the man away. Men are all cheap things. Deputy Director Qin, I'm tutoring your son's winter holiday homework. He says he lost it, did you know? On the 10th floor of Rinxin Hospital. In the Deputy Director's office. Glancing at the information from his son's homeroom teacher, Deputy Director Qin had no time to pay attention. He quickly put on a white coat and rushed downstairs. Someone in the hospital was hanging banners and making a scene, and he had to deal with it immediately. Ziyan's mother. Don't cry, we completely understand your feelings. Soon, Deputy Director Qin brought Zhang Ziyan's mother, who had come to make a scene after her daughter's death, into the office, serving tea and comforting her. You old thing caused this mess, and expect me to clean it up. And you even sneaked in a billiard table. Such a pretty rack, and you used it to kill her. While comforting Zhang Ziyan's mother, whose beauty remained even with tears, Deputy Director Qin was cursing in his heart. As Deputy Director, of course he knew all the details of yesterday's incident. And today the director didn't come, and this mess was handed to him that made him furious. Of course, he was even angrier that the director had used Zhang Ziyan until death. Damn it! Zhang Ziyan was openly the director's, but privately she was also his, Deputy Director Qin's, relaxed toy. Dead, what a pity. I only have this one daughter. My daughter died mysteriously in your hospital. If you don't give me an explanation, I'll kill myself at your hospital gate. As Deputy Director Qin comforted, Zhang Ziyan's mother was already hysterical. Please calm down, please calm down. Seeing her anger and craziness, and hearing she said her husband was dead and this was her only daughter, and now her daughter was dead without explanation and she would die with the hospital, Deputy Director Chen's brows furrowed tightly. If the director is removed. A sudden thought popped into Deputy Director Chen's mind. The situation and attitude of Zhang Ziyan's mother gave him a new idea. Mrs. Zhang, please don't rush. I heard that yesterday Ziyan was brought to the ER by the director, but the director didn't come today. The director's office is on the 12th floor. Deputy Director Chen, smiling, began to operate. 12th floor? I've heard of the 12th floor. My daughter once accidentally said that there's a secret room on the 12th floor. He didn't expect that before he guided her, Mrs. Zhang had already blurted out what he wanted to say. He certainly knew about the situation behind the director's office. He even knew that beneath the secret room behind the director's office was a small vault. Of course, he had one too. And what he wanted to do was drive out the tiger and swallow the wolf, letting Mrs. Zhang rush into that vault and expose the director. Combined with Zhang Ziyan's scandal, he wanted to use this wave to overthrow the director and take his position. What Deputy Director Chen didn't expect was, once he mentioned it, Mrs. Zhang herself vomited out a lot of content. That made it easier. Please don't rush, please go back first. We will give you a satisfactory answer about Ziyan. Planned Deputy Director Chen spoke leisurely. As he expected. With his words, Mrs. Zhang instantly exploded. Don't try to push me away. I'll stay here eating and sleeping from now on. No one can do anything. If anyone dares to move me, I'll kill myself right here. Mrs. Zhang stood firm, determined to seek justice for her daughter. Director, she won't leave. You might need to come in person. I've at least steadied her. Rumors are spreading in the hospital. Mrs. Zhang seems to know something, pretending to comfort Zhang Ziyan's mother, but secretly adding fuel to the fire. Deputy Director Chen also quietly sent a WeChat message to the director. Disturbance? Return justice for my Zhang Ziyan? At the hospital entrance. As he quickly walked toward the neurology doctor's office, Zhang Li didn't expect that as soon as he turned his head, he saw people holding banners causing a disturbance. And the words on the banner let him know that these were the family members of Zhang Ziyan who yesterday, in front of him and photographed by him, had bled severely, now protesting. All right, director, I will give you a surprise. Seeing security personnel and someone who looked like hospital leadership quickly bring the protesters away, Zhang Li thought to himself, and continued toward the neurology office. Brother Zhang, just stepping into the neurology doctor's office. Before Zhang Li could speak, a pleasant voice sounded immediately. Meng Wanning, her eyes fixed on the office door waiting straight for Zhang Li, stood up joyfully. Ah, Dr. Meng. Seeing Meng Wanning in a white coat, tall, with her fair calves exposed, Zhang Li smiled slightly and nodded. Dr. Liu, hello. I'm here to ask about my father's follow-up treatment plan, and also see the approval progress for the treatment application you mentioned. At this moment, aside from Meng Wanning, only Lu Yasi and Zhu Xiona remained in the office. After greeting Meng Wanning, Zhang Li sat down beside Lu Yasi. Zhang Li, who smelled a faint delicate fragrance, quickly explained his purpose. Oh, I happened to carpool on Didi last night and met Dr. Meng unexpectedly. Didn't know Dr. Meng was so polite. Seeing Lu Yasi puzzled, looking between him and Meng Wanning who had arrived, Zhang Li spoke again to explain. Yes, so coincidental last night. Clever Meng Wanning nodded directly, confirming Zhang Li's words. Brother Zhang, Dr. Liu and I discussed this. I will join as assistant in the brain cancer targeted drug treatment project. Xu Jia has already agreed. Before Lu Yasi could reply, Meng Wanning spoke up and said why she stood there. So from now on you can ask me about your father's condition and progress. Meng Wanning, aiming to get close to Zhang Li, spoke quickly. Ah, good, good. Hearing Meng Wanning, Zhang Li glanced at the calm Lu Yasi, nodded slightly, and nodded repeatedly himself. The more people on his father's brain cancer treatment team, of course the better. Also, having more contact with Meng Wanning, who scores over 90, was something he was very happy to see. In his heart, he very much wanted to build a relationship with Meng Wanning, and ideally have some close contact, reactivating the treasure hunter attendant effect. But, not knowing Meng Wanning's personality, he didn't dare act rashly. Their relationship was heating up. He didn't want to act impulsively and risk cooling it down. Besides, these two doctors in front of him were his father's attending physicians. He must be careful. I submitted the application yesterday, but the director is on leave today, so approval stopped at the director's level. When the director returns, I will go push it. After Zhang Li and Meng Wanning finished talking, Lu Yasi told Zhang Li about the project approval progress. To get that special targeted drug, they must go through Run AI Group and Ren AI Hospital. Zhang Li was worried about project progress, but actually, Lu Yasi, whose father also has brain cancer, was more anxious than him. However, seeing Zhang Li's hand tapping on the table after hearing her answer, remembering how that hand had firmly covered her mouth yesterday, Lu Yasi's face involuntarily blushed. Luckily, she was wearing a mask, so the other two didn't see it. Brother Zhang, I'll send you the approval progress on WeChat. I'll send it to you every day. Seeing Lu Yasi open the approval progress on her computer, Meng Wanning suddenly spoke up. Let's add WeChat. I'll send you some precautions and preparation items before using the targeted drug. As soon as Meng Wanning spoke, Lu Yasi almost at the same time took out her phone to add Zhang Li on WeChat. Alright. Seeing Lu Yasi's pale fingers, Zhang Li, already warmed up by Quan Pei Jun yesterday, couldn't help but recall how it felt hugging Lu Yasi yesterday, caught again by that same faint fragrance. He thought about the softness under Lu Yasi's white coat. He turned his head and glanced at Meng Wanning next to him. He couldn't help but think of how Meng Wanning wore an evening dress last night, her figure revealed, and they sat together in the right hailback, blaming Quan Pei Jun. Zhang Li murmured in complaint. Lost in random thoughts, he added Lu Yasi on WeChat, and with Meng Wanning chattering nearby, she quickly added them into a small group. Group name, Smash the Disease and Restore Health. Doctors Meng and Lu look very cheerful today. Suddenly at that moment, a male doctor who had just finished rounds, holding medical charts under his arm, entered the neurology office with a smile. Dr. Wei. Turning his head, Meng Wanning rolled her eyes in disbelief at Dr. Wei, a male doctor from another department who had interest in both her and Lu Yasi. As a beauty with over 90 score, Meng Wanning naturally had many pursuers among colleagues. But Meng Wanning was clear on her target. She had no interest in male doctors at the hospital. And because Lu Yasi had her father's illness, she was not thinking about romance either. So, although throughout the neurology office, single male doctors daily made overtures, the two were indifferent. But Dr. Wei was an exception. He was weird. Even if others liked one of them, they pursued just one. But him, he chased both. He showed attentions together, licked both together, thinking he could hook whichever one. But he couldn't show affection to one in front of the other. He was a real weirdo. In Meng Wanning's mind, Dr. Wei was a big show-off idiot. Sir, you've hit the jackpot. These two neurology flowers are here serving you. Why not hurry and thank the two doctors? Thick-skinned Wei Dashuan, seeing Meng Wanning giving him attitude and Lu Yasi ignoring him, fixed his gaze on Zhang Li. At this moment, because they had just added each other on WeChat, Zhang Li was seated closely between Meng Wanning and Lu Yasi. He also noticed Zhang Li's father's case on Lu Yasi's computer screen. Wei Dashuan quickly pulled out his phone, checked Zhang Li Sr.'s case, and began directing his remarks at Zhang Li. Seeing the brain cancer case of Zhang Li's father, and seeing the internal note that he was a migrant worker family, Wei Dashuan, ignored by Meng and Lu, tried to gain presence from Zhang Li. You're Zhang Li, right? Please stand up. Don't stay so close to the doctors. Doctors Lu and Meng are both very clean. I tell you, your father's brain cancer is not easy to treat. The current treatment plan is hormone maintenance to slow spread. I have a friend at a pharmaceutical factory, he's vice president there. They produce a drug at low price, and it's covered by insurance. I have connections. Wei Dashuan modulated his tone. He spoke while watching Zhang Li, hoping Zhang Li would excitedly beg him after hearing the drug. In this way, not only would he show off in front of the two women, also, he would feel satisfied, gaining presence. He knew about Zhang Li's father's illness, and he knew this illness costs a lot. Also, seeing Zhang Li's dark expression, he was certain Zhang Li had no money, so he would pounce when hearing about low-cost drugs. Dr. Lu, I saw your precautions. They say it's best to find a professional caregiver to train the patient for treatment status? Ignoring the babbling Wei Dashuan next to him, Zhang Li opened the PDF sent by Lu Yasi and saw the listed precautions. Yes, it's best to have one. Lu Yasi nodded. This professional caregiver costs 30,000 yuan per month. Beside, Wei Dashuan, expecting Zhang Li to be shocked by the price, hurriedly chimed in and pointed out the caregiver cost. After illness and hospitalization, most people rely on family care, because professional caregivers are too expensive. Wei Dashuan, expecting a shocked reaction, was surprised. Zhang Li didn't shout in shock. Instead, Meng Wanning next to him suddenly spoke, and what she said directly left him stunned with his mouth agape. Brother Zhang, you still need to hire a caregiver. A caregiver can help uncle's body recover more professionally to the best treatment condition. I'll book one for you directly, I know a very professional Aunt Li. Hearing Zhang Li ask about a caregiver, Meng Wanning immediately spoke up, and, right in front of everyone, opened her phone and directly spent her own 150,000 yuan to book a 5-month professional caregiver for Zhang Li's father. The diamond necklace Zhang Li gave yesterday was worth nearly 300,000 yuan. Meng Wanning, who wanted to get close to Zhang Li, without any hesitation, paid 150,000 yuan of caregiver fees for him. Oh my! Beside her, Wei Dashuan, who had never seen Meng Wanning act like this, stared in shock, mouth agape. A doctor paying up front for a patient? And it's more than 100,000? And she's one of the hospital's top, much pursued beautiful female doctors? Is this for real? Something's off. And Lu Yasi saw Meng Wanning's action and couldn't help frowning slightly. Brother Zhang gave me a gift yesterday, so I want to help him too. Seeing Wei Dashuan and Lu Yasi shocked, Meng Wanning glanced at Zhang Li and said cheerfully as if nothing had happened. Then, before Wei Dashuan could react, Zhang Li's next words again stunned Wei Dashuan, making his hands tremble. Thank you, Dr. Meng. I see that these precautions include a lot of things. Could you handle them all for me too? I'll transfer you 1 million yuan. Meng Wanning's sudden action, plus her earlier kindness, made Zhang Li, who already had interest in this over 90 scored woman, think a lot. He was slow to react, inexperienced at courting women. But that didn't mean he was dumb. Combining what happened with Meng Wanning yesterday, he suddenly felt he knew how to treat this potential treasure messenger close to him. This person might be easy to get along with. Holy shit! It was the first time Wei Dashuan had seen a doctor paying out of pocket for a patient, and that alone was shocking enough. But what he hadn't expected was, before his shock ended, he saw Zhang Li, who seemed to be from a migrant worker family, obviously had no money, easily take out 1 million yuan. And, without fear of being tricked, not through the hospital's finance system, but via direct WeChat transfer to the doctor. After collecting himself from his exclamation, Wei Dashuan, feeling a bit embarrassed, rubbed his nose to find a recovery line. I bought a house at Zhonghai Bagong, and now it's ready for move-in. I wonder if you two have time to help me warm the house. I'd invite all our colleagues nearby. Not wanting Meng and Lu to think he lost face because of money, Wei Dashuan revealed that although he had bought the house, he hadn't moved in yet. He wanted to tell them he had money too. Zhonghai Bagong? You bought a villa? Hearing Wei Dashuan, Meng Wanning frowned in curiosity. Of course she knew Zhonghai Bagong villas, since she aimed to grab a rich man's thigh. She knew the cheapest house there started at 10 million yuan. No, Zhonghai Bagong is phase 3, I'm phase 2. Seeing Meng Wanning see through it, Wei Dashuan shook his head. But my house is near the phase 3 villa area. Through the glass, I can see the villas. It's 143 square meters. Wei Dashuan added. He bought phase 2 residential, but insisted on writing the reputation of phase 3 villas. Alright, brother Zhang, you don't need to worry. I'll handle the rest. Ignoring the babbling Wei Dashuan, Meng Wanning happily responded while accepting Zhang Li's 1 million yuan transfer. It was no big deal that brother Zhang transferred 1 million to her, but him asking her to handle things and getting closer, that was a huge step. What treatment? Pre-op preparation costs 1 million? And you need a specialized caregiver? Seeing nobody responded to him, Wei Dashuan continued from Meng Wanning's words, asking again. Then, when he looked closely at the corner of Lu Yasi's computer screen and saw the treatment budget line, $5 million for the targeted drug, he was completely stunned. 5 million? In USD? What kind of family can take that out? Such treatment costs he had only seen in academic materials. Even with his identity, even in a top-tier hospital, he'd never seen a case like this. Ladies, goodbye, call me anytime. After finishing business, Zhang Li directly said goodbye. He had more things to do. Okay, brother Zhang, goodbye. Meng Wanning openly expressed her goodwill. Goodbye, Director Zhu. Beside her, Wei Dashuan, whose mood was already collapsing after Zhang Li left, could only greet Zhu Xiona and hurriedly flee. Dr. Meng? Brother Zhang? After Zhang Li left, Meng Wanning returned to her seat. Thinking of the previous scene, Lu Yasi couldn't help licking her reddened lips. She saw it. Zhang Li had some trust in Meng Wanning. She also saw Meng Wanning's proactive enthusiasm toward Zhang Li. Earlier she even vaguely heard what Meng Wanning's goal was. I can't manage others, I'll just follow this project well, treat my patient, gain experience, so I can reduce suffering for my father too. Silently muttering, Lu Yasi didn't think further. However, while quickly searching more literature to prepare treatment, her mind still involuntarily surfaced the image of Zhang Li's big warm hand around her waist yesterday. Back then she felt something between her butt. As a doctor, Lu Yasi, of course, was very familiar with physiology and anatomy, so she knew what it was. Thinking about it, Lu Yasi couldn't help blushing. So rich? But his image is so different from being wealthy. And before, it wasn't like this. Could he really take out money for this targeted drug treatment? At the innermost part of the neurology office, after nodding to the departing Wei Dashuan, Xu Xiona, who had observed everything the whole time, was incredibly stunned in her heart. As the deputy director responsible for patient arrangements and coordination, she had very complete information on every patient. She remembered well. When Zhang Li's father was previously hospitalized, he acted frugal and thrifty, nothing like a wealthy person. But yesterday and just now, Zhang Li's actions were completely like someone with loads of money. That scene, for Xu Xiona, with decades of experience, was completely jarring, too mismatched. Ha! And security guards on duty? Leaving the neurologist office, Zhang Li wanted to go to the director's office to check on the situation. Not to mention what he saw, heard, photographed, and took yesterday. His father was being treated at this hospital. He felt it was still necessary to get to know the director. But now, he found in front of the director's office, they had posted dedicated security guards. This forced his plan to fall through. I'll come back in a couple days. Seeing the hospital leadership area looking outwardly relaxed but inwardly tense, Zhang Li finally took the elevator to the VIP ward area. Compared to the noisy regular ward area, the VIP ward area was clearly more peaceful, with better environment. Dad, how are you? Entering the ward, seeing his father was awake and in good condition, Zhang Li directly sat at the bedside. Son, this VIP ward service is really good. It's really worth the money. Just now the doctor said we also have a professional caregiver included. And the doctors changed from 1 to 2. After chatting with his father for a few sentences, Zhang Li heard his mother's surprised voice. That Dr. Meng is so enthusiastic. She came 2 or 3 times early this morning. Just now she and Dr. Lu came again and even discussed the professional caregiver. Son, with the professional caregiver, I plan to go back home this afternoon. The village chickens haven't been fed for a long time and I'm worried Zhang Puro can't manage them. Yesterday she was still complaining the VIP ward was too expensive. Now, after one night of staying and enjoying the service, and hearing about the professional caregiver, Zhang's mother immediately changed her mind. Furthermore, after hearing what the professional caregiver could do, she even wanted to take time to go back to her hometown. Zhang Li's hometown was a village south of Chang'an City, at the foot of the Qinling Mountains, about 30 to 50 kilometers from the hospital. And Zhang Puru, Zhang Li's younger sister, who was now on winter break, was staying at their hometown alone. She was studying archaeology for her master's at a 211 university in Chang'an City. Was it Dr. Meng who told you about the caregiver included? Zhang Li asked with a smile. Yes, doctors wouldn't lie. And I just met the caregiver, they're outside preparing things now, Zhang's mother asserted firmly. Good. Meng Wanning's answer was complete. Zhang Li didn't expose her. It was best if the caregiver was a gift, it saved money and his mother wouldn't nag again. Zhang Li immediately messaged Meng Wanning, telling her to align stories with the caregiver, don't let anything slip. By the way, I'm going home, ask Xu Fang to bring the kids back too. I want to see my granddaughter. Just a few days ago she said she wanted me to wrap dumplings with Lin Lin. A smile floated at the corner of his mouth, but his mother's next words made Zhang Li's smile freeze instantly. She went back to her hometown. She took the kids to my father-in-law and mother-in-law's place. After his expression froze for a moment, Zhang Li quickly reacted and replied to his mother. He had divorced Zhang Shufang. He couldn't hide this from his family for long, of course. But for now, he didn't plan to tell them. At least, he would wait until after his father's recovery to say anything. Over 10 years ago, shortly after graduating, Zhang Li's salary was only just over 2,000 a month. At that time, after blind dating and marrying Zhang Shufang, his parents dug up 180,000 they had saved over many years as a bride price. Mother kept repeating, once you're married, our task is done. Who set that task? She didn't know. After marriage, Mother noticed her daughter-in-law didn't like her, and to keep family peace, she deliberately kept her distance. Only when she couldn't stand it, would she ask Zhang Li to pass a message saying she wanted to see her granddaughter. Now, 10+ years later, there are 3 kids. Suddenly telling his parents about the divorce, Zhang feared they couldn't handle it, especially when the 3 little grandchildren they loved for years weren't biological. That would break the elders. He wanted to delay the reveal. Of course, with his activated treasure hunt system, he wasn't worried about family knowing he was divorced. If before, he was an unemployed, no savings, childless divorced man, his parents would be extremely sad knowing that. But now, he isn't that man anymore. He's a diamond bachelor with property and funds. Actually, these days, Zhang had been thinking about how to reassure his parents and eventually tell them. His conclusion: show the money. If they see, he has a villa, a fancy car, large savings, even his own company, and many beauties chasing him, then even if he's divorced, they just urge him to remarry and have children, not worry other things. But he planned to wait until after his father's treatment to do that. She went to her maternal grandmother's? Hearing his words, his mother asked regretfully. She didn't feel anything unusual, this happened often, so she wasn't surprised. Yes. The kids are on winter break. Zhang Li nodded repeatedly. It'll be weekend soon, if I can't, I'll visit home then? Seeing his mother about to speak more, Zhang Li changed the topic. He couldn't talk about the grandchildren anymore. Fine. Seeing her son's demeanor, although deeply missing her granddaughters, Zhang Li's mother no longer forced it. All right. Mom, coordinate with the caregiver. I heard in a few days there's a new drug possibility. Zhang Li dropped a hint about the follow-up targeted drug treatment. Half an hour later, after greeting 50-plus-year-old An Li, the caregiver, Zhang Li said goodbye to his mother. He had to keep going, gathering funds for his father's treatment. Brother Zhang. Half a day later, Zhang Li returned to the Zhonghai Bagong Phase 2 community. Han Huiqin had been waiting early for him. This morning, she had already arranged tenants for Zhang Li. All right, thank you so much, Xiaohan. Seeing the anxious Han Huiqin, Zhang Li nodded and thanked her. No trouble, I do this work, after all. She'd earned over 100,000 yuan in commission in his hands. And because of Zhang Li, her boss no longer dared bully her, so Han Huiqin was very grateful. Brother Zhang, the tenants have nowhere else to go. They've already moved into the room, just waiting for you to sign the contract. While guiding Zhang Li, Han Huiqin reported as they walked. Brother Zhang, your place is finely decorated but has no basic appliances, so the agreed rent is 2,500 yuan per month. But I suggest you install appliances. Actually only aircon, TV, and fridge. But with appliances, rent can be negotiated to about 3,000. As a professional agent, Han Huiqin continued giving suggestions. All right, buy them. Likewise in real estate, Zhang Li nodded in agreement. Everything happened so fast. His new place had been lived in once within 3 days, then he had to hurry and buy a villa. Moreover, as soon as he bought the villa, Han Huiqin found suitable tenants for him. He had no time to decorate the place. Now since it's to be rented, he might as well buy all the appliances. He would need them anyway. Seeing Zhang Li heed her suggestion, Han Huiqin happily nodded. Soon, the two reached the door of Zhang Li's newly bought apartment. Not sure if they're in. As Han Huiqin knocked, Zhang Li's gaze drifted to the next door. The adjacent apartment belonged to Quan Peijun. He wasn't familiar with his new place. But the neighboring Quan Peijun's place, he had unlocked many little maps, very familiar. Last night, Quan Peijun sent him many explicit WeChat messages. But for health reasons, he didn't reply. Now, while waiting for the tenants to open the door, he feared Quan Peijun might suddenly peek out from behind the door. Hello? Miss Yen, this is the landlord. While Zhang Li was lost in thought, the door opened from inside. Han Huiqin greeted them and led Zhang Li in. Whoa! Seeing inside the room, Zhang Li froze at the sight of two identical young women. It stunned him. They were extremely beautiful. Both tall and leggy, perfectly proportioned heads to bodies, wearing casual home clothes and no makeup but radiating innate beauty. Most strikingly, they were identical. A pair of such beauties would stun anyone. Seeing the twin sisters, Zhang Li knew their ratings had to be over 90. Appa. Unexpectedly, just as Zhang Li curiously looked at the twin sisters, they lowered their heads in greeting. And it was a Korean-style greeting. Koreans? Seeing their manner, Zhang Li asked. No, we're Hanzhong, southern Shaanxi, near Sichuan. We were trainees in Korea for 2.5 years, that's how we learned the greeting. Han Huiqin explained. Miss Yen, this is the landlord, please add WeChat. According to agency rules, both of you should pay me 1 month's rent as commission, but since Brother Zhang is in, I can waive it. But about your rent and deposit payment method, you need to discuss with Brother Zhang, the landlord. After introducing them, Han Huichin informed the twins. "Hello, landlord brother. I'm Yan Yunting, this is my sister Yan Yuting. We tried debuting as trainees but failed, so we returned to our hometown and plan to be streamers. We haven't saved much, so we told Sister Han earlier we want monthly rent prepaid." One twin began speaking, her voice crisp, carrying the tone of a Korean girl group. Something like this goes. "You can doubt anyone's taste, but you must trust Yeshu, Coal Bosses, and Peninsula Consortium." Looking at the two twins, Zhongli, in his heart, confirmed a saying he'd seen online. "Okay, and I can also provide you with the basic appliances." Hearing twin sister Yan Yunting speak, Zhongli, who had been thinking to himself, slowly nodded in agreement. His goal this time was to rent out the apartment. Seeing two gorgeous girl group twins was completely unexpected. He agreed to rent with deposit upfront. As a real estate professional, he knew a rented house must have tenants, otherwise in half a year it'd go unused. "Thank you, landlord." Hearing Zhongli agree, Yan Yunting happily thanked him. This apartment was just bought by brother Zhang. He hasn't even moved in himself, but is already letting you live in it. Seeing both parties talk terms and add each other on WeChat, Han Huichin interjected suddenly from the side. "And if appliances are purchased, the rent price will definitely go up. That's how the whole market is." Quickly, Han Huichin told Zhongli many more things. In the end, with thanks from the two twins, the 100 SQM apartment was rented by Zhongli to them at a price of 2,900 yuan per month. And twin sister Yan Yunting, in front of Han Huichin, transferred 5,800 yuan for first month and deposit via WeChat to Zhongli. Brother Zhang, such beautiful twins, suddenly returning to Chang'an City to rent and start live streaming, there must be a story behind it. Half an hour later, after leaving the community, Han Huichin suddenly said to Zhongli, "With the twins' attractiveness and girl group aura, doing live streaming obviously signaled something." I know," Zhongli nodded in response. Two such beautiful twins, yet they were thrifty paying rent. And they wanted to live stream, but didn't go to prosperous cities like Songhai or Hangzhou, instead returned to their home province capital Chang'an City. Obviously there's a story. But that's their story, not his concern. Then, brother Zhang, should I help you buy the appliances? Reaching the exit of Phase 2 community, at parting, Han Huichin asked again. Earlier, Zhongli transferred her 50,000 yuan to help purchase appliances for the twins' rental. Brother Zhang, this money might not even be used up. Seeing Zhongli nod, Han Huichin revealed the main purpose. If it's not used up, help me buy a mattress too, to put in my newly bought villa. Thinking of other matters, Zhongli waved his hand to give an answer to Han Huichin. His new residence was already rented out to the twins. At Lihon's place, his third wife had come to cause trouble again. Zhongli thought, if necessary, he might go back to live in the villa. Since the villa is empty, might as well buy a mattress for now. All right. Han Huichin nodded, took the villa keys, and departed quickly. And she also told Zhongli that in 2 hours, the appliances and mattress would all be in place. Buy a car. Must guard against mother suddenly finding out about my divorce. Before mother knows, I must have a car. After bidding farewell to Han Huichin, Zhongli made a new decision. Earlier at the hospital, he had smoothly deflected his mother. But who knows if his mother or sister would call Zhang Shufang. He couldn't control what Zhang Shufang would say. To avoid making his mother worry, he had to buy a car as soon as possible. Having a car, a house, and savings so if the divorce is exposed, he could show enough competence and reduce his mother's worry. To use assets to tell his parents that even divorced, he could live well. Wow. Glancing at the location of his apartment, Zhongli turned toward the forest dealership. Fortunately for him, all along, Quan Peijun had not peeked out from the next door apartment. Sis, we only have 8,000 yuan left. In Zhonghai Bagong Phase 2, Building 35, Room 2802. Seeing the landlord and agent already gone, a sultry voice suddenly sounded inside the room. One of the twins, younger sister Yan Yuting, spoke up. She looked identical to her sister, but her voice was more husky, more seductive. That's why, when outsiders were present earlier, she didn't speak, her sister handled it the whole time. This time we must succeed, grow strong again, recreate our glory. Hearing her sister speak, Yan Yunting bit her silver teeth tightly and nodded firmly. 3 years ago, still in high school, they were selected by a Peninsula girl group to be trainees. But they didn't expect. After training for 2.5 years, instead of debuting, they became forbidden toys of the Peninsula Consortium. This made the hopeful sisters refuse instantly. Their groupmates many had yielded, but as the only two Daxia people in the group, they refused to comply. Finally, with the power of the strong Daxia nation, the peninsula people dared not act rashly, and they returned to Daxia unharmed. Of course, to return safely, they repaid all the money they'd earned as trainees. Originally, the sisters thought that even if the girl group didn't happen, with their looks and trainee skills, they could make it in the domestic entertainment industry. But they didn't expect. The rule-breaking backstage was even worse in domestic entertainment than in the peninsula. They truly were lambs entering a tiger's den, nearly consumed entirely. Fortunately, because of the Peninsula Consortium's matter, they stayed alert and escaped the domestic entertainment trap. Originally, the sister thought maybe they should return home and work in factories. But the younger sister wanted to try live streaming again online. After all, the two had both looks and talent. Eventually, the older sister agreed to the younger sister's suggestion. But, worrying about further danger, the two didn't go to live streaming hubs Songhai or Hangchang. They chose to return to their home province capital Chang'an City, and rented a relatively safe, somewhat expensive community. Sis, what kind of live stream should we do? I don't want to be just a beauty streamer. Bringing up their remaining savings, younger sister Yan Yuding tapped her head thinking. With their looks, being beauty streamers was the first choice, but, having already seen many backstage rules in entertainment, they knew beauty streaming also had big hidden rules, and they didn't want to go that route. If they accepted it, they would have been in the peninsula or domestic entertainment already. They also knew, looks must be combined with wisdom, wealth, background, etc., to truly excel. They only had looks. If they didn't develop another angle, the result wouldn't be good. Why don't we do outdoor content? Chang'an City has such long history, abundant food, and famous attractions. We could do outdoor food exploration, culture and travel, and attraction introductions? Looking over the notes from past days, older sister Yen Yunting suggested. We can only make while watching. Younger sister Yen Yuding nodded slightly. The first video is very important. If the first video can go viral, then we'll stand firm. Opening the Douyin registered account, Yen Yunting continued. How about we wear girl group outfits and dance in front of some villa? Looking through the window, seeing the villa area next door, Yen Yuding thought of an idea. We'll highlight wealth and looks? Yen Yunting understood her sister's meaning. They could dance fine. The first video must be dance. But the background of the dance was key. Dancing in front of Zhonghai Bagong villas would tag them with wealth. Dancing on a university campus would tag them with intelligence. Of course, there could be many tags. But wealth and beauty, those are most eye-catching. Hello, sir. All the procedures are completed. Including insurance, you just need to pay 990,000. You can use a temporary license plate for now. We'll help you order the official plate, and it should be mailed to you within 2 weeks. Chang'an City. Xuanqing 4S dealership. Zhongli, sitting in the signing area, saw the female sales associate bring over the documents and car key. At this moment, he still had about 1.13 million in cash on him. He directly spent 990,000 to buy a BMW X7 that was available in stock. The reason he bought a BMW was not because he liked the brand, but because he wanted to show it to his mother, so that after knowing about his divorce, his mother would see the luxury car and villa and stop worrying. Zhang Li's mother only knew one luxury car brand, BMW. His third uncle's son once bought a BMW 3 Series and showed it off to the relatives. Because of that, Zhang's mother became aware of the luxury brand BMW, even though she didn't like foreign brands. Because of his goal in buying the car, Zhang Li still chose BMW. Alright. Picking up the car key, and after quickly swiping the payment, Zhang Li drove his new car out of the forest dealership. He had already gotten his driver's license back in college. When he worked at a construction site, he also practiced driving a cargo van around the site yard. So, faced with the better handling of the BMW X7, he handled it like a seasoned driver and quickly got familiar with it. Perfect driving. Got a car, got a villa. But I'm out of money. Driving the BMW X7 along the second ring road, cruising and braking in the new car, Zhang Li thought about his current situation. The system had been activated. And besides the things he couldn't take yet, he had already collected all the treasures he could. Next, his daily routine would be to continue treasure hunting based on the daily system information. At the same time, he also had to find ways to get more treasure hunting attempts. Today at the hospital, Meng Wanning's enthusiasm and attitude, and last night at the auction, his efforts to build rapport with Quan Peijun. gave him new thoughts about Meng Wanning. But all of this required money. And after just buying the car, his bank account now had only just over 100,000 left. So, whether it's getting closer to Meng Wanning, or helping dad pay for medicine, or doing anything else in the future, the most important thing right now is still to make money. Keep making money. Driving the BMW X7, Zhangli noticed that fewer cars were cutting him off now, and his gaze grew sharper. He had gained a lot of things, but in the end, he realized he still had to make money. Keep making money. Make big money. Screech. Half an hour later, Zhangli exited the second ring road and drove into an urban village. He needed to eat. And in recent days, he had formed the habit of eating in this village, so he naturally parked next to his usual noodle shop. Boss, 1 bowl of dry mixed noodles, everything included. Familiar with the place, Zhangli sat down and ordered his regular dish. Ah, sorry. While waiting for the noodles, Zhangli didn't expect that an older lady behind him, who had stood up to get soup, spilled it on him when she returned. Splash! Zhangli, who hadn't changed clothes in several days, was doused with hot soup and shivered instinctively. It's fine. Turning around and seeing the elderly woman apologizing while wiping him with a handkerchief, Zhangli waved it off, saying it was okay. Why don't you come to my home? I'll help you wash it. Seeing the soup stain getting worse as she wiped, the old lady suggested with guilt. No need. Please sit. It's all right. Seeing his noodles had arrived, Zhangli raised his hand and gently pressed the old lady back into her seat. Slurp. Looking at the steaming noodles, Zhangli picked up his chopsticks, mixed the noodles, and took a big bite. While chewing, he tossed a pre-peeled garlic clove into his mouth. Satisfied. Clang. Suddenly, a man in a suit, with a gold watch and slick hair, sat down across from Zhangli. It was mealtime, and someone came to share a table with Zhangli. Cough. The suited man sat down and saw Zhangli's dark skin and dirty clothes, but didn't switch tables. He suddenly coughed loudly a few times. Based on past experience, when he sat next to migrant workers or street cleaners, they would all move away instinctively. Even if he came later, even if they were halfway through their meal, they would always move. That's why, after seeing Zhangli's appearance and the empty spot, he walked straight over. He thought that once he sat, Zhangli would definitely leave. But this time, things didn't go as expected. Thinking Zhangli hadn't noticed him, the man coughed loudly. He also leaned forward, sniffing hard. He wanted to show Zhangli that he smelled bad and should move away. Young man, come sit over here. There's a spot here. Zhangli didn't respond, but the old lady behind him got the hint. She moved aside, pulled out a stool from under the table, and motioned for Zhangli to join her. Unfortunately, Zhangli only glanced up at the man in the suit in confusion, then continued eating. Hey! That one glance made the suited man visibly uncomfortable. My friend is coming, you move to the back. We're 2 people. Seeing Zhangli not move, the man directly told him to go. Boss, find us a seat. We're 2. Still no reaction from Zhangli. The man called out to the owner. Wow, honey, there's a BMW X7 outside, it's so pretty. I took lots of photos. Help me pick the best one. At that moment, a flashily dressed woman walked in. See, we're 2 people. Seeing his girlfriend arrive, the man repeated to the boss. All right, I'm done eating. Before the owner could respond, Zhangli picked up the remaining noodles, slurped them in one go, and stood up. No self-awareness at all. Babe, sit down. That BMW is whatever, it can't compare to my friend's Audi A4. Giving Zhangli a disdainful look, the man quickly pulled his girlfriend to sit. Suddenly, he froze. Staring in shock, he saw the dirty, soaking Zhangli walk over and open the door to the BMW X7 his girlfriend had just taken pictures of. His girlfriend, still watching the BMW out of the corner of her eye, jumped up as soon as she saw Zhangli do that. What's going on with you? It's so late and you're still not back? At night, past 10 o'clock, after eating noodles and drying his wet clothes with hot air in the car, Zhangli thought for a moment, then drove back to his villa. Han Huiqin had already bought a mattress for him in the villa. She sent him a WeChat message, telling him where the key was hidden in the grass. Zhangli decided to stay in the villa tonight, even though there was only a mattress. But he didn't expect that Lihon would actually call him. Don't avoid coming back to stay just because of my ex-wife. You really don't have to worry. We're brothers. What's mine is yours. If you want, I can even transfer one of the rooms to you another day. Did that idiot Dong Qian call you? Just ignore her. Seeing the call connected but Zhangli not speaking, the impatiently Hanxiang shouted loudly. He thought Zhangli didn't want to live with him because he had found out about his ex-wife causing trouble again recently. He assumed Zhangli wanted to avoid being affected, so he chose not to come. But in Li Hanxiang's mind, that wasn't acceptable. Li Hanxiang, who had helped Zhangli with his divorce, knew very well that his brother was now homeless. He couldn't let his brother have nowhere to go. Say something. Are you staying at a hotel? Why waste money like that? Save it for my godfather's treatment. Still no reply from Zhangli, and Li Hanxiang kept yelling. Thinking about how to tell his brother that he not only had a place to stay, but it was a big villa. Zhangli didn't expect that as he was thinking, Li Hanxiang had already imagined a bunch of things on his own. Of course, from Li Hanxiang's words, he also realized that the trouble from the ex-wife was much more serious than what Li Hanxiang had told him. Well, I bought a villa. Just bought it yesterday. After some thought, Zhangli decided to just come clean. Li Hanxiang would find out eventually, so better to tell him early. What? Zhangli's words left Li Hanxiang momentarily speechless. Really? Afraid that Li Hanxiang wouldn't believe him, Zhangli hung up the phone and immediately started a video call. Look, Villa. Zhanghai Platinum Palace, Villa number 18. Looking at the screen and seeing the stunned face of Li Hanxiang, Zhangli turned the phone to show him the scenery around the villa. There's no appliances or furniture yet, but I was so excited I couldn't sleep, so I bought a mattress to try it out. Turning the phone, Zhangli explained. He didn't want to cause trouble for his brother, so he stayed in the villa. But he could only say it was because of his excitement. What's going on? Seeing Zhangli opening the villa door and filming the grass and road outside, Li Hanxiang was completely stunned. How did he suddenly get a villa? Well, this neighborhood was developed by Hengtai. And I used to work for Hengtai. Also, recently I've been kind of hypersensitive due to stress. Facing Li Hanxiang's questions, Zhangli started making up stuff, half true, half false. He couldn't hide the villa from his brother, but he definitely couldn't talk about the system. Is that true? Faced with Zhangli's explanation, Li Hanxiang couldn't tell what was real. If it was fake, Zhangli did have the gold necklace, gold bars, and bitcoins before. The Sixth Sense claim had some basis. Also, the well-known Zhanghai Platinum Palace in Chang'an City was indeed developed by Hengtai. But if it was true, then why did it feel so unbelievable? Is the property deed in your name? Li Hanxiang asked blankly. Yes, but the deed hasn't been processed yet. I only have the purchase contract. Zhangli showed him the purchase contract. Wait. Seeing the purchase contract, Li Hanxiang suddenly became anxious. What's wrong? Zhangli asked curiously. You bought this villa too early. You're still in the divorce cooling-off period. This counts as a purchase during marriage and might be divided with Zhang Shufang. Li Hanxiang was worried his brother's assets would be split. The sudden villa purchase shocked him, but after the shock, he started worrying about his brother. It's fine, don't worry about this. I've got it under control. Zhangli smiled and reassured his brother. What's the point of stopping just because of some sheep droppings? The cooling-off period lasts a month. Is he supposed to do nothing for a whole month? Of course not. He wouldn't pause his treasure hunting system just because of Zhang Shufang. Besides, he already had the secretly filmed video of Qian Liming and the paternity test Li Hanxiang had helped arrange earlier. He wasn't afraid of Zhang Shufang causing trouble. For the child's sake, if Zhang Shufang behaved, that would be fine. But if she dared cause trouble, he'd make her understand why flowers are so red. He'd show her what it meant to leave with nothing, what social death meant, what being hated by everyone meant, what public outrage was. Alright then, they had the video call, saw the contract, talked about marital property issues. And once he was sure his brother was fine, Li Hanxiang finally hung up the phone. Hello? Just after hanging up, Li Hanxiang didn't expect his phone to ring again. Hey, old classmate, how are you? It wasn't Zhangli calling back, but the class monitor from college, who was friends with both of them. Shooting short videos? And I have to be on camera? The theme, 10 years after graduation, how are my classmates doing? I'm a representative case, with ups and downs, so I'm the first episode? Hearing the class monitor's explanation over the phone, Li Hanxiang was stunned. The monitor had also quit his job, and after not finding a new one, he planned to become a social media influencer on Doushou by filming videos. His idea was to show how classmates had changed after 10 years. And for the first episode, his go-to example was Li Hanxiang. Back in senior year, Li Hanxiang had been very flashy and popular. At that time, both his parents were alive, and the family had just gone through their first demolition compensation. So, at many of the graduation dinners in senior year, it was Li Hanxiang who generously paid the bill. The monitor had also heard. From senior year onward, Li Hanxiang's family went through 4 demolitions in a row. He quickly entered the rich class. But then, he heard that Lihon went through 3 divorces in a row, and almost all of his near-billion wealth was split up. He felt Lihon's story had great entertainment value. It would definitely go viral. He wanted to film it. No, I'm totally unprepared. Also, I'm not good on camera. When I was young and reckless, that was back then. A hero doesn't brag about past glories. Hearing the class monitor praising him on the phone, Lihon kept shaking his head. This video would just turn his gossip into other people's entertainment. If things were going well, it could be a good story. But now, on a downward path, better not to film. I, Lihon, still have some pride. What? You're already in Chang'an City? And you're downstairs at my place? You bastard. After hearing that, the monitor was already downstairs calling him. Lihon was speechless. As mentioned earlier, Lihon used to act very grand in front of his classmates. And because of the demolition windfall, he had the vibe of a local boss. Now that the monitor was downstairs, he had no choice but to go down and receive him. As the saying goes, since you're already here, Han, you have a whole building collecting rent. You do nothing and still earn over 10,000 a month. That's better than most classmates. Shooting the video is totally fine. Welcomed into the home by Lihon, and hearing him explain the situation, the college monitor Jiang Yuliang kept praising him. Sleep first. Still not agreeing to the filming, Lihon first arranged for Jiang Yuliang to rest. Brother Zhang, I already found a lawyer today. I've already drafted the divorce agreement with the lawyer. The lawyer told me that since I have evidence of Qian Liming's cheating, he will definitely leave with nothing. Villa number 18. After finishing his call with Lihon, Zhang Li received a WeChat message from Quan Peijun. Looking at Quan Peijun's message, he finally understood what she had been doing today. Brother Zhang, thank you for the video. Otherwise I would have had to split my assets with Qian Liming. Brother Zhang, at yesterday's auction, someone actually mistook you for my husband. Today, someone who only heard part of the story came to ask me about buying jade. Someone even asked me if I knew President Su. And my dad even asked me about last night. Zhang Li had just replied that he understood. When Quan Peijun sent a string of messages again, seeing her messages, Zhang Li didn't expect that. Even Quan Peijun's father knew about it. He had slept with a married woman and now her father came asking? That was a bit dangerous. Quan's father asking about last night made Zhang Li a little nervous. Brother Zhang, what are you doing? I think the pipes in my new house might have a problem. How come water's dripping out while I'm chatting? Blush.jpg. Just after discussing serious matters, Quan Peijun suddenly sent Zhang Li a flirtatious message. Along with the message, she also sent a picture of herself, half lying on the sofa, wearing a white lace top and black stockings. Phew. Looking at Quan Peijun's messages and picture, Zhang Li knew she wanted it again. However, after going at it 6 or 7 times yesterday, he felt he needed a break tonight. Health comes first. There's always tomorrow. Not convenient. With a client, Zhang Li casually made up a reason to brush her off, and was about to turn off his phone to rest for a while. He didn't expect. Meng Wanning also sent a message. Brother Zhang, are you asleep? Meng Wanning's WeChat was very polite. Zhang Li was just thinking whether or how to reply when she immediately followed up with a second message. Brother Zhang, I want to report about the hospital. Today the application for that targeted drug still wasn't approved. I found out the hospital director didn't come to the hospital today. Tomorrow is the weekend, and he probably won't come either. So the earliest the drug application can be approved is next Monday. The messages from Meng Wanning to Zhang Li were all serious matters. She knew how to build rapport. In this regard, Meng Wanning was very experienced. Thank you, Dr. Meng. Seeing the detailed message, Zhang Li nodded and thanked her. You're welcome, Brother Zhang. You can just call me Wanning. And thank you for the necklace you gave me yesterday. I've never received such an expensive gift. Following his message, Meng Wanning continued to build the relationship. Okay, thank you, Wanning. Zhang Li followed her lead. By the way, Brother Zhang, the 1 million yuan you gave me this morning after I bought new rehab equipment for Uncle and ordered special medication, there's still over 800,000 yuan left. Should I transfer it back to you? After strengthening the relationship, Meng Wanning brought up another matter. It's okay, keep it for now. When my dad recovers, we'll settle everything then. We'll square up. Shaking his head, Zhang Li didn't take the money back from Meng Wanning. Letting her hold the extra 800,000 was also a way to strengthen the bond between them. Alright, Then rest early, brother Zhang. Good night. Meng Wanning smoothly pulled back at the right moment. She didn't keep chatting so hard. On the other side, seeing Meng Wanning take the initiative, and her perfect sense of timing, Zhang Li couldn't help but sigh. At this moment, from her initiating the conversation, his guesses about her intentions were confirmed. He knew Meng Wanning was trying to get closer to him on purpose, and he also wanted to get closer to her. This could be called a mutual pursuit. However, if he were to invite her to the villa now, it would definitely scare the scheming Meng Wanning away. That would be stupid. Clearly both of them were interested, but to avoid scaring her off, he had to act like he was slowly getting close too. So annoying. Keep making money. Keep treasure hunting. In his 30s, Zhang Li knew very well that rushing things never works. With Meng Wanning, he couldn't be too hasty. Looking at the floor beneath him, he really wanted to dig up the horsehoof-shaped gold 10 meters below. But he knew he couldn't. First, he couldn't dig 10 meters alone. And second, he had nowhere to put the construction debris and soil. Also, he might need to ask a lawyer to avoid legal risks. Everything had to wait for the right time. Whoosh! Withdrawing his gaze, Zhang Li rested his head on his hands and quietly waited for time to pass. Soon, time past midnight, a new day arrived. Opening the panel, he saw that the system's treasure hunting attempts had indeed refreshed. Zhang Li thought for a moment, and chose to use today's attempt of treasure hunting assistant, Quan Peijun. The treasure she found, he couldn't use. So like opening a mystery box, he decided to use this attempt first. Ding! Today's treasure hunting assistant search complete. Your treasure hunting assistant Quan Peijun passed by Yongxing Park today. The mini-map shows, next to scenic seat number 193 by the long lake in Yongxing Park, 1 meter to the left, 0.1 meters underground, there is a purple jade, high ice grade eggplant purple bracelet. Whoosh! With Zhang Li's treasure scan, based on Quan Peijun's daily movement, a treasure location was discovered. All of Quan Peijun's treasure finds are jade? Or is it just coincidence? Seeing that the third time Quan Peijun found a gem again, a thought popped into Zhang Li's mind. However, it was just a guess for now. More data was needed to be sure. Yongxing Park? Isn't that right next to the community? Seeing the content of the treasure info, Zhang Li muttered to himself. Next to the Zhonghai Platinum Palace neighborhood, there was a large urban park. The lake in the park connected to the largest river in Chang'an, and many nearby residents visited daily. Alright, gotta go. Looking at Quan Peijun's treasure info, to prevent others from taking it, Zhang Li knew he had to find Quan Peijun right away. Just earlier he said he wouldn't go. Now, he had to. The item found by treasure hunting assistant, he couldn't retrieve himself. He could only call Quan Peijun. Hello brother Zhang. Zhang Li, speechless, called Quan Peijun via WeChat voice, and she picked up instantly, sounding very flirtatious. Are you home? Zhang Li asked directly. Yes, yes. Quan Peijun's voice was soft and excited, and Zhang Li even heard her panting. Wait there, I'm coming to you. Zhang Li was in phase 3 of the villa complex, while Quan Peijun was in phase 2, separated from him by just one road. There was no way Zhang Li would ignore a high ice grade eggplant purple bracelet, so he went straight to find Quan Peijun. Knocking on the door, even though Zhang Li was fully alert, the lightly dressed Quan Peijun, after opening the door, didn't care about Zhang Li's soup-stained dirty clothes and immediately blocked him with a passionate kiss. Stop! Put your clothes on! Zhang Li forcefully opened his eyes, swallowed hard, and quickly told Quan Peijun to get dressed. Ha! Her desire had already been ignited 10 minutes ago when Zhang Li said he was coming over. Quan Peijun didn't expect that Zhang Li would tell her to get properly dressed. During the day, she had already drafted the divorce agreement and was just waiting to notify Chen Liming. Quan Peijun felt the chains on her had all been broken. At this moment, she was even more open than yesterday. Originally, her being with Zhang Li was to get back at Chen Liming, to balance the anger in her heart. But after experiencing Zhang Li's prowess, and receiving over 20 million yuan worth of jade gifts from him, she had become deeply infatuated with Zhang Li. Moreover, based on some posts she read in a private forum during the day, her identity was something men would really like. Brother Zhang? Do you want me to call Chen Liming? Seeing Zhang Li step back, and recalling the forum post, Quan Peijun thought Zhang Li wanted to play something more exciting. What nonsense! Hurry up and get dressed, come with me to the park next door. Wanting to retrieve the item immediately, Zhang Li quickly stated his destination. Ha? The park? Oh, okay. After a moment of surprise, Quan Peiyuan's eyes suddenly lit up and she quickly dashed into the bedroom. The park? Was this the outdoor scenario mentioned in the forum post? Without understanding, Quan Peiyuan began to imagine things and quickly got moving. What are you doing? Seeing that after changing clothes, Quan Peiyuan even packed a backpack and put a moisture-proof mat inside, Zhongli was confused. Just in case. Ignoring Zhongli's curiosity, Quan Peiyuan kept packing. Let's go. A few seconds later, glancing oddly at her backpack, Zhongli grabbed her and headed out. Wait, just as he opened the door, Quan Peiyuan suddenly stopped. Before Zhangli could react and ask what now, Quan Peiyuan pointed at the neighboring unit. Brother Zhang, is there a thief in that house? She heard a woman's voice coming from the neighbor's unit. I rented it out, Zhangli quickly explained, pulling Quan Peiyuan away. He had also heard the twin sisters, who had rented the unit, discussing something inside. But whatever they were talking about had nothing to do with him. Oh. Surprised that Zhangli's newly bought house was already rented out, Quan Peiyuan was briefly stunned. Being pulled along by Zhongli, she quickly closed the door and followed him. Soon, the two of them, wearing masks, entered the huge Yongxing Park next to the complex, covering more than 2,000 mu. At night, the park was empty. Only a few security post lights were on, but no one was visible. Yongxing Park, as the city's oxygen bar, had no fence, so it was easy to enter. Zhongli, with a clear goal, led Quan Peiyuan to avoid cameras and ran towards scenic seat number 193 where the treasure information had directed. Very soon, they arrived by the small lake. The lakeside was desolate. Aside from the cold water, it was full of withered grass. Here, arriving beside a long bench facing the lake, Zhongli checked the number on the side of the iron bench and confirmed it was the right spot. Looking around quickly, and seeing no one nearby, Zhongli stepped onto a pile of dead grass according to the mini-map's instruction. Ha! What are you doing? Just as Zhongli was about to call her over after confirming the location, he suddenly saw Quan Peiyuan opening her backpack and spreading the moisture-proof mat on the bench by the lake. Brother Zhang, it might get a bit cold later. Hearing Zhangli's question, Quan Peiyuan, after laying down the mat, took out several small square packets from her backpack. She had bought them specially during the day. What nonsense! Hurry up and come here. The items in her hand made Zhongli speechless. Ha! Hearing Zhongli's frustrated shout, Quan Peiyuan, who had already turned on a flashlight and picked up a stick to dig the ground, quickly came over. Damn! Quickly using the stick to dig through the soil. Soon, at a depth of 10 centimeters, Zhongli saw a small box under the dirt. Pick it up. Immediately confirming that the bracelet detected by the system was in that wooden box, Zhongli pulled the amazed Quan Peiyuan over to retrieve it. The treasure detected by the treasure hunting assistant couldn't be taken by him. Oh. Excited at first and thinking she was going to play outdoors with Zhongli, Quan Peiyuan didn't expect him to suddenly dig up a small wooden box in the grass. Seeing the soil already cleared by Zhongli, Quan Peiyuan dumbfoundedly bent down and picked up the box. Once she had it, Zhongli quickly backfilled the soil and restored the dead grass that had been moved. Let's go back. Without waiting a second, he immediately pulled Quan Peiyuan to leave, not letting her put the box down. He also had to repack the mat she had spread earlier. Brother Zhang? Very soon, the two returned to Quan Peiyuan's place. Earlier, Zhongli had made her walk only in dark spots, and after placing down the small wooden box at home, Quan Peiyuan's face was full of curiosity, wanting to know what was going on. Open it. There's a purple bracelet inside. It's yours. It's my gift to you. Without much explanation, Zhongli directly told her to open the box. While she carried the box back, Zhongli had already suspected that there might be more than just a bracelet inside. Very quickly, under Zhangli's gaze, Quan Peiyuan found pliers and a screwdriver and slowly pried the box open. Then, after seeing what was inside, Zhangli's pupils dilated, and Quan Peiyuan let out a sharp scream, scaring even the twin sisters next door who were discussing a shooting plan. Damn! Accompanied by Quan Peiyuan's scream in the middle of the night, Zhongli was also startled. However, since he had expected it, he quickly reacted and reached out to cover Quan Peiyuan's mouth. Brother Zhang! After more than 10 seconds, when he saw Quan Peiyuan finally come back to her senses and slowly nod at him, Zhongli, under her soft whisper, slowly took his hand away. Brother Zhang, did you hide this? You hid this money from your ex-wife? Finally able to speak, Quan Peiyuan tightly grabbed Zhongli's hand and asked excitedly. She thought the box was hidden by Zhongli. First take the high ice eggplant purple bracelet. Without directly answering, Zhongli, by default, accepted her assumption. He pointed to the small wooden box, where a brilliant purple bracelet was partly wrapped in red cloth. Oh, she had already seen 20 million worth of jade yesterday. Now, under Zhang Li's direction, Quan Peijun finally snapped out of it and immediately took out the purple bracelet from the box. As a jewelry designer, she instantly judged that this purple bracelet was worth at least 500,000. And inside the wooden box, she saw even more things. Alright, this bracelet is for you. Help me take out the rest and lay them out neatly so I can have a look. To prevent another eggplant purple bracelet from being hidden under other things, Zhongli had Quan Peijun help him sort everything out. Okay. Nervously, Quan Peijun placed the bracelet to the side, then knelt on the floor, lifted her round bottom, and began sorting through the contents of the box. Half an hour later, the previously full box was emptied by Quan Peijun. On the floor beside her, with her heart racing and eyes wet from excitement, was a neatly arranged pile of items. Among them were 4 1-kilogram gold bars, 3 half-gene gold necklaces, 3 top-grade jade pigeon eggs, 1 16 centimeters diameter large black pearl, 2 vivid green jade bracelets, a small bag with approximately 2-carat diamonds. Impressive. As each item was laid out, Quan Peijun's big watery eyes stared at Zhongli, and Zhongli looked at her too. Quan Peijun was shocked, wondering who exactly this brother Zhang she had just met was. How could he have gifted 20 million in jade, and now had a whole box of gemstones? As a jewelry designer, Quan Peijun had already estimated that the total value of everything on the floor, even if not 20 million, was still several million. With such wealth from Zhang Li, she couldn't help but question how her ex-husband Shan Liming had managed to steal the wife of such a wealthy man. He didn't match in looks or wealth. How did he pull that off? Alright, this purple jade bracelet is for you. Take it inside. After sorting through the box and confirming there were no more eggplant purple bracelets, Zhang Li packed the rest while asking Quan Peijun to take the bracelet. Seeing Zhang Li's movements, Quan Peijun immediately picked up the bracelet and went into the bedroom. Brother Zhang, can you also give me those 3 green jade pigeon eggs? I want to design a set of green jade jewelry. After placing the bracelet in the bedroom and seeing Zhang Li packing the rest of the items, Quan Peijun suddenly asked, "What are you designing?" Zhang Li looked up curiously. "Secret for now." Facing his question, Quan Peijun shyly lowered her head. During the day, after browsing that forum post, she had already decided what to design. It was an intimate green jade set, including round beads, a cone plug, and a chain strap structure. She not only wanted to wear it for Brother Zhang to see, she wanted him to use it on her. Previously, her raw material was the parrot green jade Zhang Li gave her last night. Now, with these 3 jade pigeon eggs, she had enough materials. The green pigeon egg was just the right size for an important part. Alright, seeing that gifting the purple bracelet earlier had raised Quan Peijun's intimacy level by 5, Zhang Li thought for a second and handed her the 3 green pigeon eggs. Ding! Intimacy with treasure hunting assistant Quan Peijun +1. Intimacy +1. Intimacy +1. After giving the pigeon eggs, Zhang Li's system panel indeed displayed 3 new messages. Now Quan Peijun's intimacy level had reached 46 points. Once it reached 50, it would trigger a new threshold, possibly increasing detection attempts or unlocking new features. Quan Peijun's finds are better than mine. As she happily took the pigeon eggs and returned to the bedroom, Zhang Li packed the rest of the items and thought to himself, just now, he thought the treasure this time was only a purple bracelet. He hadn't expected that the bracelet was only one of the items. The treasure stash contained a whole batch. This treasure hunt, he hadn't expected much, thinking everything would go to Quan Peijun, but he ended up with the biggest gain. This made Zhang Li think that Quan Peijun's finds were better than his, not because they were more valuable, but because they were easier to retrieve. But who hid this whole box of stuff? Why do these gold necklaces look familiar? Have I seen them at a gold shop before? Thinking about all the items just now, Zhang Li pondered. This big stash had been hidden in a park? That was clearly suspicious. Who would hide such valuable stuff in a park filled with people? And so shallow too, just a little digging and it came out? Whoosh! After a few seconds of fruitless thinking, Zhang Li exhaled deeply. Detect! A while later, seeing that Quan Peijun still hadn't come out and he couldn't excuse himself, Zhang Li opened the panel and chose to use his 3 remaining treasure detections for the day. Quan Peijun's find today had been a big surprise. He felt his luck was good, so he decided to open the rest now. Whoosh! Under Zhang Li's gaze, as he spoke, lines of text appeared. Ding! Scanning, please wait. Ding! Scan complete. Today's detection results. Today, while passing through Ganjiapu Urban Village, Minimap detected Ganjiapu Urban Village, household 153, third floor room, in old magazine Harvest, hidden inside pages, 1 Qing Dynasty red flower stamp. Today, while passing Xingfu Homeland Urban Village, Minimap detected Xingfu Homeland Urban Village, household 318, 3 meters underground at the front gate, a clay jar containing 173 silver coins. Today, while passing Paris Style Street, Minimap detected second floor of Paris Flirt Restaurant, inside the owner's office ceiling, 13 envelopes containing 130,000 in cash. Brother Zhang. Just as Zhang Li finished reading the day's treasure info and was about to plan where to search, a soft, charming voice came from in front of him. Looking up, intending to say goodbye to Quan Peijun, Zhang Li didn't expect to see her already dressed in sheer clothing, instantly pouncing into his arms. Rie up! Zhang Li's belt was undone, and a hand grabbed his. The secret medicine inside the Daming Palace walls, I really need to get it. At 5 a.m., Zhang Li, carrying a bag full of gold, silver, and jewelry, rubbed his waist as he returned to his villa from Quan Peijun's place. Seeing him off, was a flushed-faced Quan Peijun with sparkling, satisfied eyes. He had once again thrown himself into the trap. Day 1 of abstinence failed. After returning home, Zhang Li rubbed his waist in regret. His body was actually quite strong. Years of working out meant his stamina wasn't worse than a young man's. But the problem was the other party was too wild. For several days in a row, no matter how strong his stamina was, he was close to being worn out. At this moment, he once again thought about the secret medicine from the Qing dynasty that he knew existed but couldn't get yet. By comparing it with the treasures he had already obtained, he was certain that the secret medicine detected by the system was definitely something amazing. Once again drained by Quan Peijun, Zhang Li's anticipation for the medicine grew even stronger. Click. While thinking about the secret medicine, Zhang Li put the retrieved items into the hidden compartment under the villa's bay window. After that, he stretched out and lay down comfortably. Phew! Unable to fall asleep immediately, Zhang Li lay there waiting for drowsiness to come, while thinking about the 3 treasure clues he found earlier. Ganjiapu Urban Village, that's where I ate noodles this afternoon. Zhang Li first recalled the location described in the first treasure clue. Ganjiapu. That was where he went this afternoon for noodles and encountered that show-off guy in a suit. Opening his phone and checking the location, household 153, mentioned in the clue, Zhang Li also realized that this household was quite close to the noodle shop, only about a dozen meters in a straight line. He must have picked up this clue while eating noodles earlier. I'll go check it out after I wake up. If it was detected, it means the stamp's owner doesn't know its value. Checking online, he saw that the Qing Dynasty red flower stamp once sold for 2.42 million yuan at auction in 2006. Zhang Li made a plan in his mind. He planned to disguise himself as a second-hand book and newspaper collector tomorrow and go inspect the place. Of course, the exact approach would depend on more data. The second one, Xingfu Homeland Urban Village, that's the village where Han Xian lives. Household 318, sounds familiar too. A few seconds later, Zhang Li looked at the second treasure clue he found. After checking Xingfu Homeland on the penguin map, he quickly realized that household 318 was right next to Li Hanxian's building. According to the clue, underground 3 meters in front of that house's entrance were over 100 silver coins. Wait a second, that's Han Xian's ex-wife's house? Originally 318 was Han Xian's, but it was taken by his third wife in the divorce? A few seconds later, staring at the map, Zhang Li suddenly understood that this second treasure clue, technically speaking, belonged to his brother Li Hanxiang. Li Hanxiang now lived at 317, and 318 was also his until his third divorce, when it was given to Dong Qian. Well then, I'll mention it to him tomorrow. Treasure under his own brother's house. And just 3 meters deep, easy to dig. Zhang Li decided to let him know the next day. But this third one, now this is interesting. Very soon, Zhang Li turned to the third clue. The Paris Flirt restaurant mentioned in the third clue. He had been there before. And he had even found a first-grade student's winter homework in the toilet tank. He never expected that today, the system would again detect something at this restaurant. This place is suspicious. How come it's been detected twice? Looking at the contents of the clue, Zhang Li felt there was something wrong with this restaurant. It was located right next to Renshin Hospital. Tomorrow's the weekend. Renshin Hospital will be closed. Thinking of the WeChat message Mang Wanning sent earlier, and looking at this third treasure clue, Zhang Li frowned slightly. But soon, he closed the panel again. Sleep first. I'm exhausted. From tomorrow on, I'll go back to abstinence. As sleepiness gradually set in, the tired Zhang Li finally closed his eyes and slowly fell asleep. Shoot. Shoot it. I agree, okay? The next morning, in Xingfu Homeland Urban Village, Lihon, who had just had breakfast, looked helplessly at his college class president Zhang Yuliang, who was following behind. Last night, Zhang Yuliang said he wanted to shoot a short video titled 10 Years After Graduation. How are my classmates doing? At first, he didn't want to agree. But after letting Zhang Yuliang into his home and hearing his story, he eventually agreed. Zhang Yuliang, as the class president, had once covered for both him and Zhang Li when they skipped class to play Dota, helping hide many absences. Also, Zhang Yuliang told him last night that he too had divorced. His daughter went with her mother, and the small restaurant he ran had shut down due to increasingly strict mask regulations. Now in his 30s, only experienced in running a restaurant, short videos were Zhang Yuliang's last resort. He had already started making short videos when he had the restaurant, so besides cooking, it was all he knew. In the end, after being pestered all night by Zhang Yuliang, Li Hanxiang gave in. He decided to go for it. Of course, the main reason he agreed was because Zhang Yuliang had also divorced. He felt like Zhang Yuliang, Zhang Li, and himself could form a divorce alliance. All right. Hearing Hanxiang's reply, Zhang Yuliang immediately pulled out his equipment and got started. He had long written out the filming plan. After explaining the details to Hanxiang, the two quickly began filming with the apartment building in the background. Am I really this miserable? 2 hours later, watching the first edited draft of the video, Li Hanxiang frowned. In the video, it first talked about the glory of once holding assets worth nearly 100 million. It also showed photos of his confident self during senior year in college. But as the video progressed, it showed that 10 years later, all he had left was a rundown apartment building bringing in 10,000 a month in rent. His mental state had deteriorated due to failed marriages and the death of both parents. His body had gotten fat, his skin saggy. Watching the second half of the video, Li Hanxiang suddenly wanted to back out. No matter what, he had once been someone admired. If this video really went viral, and friends and classmates saw his fallen state, then as someone who once had pride, Li Hanxiang felt he couldn't accept it. Especially, since there was one classmate he still missed but had no way to contact. Come on. Your situation reflects most of our classmates. You're already better off than a lot of people. Look at me, I don't even have a place to live. At least you still have a rental property. Seeing Hanxiang reaching out as if to grab the finished video, Zhang Yuliang quickly pulled out the USB drive. Let's just not do it. I feel so down in that video. I'm embarrassed. Li Hanxiang felt he looked too pathetic in the video. Come on, you promised me. If it goes viral, I'll split the earnings with you 50-50. But Zhang Yuliang was determined to keep going. This kind of before and after contrast, with a 10-year time span, was just what the audience liked. How about this? I won't pretend anymore. I'll lay it all out. Seeing Zhang Yuliang's reaction, Hanxiang lowered his head and stayed silent for a moment, then suddenly changed his tone. As someone who once had pride, he didn't want people to see his fall. But he had already promised Zhang Yuliang to film it. So now, the only solution was to show off his wealth again. And it just so happened. He remembered Zhang Li had shown him a villa last night. What? Seeing Li Hanxiang suddenly change his attitude and immediately drag him out the door, Zhang Yuliang was stunned. Hey, Hanxiang. Inside Villa 18, Zhang Li, who had been drained last night, was still asleep. Woken up by a phone call, he squinted and saw the caller ID was Li Hanxiang. Half asleep, he answered the call. Brotherly, how's the villa? Our college class monitor, Zhang Yuliang, came to see me. I'm bringing him to check out my villa. Calling Zhang Li, Li Hanxiang spoke while facing Zhang Yuliang. He had agreed to Zhang Yuliang's video shoot, but didn't want to lose face. Right now, his only way to save face was to use the villa Zhang Li showed him in a video yesterday. The villa belonged to his brother Zhang Li. He saw the purchase contract last night. So, letting himself use it to show off now was no problem at all. Ha! Half asleep, Zhang Li didn't understand what Li Hanxiang meant. I said, I'm taking our college class monitor, Zhang Yuliang, to recognize the villa entrance. The Shanghai Platinum Palace, Villa 18. Unable to go into detail with the class monitor there, and hearing Zhang Li still groggy, Lihon emphasized again. Then, afraid of saying too much, he quickly hung up and took Zhang Yuliang in a taxi to the villa. What does that mean? On the other side, still not fully awake, Zhang Li hadn't figured it out when the call was cut. Poof, he had only gone to bed at 4 or 5 in the morning. His body completely drained. Zhang Li, seeing the call ended, collapsed back onto the mattress and went to sleep again. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. Half an hour later, Zhang Li, still asleep, was suddenly woken by the doorbell. Then, with messy hair, still drowsy, he made his way to the villa's entrance. Han Qian? Class monitor? Rubbing the gunk from the corners of his eyes and seeing the two men before him, Zhang Li finally recalled that Li Hanxiang had mentioned Zhang Yulian on the phone earlier. Go freshen up. Pull yourself together. Seeing Zhang Li opening the door while speaking groggily, Li Hanxiang turned to the already filming Zhang Yuliang and said with a fake flourish, "Come in. Check out my new villa. Just bought it." Giving a bewildered Zhang Li a wink, Li Hanxiang extended his hand, inviting Zhang Yuliang inside. "Brotherly, long time no see." Greeting the clearly still not fully awake Zhang Li, Zhang Yuliang quickly followed Li Hanxiang and continued filming. Soon, following Hanxiang, he saw the massive, 3-story, luxuriously furnished villa. At the same time, he also noticed the villa was clearly newly bought, not a single appliance inside. The only bed was a mattress tossed in the corner of the living room. Next to the mattress, there were dirty clothes, still damp with water stains. As Li Hanxiang led him through the villa, Zhang Li sat on the mattress, putting on the dirty clothes. And seeing Zhang Li, seeing the single mattress, watching him put on those grimy clothes, seeing his disheveled appearance like a vagrant, Zhang Yuliang, while filming, suddenly understood why Hanxiang didn't mention this villa earlier in the video shoot. It was only after Zhang took the video's USB drive that Li Hanxiang was forced to reveal the villa. Clearly, he was trying to protect Zhang Li's dignity. Seeing Zhang Li in such a down-and-out state, Zhang Yuliang guessed that Zhang Li had probably come to Hanxiang for help. After all, they had been inseparable back in college. To protect Zhang Li's pride and prevent his rough state from being exposed in the video, Li Hanxiang hadn't brought up the villa earlier. Now, after filming the villa with Hanxiang, Zhang Yuliang was sure Hanxiang wasn't in bad shape at all. He must have matured and become low-profile. This 3-story villa, each floor 300 to 400 square meters, was easily worth tens of millions, Zhang Yuliang could tell. Brotherly, don't worry, I'll blur your face during editing. Don't refuse so quickly, being on camera makes it more relatable and adds to Hanxiang's good guy image. Seeing Zhang Li fully dressed, Zhang Yuliang continued filming the villa details while calling out to Zhang Li. Hanxiang didn't want Zhang Li's messy look to be public, so of course he would cooperate. Blurring was fine, but having him in the video helped, it could increase views. Alright then. Still wearing the clothes stained with soup by the old lady yesterday, now fully awake, Zhang Li smiled and nodded. By observing the filming process between the two, he finally understood why Hanxiang brought Zhang Yuliang. His bro wanted to show off, and Zhang Li was happy to play along. Hey, Hanxiang, I might need to stay in the house for a few more days. Seeing Hanxiang walking toward him after the villa tour, Zhang Li suddenly spoke up. No problem, stay as long as you want. Meeting Zhang Li's eyes and realizing his bro understood his intentions, Hanxiang's eyes lit up and he quietly gave a thumbs up. Oh yeah, Hanxiang. About that BMW X7 of yours, I'd like to drive it a few more days too. Just as Hanxiang thought filming was wrapping up and Zhang Yuliang was about to shoot exterior shots, Zhang Li spoke again. There's also a BMW X7? Li Hanxiang was still processing when Zhang Yuliang shouted in surprise. Not only was there a hidden luxury villa, but also a luxury car worth over $1 million? Just now, the two of them had clearly arrived by taxi. So, Hanxiang lent the luxury car to his bro? Sure thing. Got gas in it? Seeing Zhang Li blink meaningfully, Hanxiang immediately understood and nodded. Luxury car? No problem. No matter how it came, let's keep up the show. Soon, the three of them stood in the villa's garage. Inside was a shiny black BMW X7. Glancing at the recording camera behind them, Li Hanxiang opened the door and sat inside. Zhang Yuliang followed quickly with the camera. Damn, if only I'd gotten closer to Hanxiang back then. So jealous. After filming the luxurious car interior, Zhang Yuliang couldn't help but feel envy. This Hanxiang was so loyal to his bro, letting a grimy brother stay in a brand new villa. And also giving him a luxury car to drive? The car was clearly new, still without plates, he could tell. This was just too enviable. He deeply regretted not being closer to Lihon. Alright, let's go back and edit the video. A few minutes later, feeling everything was done, Han called for Zhang Yuliang to leave. Before coming, he thought the villa was the only thing he had to show off. He didn't expect an extra surprise. A luxury car to add to his clout. Everything was perfect. His brother really had his back. How about editing in the villa? You can sit on the floor and put the laptop on the bay window. Upon hearing Li Hanxiang's words, Zhongli suddenly spoke up. At this moment, he already knew about Zhang Yuliang's situation. He also understood why Li Hanxiang was pretending. Earlier, Zhongli had seen people talking about Li Hanxiang in a classmate group that Li had already left. They gossiped that brother Li Hanxiang had been divorced 3 times, had angered his parents to death, and squandered the family fortune. Because of this, once he confirmed that Li Hanxiang needed to show off, he was happy to cooperate. However, he also wanted to see the edited video himself before allowing Zhang Yuliang to upload it to Douyin. On one hand, he needed to confirm that his face was indeed blurred. On the other hand, he wanted to help Li Hanxiang keep things in check, so it wouldn't go overboard and cause unnecessary trouble. Alright, sure. Upon hearing Zhang Li's words, both Li Hanxiang and Zhang Yuliang nodded, especially Zhang Yuliang. Having never stayed in a villa, he was quite excited to work there. Even though the villa had no furniture at the moment, he was still willing. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Soon, Zhang Yuliang was editing the video alone on the bay window, while Zhang Li went into the bathroom to wash up a bit. Li Hanxiang leaned on the bathroom door, winking at Zhang Li. Really golden eyes? Seeing Zhang Li finish washing up, Li Hanxiang stepped forward and whispered next to his ear. Not really. But there is some fortune. Zhang Li pushed Li Hanxiang's head away and answered softly. The villa matter had already been brushed over last night. As for the BMW X7 just now, he could only keep brushing it over. Alright then. Zhang Li's answer stopped Li Hanxiang from asking further. After all, the two were close brothers. If the brother was doing well, he himself would be happy, that was natural. No need to care where it came from. If the brother wanted to tell, he would. Make it into 2 videos? Post them separately? Over an hour later, Zhang Yuliang had quickly edited a video demo. Though there were still some details to polish, the main structure and flow were already done. Yes. Split into 2 parts, it'll be more impactful. Our first video's tagline is, 10 years after graduation, how is everyone doing? Hanxiang, your rise and fall story is enough to support the first video. Definitely worth watching. While explaining to Li Hanxiang and Zhang Li, Zhang Yuliang also opened the almost finished video. And the end of the first video will show your downfall. That will surely leave the audience with regret and emotional resonance. If the first video goes viral, we'll post the second for a big twist. That'll definitely add fuel to the fire. Zhang Yuliang spoke quickly, visibly excited. Originally, he thought Li Hanxiang's story alone was explosive enough. The sudden appearance of the villa and luxury car was a total pleasant surprise to him. Moreover, that surprise was the highlight of the video. People love to see the fall of the rich, but even more, they love comeback stories of fallen kings. Zhang Yuliang felt he was going to go viral. Or rather, Li Hanxiang was. By the way, I handwrote a contract just now, let's sign it. Even close brothers should settle accounts clearly. While Zhang Li and Li Hanxiang were watching the video, Zhang Yuliang brought over a handwritten agreement. If the video went viral, he was willing to share the profits. After all, the story and appearance were all about Li Hanxiang. No problem from me. What about you, brother Li? Glancing at the 50-50 profit-sharing agreement, Li Hanxiang asked. Ha? Oh, yes, of course. Even though brother Li's face was blurred, he still appeared in the video. How about we split it 4.5:4.5:1? Zhang Yuliang hadn't included Zhang Li, but under Li Hanxiang's hint, he changed his statement. 3:3:4. Actually, the villa and car belonged to Zhang Li, so Li Hanxiang felt he should take the bigger share. Alright, let's go with what the class monitor says. Worried that Li Hanxiang might say too much, Zhang Li quickly stopped him. The more low-key he stayed, the better. Okay. Since Zhang Li had spoken, Li Hanxiang didn't insist. Soon, their attention was all on the edited video. They saw, the first scene of the first video was Li Hanxiang's old apartment building. As the footage progressed, Zhang Yuliang narrated, describing the building's size, its tenants, and monthly rent. The second scene was Zhang Yuliang greeting Lihon. At the same time, he introduced the theme of long-lost classmates reuniting after 10 years. The next scenes were conversations at Lihon's home. Through the dialogue, they showed Hanxian's past glory, including his confident college photos from more than a decade ago. Then, through further dialogue, the story of Lihon's parents' death, 3 divorces, and once owning hundreds of millions in assets, all came out. At the end of the video, they used a dull-tone angle to show Hanxian's wrinkled face and chubbier body. The closing shot of the video left people with a sense of life's unpredictability and helpless sorrow. Damn! Amazing, class monitor. If I didn't know there was a second video, I wouldn't even dare to let you upload this first one. It's too depressing. As the video ended, Zhang Li nodded, and Li Hanxiang also praised it. Next one. After the first, the second video started playing seamlessly. Whoosh! Unlike the documentary style of the first, the second started with Hanxiang standing in the sunlight, raising his hand to show the villa to Zhang Yuliang. His voiceover said, "This villa is newly bought, not yet furnished, so I didn't plan to show it to you." Along with his voice, the camera moved from the front gate into the villa. After entering, the villa's interior was quickly shown, and a mattress in the corner of the living room came into frame. And then, the messy, dirty-looking Zhang Li appeared sitting on the mattress getting dressed. Even though his face was blurred, from the rest of the image, it was clear he was down on his luck. Meanwhile, Zhang Yulian's voiceover also sounded, saying this was Hanxian's brother, and Hanxian let him temporarily stay in the villa. After the villa tour, Hanxian's story wasn't over. The camera shifted, and his luxury car appeared. After showcasing the BMW X7's interior, Zhang Yuliang narrated a bit more before the video slowly ended. Nice, not bad, good. After watching both videos, Li Hanxiang gave a thumbs up, and Zhang Li nodded in agreement. He was happy to see Hanxiang show off a little after all these years of frustration. Letting the downcast Hanxiang find a little pride through these videos wasn't a bad thing. After all, having goals and feeling cool gives life energy. With the ongoing treasure hunting system, the future was going to be even better. Coincidentally, today's treasure hint mentioned hundreds of silver coins beneath the neighboring house. They'd be digging soon, and it would definitely involve Li Hanxiang. The good days were just beginning. Hanxiang, I remember you still have a good citizen certificate? Want to add it at the end of the second video? But whether you can use it, you'd better ask the local police station uncle first. Seeing that Hanxiang was still eager, Zhang Li added another suggestion. At the moment, there were nearly 10 million worth of various jewels hidden in a secret compartment under the computer. However, that clearly belonged to someone else, and he couldn't take them out just to help Hanxiang show off. But the Good Citizen Award was an official good guy badge. In a way, more useful than a villa or luxury car. It could really enhance the show-off vibe. Oh yeah, I still have that Good Citizen Award. Upon Zhang Li's reminder, Hanxiang's eyes lit up. Alright, you guys go shoot first. I've got something to do, I'll find you this afternoon. After suggesting it, Zhang Li told them to go back first. Even though he didn't sleep well last night, now that he was up, he couldn't go back to sleep. He had to go collect something. His first target, the red flower stamp from the old Qing post office in Ganja Fort. Okay, we'll go back and work on it. If needed, we'll include the Good Citizen Award. If not, we'll just post the first video on Douyin. Li Hanxiang replied, and left quickly with Zhang Yuliang. Screech. In Ganja Fort, the sound of the luxury car braking hard echoed. Zhang Li opened the car door and stepped out. At this moment, even though he was in a luxury car, his clothes were still dirty. He simply hadn't had time to change or buy new clothes. However, he planned to disguise himself as a scrap collector collecting old books. The clothes he was wearing right now just happened to help him investigate the situation at house number 153. Beep. He deliberately parked the car at the village entrance. After locking it, Zhang Li walked toward the target house while also checking where the recycling station in this urban village was located. Soon, he arrived at the small restaurant where he ate noodles yesterday. Since it wasn't lunchtime yet, the small restaurant hadn't opened. Zhang Li stood at the entrance, looking at a building not far away. The houses in the urban village of Ganja Fort were laid out like 3-story row villas, arranged in neat rows, with a 10-meter-wide concrete path in between. The first floors were all kinds of shops. The second and third floors were partly occupied by landlords, but mostly rented out. At this moment, the small restaurant where Zhang Li stood was 3 houses away from the target location in the treasure hunting info. Today you passed by the urban village of Ganja Fort. The mini-map detected, House 153, 3rd floor, among the old magazine pages of Harvest, a red flower stamp from the Great Qing Postal Service is hidden. Thinking again about the treasure hunting info, Zhang Li quickly strode toward the ground floor of the target house. Hello, I'd like to ask, are there still rooms for rent upstairs? Does the landlord live on the 2nd floor? Zhang Li entered the small store on the ground floor of House 153 and directly started chatting with the shopkeeper. No, all rented out. And our landlord doesn't live here either. The 2nd floor is also rented out. The shopkeeper's reply left Zhang Li with no follow-up questions. Originally, if there were still rooms for rent upstairs, he could have asked a few more questions under the pretense of looking for a rental. He could have even called the landlord and asked to see the room, giving him a reason to check the target place. But now, that wasn't going to work. Then maybe I should try collecting scrap? I still have to investigate deeper. Even if the stamp is hard to get, I've got to try. Having failed the first step, Zhang Li quickly left the store. He planned to go to the recycling station, rent, or even buy a tricycle, and shout around to collect old books and magazines to see what he could find. Swish! Zhang Li started scanning the village with his eyes. Because it was Saturday, even though it was almost 11 a.m., there weren't many people on the streets. He quickly scanned through one alley. When he turned into another alley to keep looking for the recycling station, Zhang Li's eyes suddenly lit up. He saw, at a corner ahead, someone carrying a large stack of used cardboard boxes came into view. Clearly, this person collected cardboard boxes to sell. This person would definitely know where the recycling station was. Hello? Zhang Li quickly stepped over to the side of the cardboard stack. As he greeted the person, he looked at who it was. Then, he was stunned. He actually knew this person. Oh, young man, are you asking me to wash your clothes? While Zhang Li was stunned, the old lady also recognized him. It was the same old lady who spilled noodle soup on Zhang Li's clothes yesterday. She tried to wipe his clothes, and when it didn't clean up properly, she offered to take them home to wash, but Zhang Li politely refused. Now, Zhang Li hadn't expected to run into the old lady again. No need to wash them. I just want to ask you something. Still surprised by the coincidence, Zhang Li waved his hand repeatedly and quickly asked, "Are you a local in this village? Are you familiar with it?" "I sure am. I've been living here for 10 years, I know it like the back of my hand," the old lady said while putting down the stack of at least 40 pounds of used cardboard boxes on her back, which Zhang Li had been watching. Other people either found her dirty or too old and didn't like talking to her, so, having someone willing to talk to her, the old lady was happy to chat. "Well, do you know the family at House 153, that one over there?" Upon hearing she'd lived in the village for 10 years and seeing her put down her load, Zhang Li thought for a moment, then directly pointed at the target house. The old lady definitely knew where the recycling station was. But first, ask about other info. House 153? Seeing where Zhang Li was pointing, the old lady asked again. "Yes, that's the one." Zhang Li kept pointing. "I'm renting from that family. I live on the 3rd floor. Who are you looking for?" "What a coincidence." The old lady smiled. She didn't expect to have a connection with Zhang Li like this. "What?" Zhang Li was stunned again. "What a coincidence. This is so coincidental it's beyond coincidence. This was like searching for him 1,000 times, and he's right there under the dim light." "Granny, what's your surname?" Taking a deep breath, Zhang Li turned and looked at the old lady. "What fancy surname? My last name's Cui. You can just call me Granny Cui." Having someone ask her name respectfully made her face, full of wrinkles, light up with a big smile. As an old, frail, garbage-collecting woman, nobody usually talked to her. "Well, can I visit your home?" Zhang Li asked directly. He wanted to cut to the chase and solve this quickly. "Sure. Come, have some water. But don't mind if my place is messy." Hearing Zhang Li's request, Granny Cui invited him warmly. "This young man. I already invited him home yesterday to help wash his clothes. But he didn't come. Now he's the one asking to visit. How interesting. Let me carry that for you." Granny Cui led the way, and Zhang Li picked up the thick pile of cardboard beside her and carried it on his back. "You're strong, young man. Most young people can't carry that." Seeing him lift the cardboard in one go, Granny Cui smiled again. Not bad, not bad." Zhang Li smiled and quickly followed. A few minutes later, he followed Granny Cui through a back door into House 153 and up to the 3rd floor. Whoa! Upon reaching the 3rd floor, Zhang Li originally expected a front door. But what surprised him was, as soon as he got up there, both sides of the stairs were lined with neatly stacked old magazines and books, from floor to ceiling. "You live here alone?" Following Granny Cui along a narrow path and finally reaching a door, Zhang Li curiously asked. He saw, besides the orderly stacks of old magazines and books, there were also various sorted items commonly found in recycling stations. "Yeah, pretty much by myself. The landlord felt sorry for me and doesn't even charge rent." Granny Cui nodded. "Have a seat. I'll get you some water. Or, if you take off your clothes, I'll wash them. The sun is strong today, I'll just wash the dirty parts and they'll dry quickly." While getting water for Zhang Li, Granny Cui asked again. Looking around, Zhang Li saw that even though there was a lot of junk, it was all neatly organized. He opened his system panel. Using the red dot on the treasure hunting minimap, Zhang Li already knew that the stamp from the info was right here in Granny Cui's home. Moreover, it was among the stacks of magazines in the hallway. "Granny Cui, can I take a look through those magazines?" While she was in the kitchen pouring water, Zhang Li suddenly called out. "Sure. Look all you want. Those magazines and books, I picked them from the trash and couldn't bear to sell them. I've been saving them for over 10 years. Granny Cui's voice came from the kitchen. Found it. Harvest Magazine, July 1957 inaugural issue. With Granny Cui's permission, Zhang Li used the minimap location and quickly found a magazine in the pile of books. Glancing at the magazine cover, Zhang Li returned to the sofa, took a deep breath, and slowly opened the magazine. Then, after flipping just 4 pages, his breath suddenly stopped. The stamp appeared. The Great Qing Postal Red Flower Stamp, face value 2 Fin. Issued in 1897. Looking at the red pattern stamp carefully wrapped and tucked into the magazine, Zhang Li hadn't expected the treasured collection this time to go so smoothly. Originally, he thought the magazine might be in a family's bookshelf. He never imagined it would be in the pile of discarded books that Granny Cui didn't want. Moreover, the magazine's owner, Granny Cui, he had just met yesterday. And clearly, Granny Cui didn't know about this stamp. "You like reading, huh? Reading is good. The magazine, Granny's giving it to you." Granny Cui, holding an enamel cup, placed it in front of Zhang Li and smiled as she looked at the magazine in his hands. "I looked around the house, there's no tea, just have some water." Putting the enamel cup in front of Zhang Li, Granny Cui looked a little embarrassed. "Granny Cui, how is Grandpa Cui doing?" Closing the magazine and seeing the photo under the enamel cup, Zhang Li couldn't help but ask. Granny Cui's coffee table was the old type with a thick glass top. Under the glass was a family portrait. In the center of the photo was Granny Cui and an old man. Behind them stood several men and women. "He's gone." When she heard Zhang Li ask, Granny Cui casually waved her hand. "Ah, I'm sorry." Zhang Li hadn't expected Grandpa Cui to have passed and apologized. "It's okay, it's all in the past." Granny Cui smiled generously. "Then those men and women, are they your sons and daughters?" Seeing that Granny Cui wasn't particularly upset, Zhang Li pointed to the others in the photo and asked. At this point, he already had the red flower stamp in hand and could have left immediately. But that wasn't his style. If it was unowned, he could have just taken it. But Granny Cui had kindly brought him home, and even kindly gave him the magazine. He felt it wouldn't be right to just take it and go. "No, only one is my daughter, the other 2 are daughters-in-law. The 3 men are all my sons." Granny Cui continued answering Zhang Li's questions. "Do they all live nearby?" Zhang Li asked again. Even if he planned to leave the stamp with the old lady, he was still concerned that unfilial children might cause trouble or even harm her. He had to ask clearly and handle it right. Since the old lady was collecting garbage, it was likely her children weren't filial. "They're all gone," Granny Cui replied calmly. "Ha?" Hearing her words, Zhang Li's mouth suddenly dropped open. "All dead, completely gone." Seeing Zhang Li's stunned face, Granny Cui explained again. "The eldest was hit by a car. The second died in a mountain fire. The third died of brain cancer. The wives of the first and second sons were crushed by a building." Seeing Zhang Li's dazed expression, Granny Cui continued without hesitation. "You?" After she finished, Zhang Li opened his mouth, unsure whether to raise or lower his arms. "Look ahead. It's okay, look ahead." Sensing Zhang Li's sadness, Granny Cui comforted him instead. "Who?" Zhang Li still wanted to ask about her children's situation, but he never imagined Granny Cui didn't have a single family member left. Looking at her snow-white hair and deeply wrinkled face, he took a deep breath. "So you're living alone now?" After a moment of silence, Zhang Li asked again. As for the stamp, he absolutely couldn't take it anymore. There's still a granddaughter and a cat. Granny Chui nodded. Your granddaughter's on winter break? Doing homework? When Granny Chui responded and pointed to another room, Zhangli quickly followed up. A granddaughter is great. That way, the old lady isn't all alone. She doesn't go to school, she's 13, brain disease, paralyzed. Just as Zhang Li's mood had slightly improved, he heard Granny Chui's calm voice. Then, as Zhang Li stood up in shock, Granny Chui led him into a small room with a curtain. Whoosh! As soon as he entered, Zhang Li's scalp tingled. And he smelled a strong herbal medicine scent. He saw a skinny little girl, weakly lying on a small bed in the corner. Beside her was a gray cat with white whiskers. Granny Chui said her granddaughter was 13, but Zhang Li thought, judging by her frail body, she wasn't even as big as 8-year-old Lin Lin. It's okay, everything is past. Look ahead, there's social support. The government reimburses part of the chronic illness. My body's still okay, I can still work. Also, the landlord is understanding, we don't have to pay rent. Seeing Zhang Li frozen in place, Granny Chui patted him on the back and kept praising him as a good kid. Her body was stooped, but her spirit was stronger than mountains. This illness, can it be cured? Silently returning to the patched-up sofa, Zhang Li slowly sat down. The Great Qing red flower stamp, sold for over 2 million yuan at auction in 2006. Now, as 2021 Lunar New Year approached, he felt it was definitely worth tens of millions. The girl's illness was likely a hereditary brain disease, and Zhang Li had just gone through his own father's brain cancer. What they thought was incurable turned out to be treatable with targeted drugs. Don't know. Asked a lot of doctors, they all said no hope. Now, besides the meds from the clinic, it's just herbal medicine to maintain. Granny Chui explained calmly to Zhang Li. Her tears had already dried up long ago when her sons, daughters, sons-in-law, and daughters-in-law died. Back then, people in her hometown said she had a cursed fate, a husband killer, child killer, destroyer of everything. So she brought her granddaughter and moved into this urban village in the provincial capital. Now, her only goal was to let her granddaughter live as long as possible and see more of the world while she was still alive. As for what happens after she dies, it was rare for someone like Zhang Li to visit, and she really wanted to talk to someone. Even if it was her sad story, the old lady was willing to share. Yesterday was Granny Chui's once-a-month restaurant day. For her, going to a noodle shop and eating a 10 yuan bowl of noodles was a rare treat. Because of that, after finishing, she poured a few more bowls of soup to drink. She never expected to spill the soup on Zhang Li's clothes. Today, they met again, and Granny Chui believed it was fate. Whoosh! Hearing Granny Chui's calm voice, Zhang Li didn't know why, but his eyes turned red. Click! Rubbing his eyes, he suddenly opened his phone and took a picture of the red flower stamp on the sofa. Then, he immediately called Chen Xinling, the auctioneer he met a few days ago. Hello, Miss Chen, this is Zhang Li. I just sent you a multimedia message. Can you check how much the red flower stamp is worth? The sooner the better. Thank you very much. Zhang Li, eyes red, suddenly wanted to sell the stamp he had just obtained. No problem at all. Chen Xinling fully cooperated. Zhang Li wasn't just her VIP client, he was also her benefactor. Pop. After hanging up with Chen Xinling, Zhang Li quickly opened his phone again, found Meng Wanning on WeChat, and made a voice call. Can you come to House 153, Ganja Fort Urban Village, right away? There's a patient who needs you to take a look. This is very important to me. I owe you a personal favor. As soon as the voice call connected, before Meng Wanning could speak, Zhang Li blurted out everything he wanted to say. No matter what the granddaughter's illness was, he had to try to cure it. Okay, Brother Zhang, I'll be there right away, I'm at the hospital now. Hearing Zhang Li's serious tone, Meng Wanning didn't ask anything and directly agreed. Ding! Mr. Zhang, we've contacted a buyer. If the item is authentic, they're willing to pay 15 million Hong Kong dollars directly. If we go to auction, the earliest would be within a month, and I think the price could go even higher. A few minutes later, Zhang Li received a call from Chen Xinling. It was rare for someone like Zhang Li, a wealthy man who had greatly helped her, to call. And now, he had brought a rare Great Qing postal red flower stamp. Chen Xinling confirmed the situation for Zhang Li immediately. Okay, I'll get back to you later. Hearing Chen Xinling's reply, Zhang Li let out a soft breath. Mr. Zhang, please wait. There's one more thing. As Zhang Li sounded ready to hang up, Chen Xinling quickly called out. Zhang Li, In the photo you just sent, besides the stamp, Our appraiser also recognized the magazine beneath it. It seems to be the inaugural issue of Harvest magazine. Coincidentally, Songhai is hosting a literary festival soon. The July 1957 inaugural issue of Harvest, founded in Songhai by Master Ba, is a rare exhibition item. From past experience, such inaugural issues, if sold to the right buyer, can go for several 100,000 yuan. Chen Xinling quickly reported another matter to Zhang Li. "Alright, we'll talk later." Lowering his head to glance at the magazine holding the stamp, Zhang Li's eyes showed a flicker of thought, but he didn't agree to anything immediately. Granny Cui. Closing the phone, Zhang Li looked at Granny Cui. She had seen everything, him taking photos and making calls. But the elderly woman who had been through so much, still remained calm at this moment. The old woman had experienced too many ups and downs. No matter how good something seemed, she knew things could always turn around. "This stamp is very valuable. Even if Nan Nan's illness can't be cured, it's enough for the best checkups," Zhang Li explained to Granny Cui. The stamp belonged to her. Even though he had detected it, he wouldn't take it. That was his principle. He had never planned to just take it. And now, knowing her story, and knowing about the sick little girl, he even more so wouldn't take it. He understood what the old lady meant earlier. If she passed away, to avoid her granddaughter's suffering, she might. He would not let that happen. "Xiao Zhang, you're in the antique business?" Granny Cui nodded and asked curiously. Earlier, Zhang Li had actively asked about house 153, then quickly discovered the stamp and made many calls after entering. Granny Cui was curious about who Zhang Li was. Kind of. I study antiques. I really enjoy researching old magazines. I heard there were a lot of old magazines around here, so I came on the weekend to check. Didn't expect it to be your home." The stamp in the magazine was a total surprise. Zhang Li gave the old lady a brief explanation. Ring 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 ring. After chatting more about the girl's treatment, he even told her about his father's brain cancer, thought incurable, but it turned out there was a targeted drug in America. Suddenly, Zhang Li's phone rang. "Brother Zhang, I'm here." Meng Wanning had arrived. Among the neurologists Zhang Li knew were Lu Yasi, Zhu Xiona, and Meng Wanning. And he felt, the one who could best cooperate with him was Meng Wanning. So, he had called her earlier. He understood Meng Wanning's intentions. He had originally planned to toy around with her a bit, but the sudden matter of the little girl made him call her immediately. And sure enough, Meng Wanning showed up as soon as he called, making it from Renqin Hospital in such a short time. "Great. Come in quickly." Zhang Li nodded to Granny Cui, then hurried downstairs to bring Meng Wanning up, because she came in a rush. Meng Wanning was still in her white coat. "Granny Cui, this is Dr. Meng, from Renqin Hospital, a top-tier hospital. She specializes in treating brain diseases." Quickly back on the third floor, Zhang Li introduced the curious Meng Wanning to Granny Cui, and with her nod, he immediately led Meng Wanning into the granddaughter's room. "Her nickname is Nan Nan. Please check based on your experience." After a brief intro, Zhang Li asked Meng Wanning to take over. On the other side, hearing who Meng Wanning was and seeing the white coat, Granny Cui couldn't help but feel nervous. Zhang Li stepped out of the room. More than 10 minutes later, with Granny Cui's help, they gently set the granddaughter up for a basic exam, and then Meng Wanning walked out with a serious expression. "Just tell the truth." Seeing her hesitant, Zhang Li spoke directly. Granny Cui's strong spirit could handle any news. The preliminary exam results aren't ideal. It would be best to bring her to the hospital for a more detailed checkup using equipment. Only then can I give a full diagnosis." Upon hearing Zhang Li's request, Meng Wanning didn't hold back anymore. Though she had her personal hopes, her professionalism was solid. After all, she had a PhD in medicine. "Okay." Zhang Li nodded. "Granny Cui, can you go to Renqin Hospital? Don't worry about the cost. This stamp is worth tens of millions. Even if selling it isn't enough to cover treatment, I'll pay the rest." Turning around, Zhang Li directly told Granny Cui his plan. "I'll follow your lead." Turning her head, Granny Cui looked into Zhang Li's eyes and agreed. Having lived over 80 years and seen all kinds of people, she could tell Zhang Li was genuine. Also, that stamp among the magazines, she would never have known it was a treasure if not for Zhang Li. Now, with the hope of curing her granddaughter and giving her a normal life, she was naturally happy. "Okay, please wait a moment. I'll go get the car." Time waits for no one. Zhang Li quickly nodded and decided to drive his BMW X7 over to help transport them to Renqin Hospital. "Brother Zhang?" A minute later, as Zhang Li came out with Meng Wanning, she finally had time to ask what was going on. Zhang Li had just suddenly asked her to examine a patient. then talked about a stamp worth tens of millions, and offered to cover any treatment costs himself. It left Meng Wanning confused. Let's get her to the hospital first. Do your best, I want to save her. Not wanting to bring up Granny Chui's story, Zhang Li shared his goal. Soon, he brought Meng Wanning to the entrance of the urban village, where the BMW X7 was parked. What Zhang Li didn't expect was, next to his car, stood a woman. A woman he found somewhat familiar. What are you doing? Zhang Li saw the woman circling around the car, clearly waiting for him. This woman was clearly the one who took a photo of his car when he was eating noodles yesterday. He still remembered. The woman's boyfriend in a full suit. Zhang Zixuan, all dressed up, saw the same BMW X7 from yesterday parked not far from her house when she woke up in the morning. This made Zhang Zixuan suddenly have new ideas. Thinking about Zhang Li's appearance yesterday, she guessed he might be someone whose house was recently demolished, looking shabby, but rich enough to drive a BMW X7. Having just one boyfriend support her wasn't enough. She wanted to keep fishing. Especially these kinds of wealthy demolition-turned-rich guys, they're the easiest to hook. After seeing the car parked at the village entrance, Zhang Zixuan quickly dressed up and got ready to wait for Zhang Li, planning for a coincidental meeting. But what she didn't expect was that Zhang Li did come. But right next to Zhang Li, there was an incredibly beautiful woman with a fair face and elegant demeanor, so stunning that even in a white coat, her beauty couldn't be hidden. Compared to her in the white coat, Zhang Zixuan looked like a plain hen next to a white swan. That left Zhang Zixuan frozen in place. Move, please. Thanks. In a hurry to get Nan Nan to the hospital, Zhang Li didn't pay any attention to Zhang Zixuan, who stood there shocked and speechless. And under the impact of Meng Wanning's beauty, Zhang Zixuan stepped back timidly and didn't dare to speak. Screech. A few seconds later, Zhang Li started the car, with Meng Wanning in the front passenger seat, and the BMW X7 sped off. Baby, what's wrong? At that moment, the suited man who had been sleeping in late came downstairs and asked curiously after seeing Zhang Zixuan's expression. Nothing, let's go eat. Zhang Zixuan casually waved her hand. Brother Zhang. Isn't this kind of thing supposed to happen outside bars? How is it happening in broad daylight? Are you used to it already? Inside the BMW X7, Meng Wanning, who had seen everything, suddenly smiled and asked after the car started. She was shocked inside. Zhang Li had said over the phone there was a patient who needed a checkup. But she never expected that along with the patient, there was also a stamp worth tens of millions. And she still didn't know the full story of the stamp. She suddenly followed Zhang Li and saw his luxury car worth over $1 million. Seeing this car again confirmed for Meng Wanning that Zhang Li was a rich man. Although surprised on the inside, she kept the conversation light and joked about the woman who had circled the car. No, that was the first time. Zhang Li answered, then quickly parked the car below building 153. By the time Granny Chui and Meng Wanning had helped carry Nan Nan down from the third floor, he had already folded down the back seats and cleared enough space. Granny Chui, Nan Nan, don't worry. You've got me. With Granny Chui and Meng Wanning sitting on either side in the back, Zhang Li stepped on the gas and headed toward Rinxin Hospital. No need, I have money. Of the 1 million you sent me last time, I still have over 800,000. An hour later, at Rinxin Hospital, after helping Nan Nan quickly get admitted, arranging a private room, and sending her into a testing room for a detailed checkup, Zhang Li offered to transfer money to Meng Wanning, who was waiting outside. She immediately waved her hand and refused. Helping Brother Zhang today, Meng Wanning thought, was a very good thing. It brought her even closer to Brother Zhang. She was quite happy. Besides, after seeing his stamp worth tens of millions and his luxury car worth over $1 million, her goal became even more firm. All right. Hearing Meng Wanning's reply, Zhang Li didn't insist. Okay. Then take good care of her. If anything comes up, just tell me. If the money runs out, tell me immediately too. After waiting more than 10 minutes, hearing from Meng Wanning that there were still many tests to do, Zhang Li decided not to wait any longer. It was Saturday today. Many doctors at Rinxin Hospital weren't working, including Lu Yasi, and after looking in on his father, who was being cared for by nurses, Zhang Li didn't stay in the ward either. At the moment, besides raising tens of millions for his father's treatment, he also needed to cover Nan Nan's medical expenses. Just in time, he had 2 more treasure locations to collect from yesterday's intel, so he had to leave the hospital quickly and retrieve them. Not staying for lunch? It's already past 1. Meng Wanning wanted to take Zhang Li to the hospital cafeteria to eat. No need, you and Granny Chui eat. Zhongli waved his hand and was about to leave. Wait, Xiao Zhang. I trust you. You're a good kid. Just as he was about to leave, Zhang Li didn't expect Granny Chui to catch up to him and hand him the inaugural issue of Harvest magazine, wrapped in cloth and hidden in her clothing while carrying Nan Nan earlier. Looking into her eyes, then at the magazine in her hands, Zhongli gritted his teeth and finally took it. Indeed, even if she knew the stamp was valuable, Granny Chui had no way to sell it. And something like this could even bring danger to her and her granddaughter. Having him handle it was the best way. Granny Chui, don't worry, everything is for Nan Nan's treatment. If the stamp is sold, all the money will go toward curing Nan Nan. Zhongli made a solemn promise and put the item away. Alright, Granny Chui trusted Zhongli. Rumble. A few minutes later, Zhongli returned to his villa. He placed the stamp together with the pile of jewelry he had previously collected. Quan Peijun is hard to avoid. This guy, if the treasure hunting items can be collected right away, I must rely on her. After leaving his villa, passing by the second phase entrance, he glanced at the house where Quan Peijun lived, and his old back ached again. He wanted to take a break and recover a bit, but he had no choice. If Quan Peijun's daily treasure hunting info included items that had to be picked up immediately, he had to see her every day. Room. He quickly looked away, stepped on the gas, and headed toward Xingfu Garden urban village where Lihon was, where the second treasure he found last night was waiting. That wasn't Qian Liming, that was a friend of mine. Inside Quan Peijun's room, she was on the phone. On the other end was her older brother. Her brother was asking who had gone with her to the jade auction a few days ago. He remembered it wasn't her husband, but someone else he had asked her to take. But later, he heard something didn't sound right. He was trying to confirm with her. Mind your own business. Just a good friend of mine. Don't mention Qian Liming to me. He cheated, I have proof. I've already written the divorce agreement, the lawyer will send it to him soon. Hearing her brother's questions, Quan Peijun, thinking about Zhang Li's strong waist, impatiently replied. Do you know what you're saying? Her brother shouted over the phone. I have proof, and lots of it. Want me to send it to you? Quan Peijun raised her voice even more. She was definitely getting a divorce. Unless Brother Zhang liked her wild side and didn't want her to, then she wouldn't. Alright, let's calm down for now. Her brother quickly softened his tone after hearing her. Since childhood, he had always given in to his sister. Be careful these days, we're hunting a criminal who deals flour. We tracked him to Yangqing Park. You said you bought property nearby, right? Don't go wandering. Already stressed from work, her brother didn't want to argue. After warning her to stay safe, he refocused on tracking the criminal. His sister was almost 30. There were some things he couldn't say too much about anymore. Okay. Hearing her brother soften, Quan Peijun didn't argue anymore either. Swipe. After hanging up, waiting for her divorce, Quan Peijun opened Douyin to relax with some short videos. Then, she saw a video that had just gone viral on Douyin. The location of the post was actually Chang'an City. Ding, ding, ding. As Zhang Li was driving, he suddenly heard a string of WeChat notification sounds from his phone. Just now, after putting away the stamp that Granny Chui gave him, he had already sent a message to Chen Xinling, asking her to arrange the sale of the stamp. Before it got dark, he wanted to dig out the clay jar under Li Hanxian's room. There were still many things he needed money for, so the sooner he got it out, the better. Also, he could use the opportunity to let his brother Li Hanxiang experience treasure hunting and boost his spirits. This thing's damn expensive. Turning his head, he looked at the handheld metal detector he just bought from the second-hand market, which looked like an old weed trimmer, and muttered. In a bit, when digging the ground in front of Li Hanxiang's house, he definitely couldn't tell him that the item was found with his golden eyes. This time, he planned to use the metal detector to pretend he found the treasure. Whether it worked or not, whether it could hold up under scrutiny, he still needed an excuse. Ding, ding, ding. Zhang Li, still driving, didn't expect his phone to keep ringing non-stop. Ever since he left his job, his WeChat rarely made a sound anymore. The video blew up? It went viral in just half a day. While waiting at a red light, Zhang Li opened WeChat. He didn't expect that. All the pings were coming from his old university class group chat that had been silent for years. At this moment, that dormant group chat was suddenly filled with message after message. It was even more active than the NSFW meme groups he was in. Quickly scrolling up through the messages, Zhongli saw that it all started with the video Lihon and Zhang Yuliang had filmed that morning. One classmate had seen the video on Douyin, then shared it in the group. Soon, more classmates saw the video, and it rapidly climbed the Douyin trending and hot search lists. The topic 10 years after graduation, how are our classmates doing, quickly spread across major online platforms. Zhang Yuliang's idea had indeed gone viral. Of course, the video's popularity wasn't just due to nostalgia or missing old classmates in youthful days. Another big reason was that the main character, Li Hanxiang's story was full of ups and downs and extremely captivating. An ordinary person who became a billionaire due to demolition compensation. Then, after several divorces, gradually became a bloated, disheartened middle-aged man. This made many people sigh. Life is full of changes. A story about someone getting rich by luck and then falling again everyone loves to watch. And the protagonist was even willing to appear on camera. So much to see. Hanxiang, you got this. Go Hanxiang. I like a belly, being chubby is no problem. Hanxiang, I'll come visit you in Chang'an City someday. Envious you don't have to work and can live off rent. Hanxiang, you're famous now, autograph please. Boss Hanxiang, take me with you. I want to go viral too. The red light quickly turned green, and unable to read many messages, Zhongli just saw a few positive comments. Of course, he also noticed some pretentious classmates, seeing how the once glorious Li Hanxiang had become like this, pretended to comfort him, but were actually trying to show off themselves. This went viral too. This Douyin algorithm is impossible to guess. Didn't they say only leggy dancing girls go viral quickly? Putting his phone down, Zhongli focused on driving and muttered in his heart. The video going viral had little to do with him. It just proved that Zhang Yuliang's idea had foresight. As for himself, he wasn't planning to live off short videos. At least not now. His goal was to keep searching and digging. V-Room. After muting the group chat, Zhongli focused on driving. Li Hanxiang? Fallen to this level? Birds of a feather. You're useless, your friends are too. Trash. Li Hanxiang's video had been seen by countless people. Among them was Zhang Shufang, who had already signed a divorce agreement with Zhangli and was just waiting for the cooling off period to end. But, through the video, seeing how down and out Li Hanxiang looked, Zhang Shufang felt even more pleased with her decision. She should pursue her own happiness. She wasn't wrong. Ding dong. Just after watching Hanxiang's video, someone knocked on Zhang Shufang's door. Excuse me, is this Mr. Qian Liming's residence? There's a registered mail for him, the delivery address was changed once. Zhang Shufang opened the door and saw the courier. Coming. From another room, Qian Liming rushed out. Divorce agreement? After the courier left, seeing the contents of the package, Qian Liming was stunned. These past few days, his affair with Zhang Shufang had been exposed. Even Zhang Li had seen him. So, they had been hiding in a rented apartment. But Qian Liming never expected. What awaited him was a divorce agreement from Quan Peijun. Ah, great. Divorce. We can finally be together. On the other side, Zhang Shufang was thrilled when she saw the document in Qian Liming's hands. Finally, they were both divorced and could be together openly. Wait. Stunned by Zhang Shufang's reaction, Qian Liming came back to his senses. Divorce? He never planned on divorcing. He only saw Zhang Shufang as a fling with a married vibe. Who the hell wants to marry you? More importantly, if he divorced Quan Peijun, then he'd lose the connections and backing he relied on for his municipal repair company. Divorce? My ass. Even if there was no love, he didn't want to split from Quan Peijun. Wait, let me figure out what's going on. No rush, okay. Taking a deep breath and calming Zhang Shufang, Qian Liming quickly got dressed and headed out with the agreement. Peijun, I just received a divorce agreement, what's going on? I just got back to Chang'an this morning, and suddenly the courier calls me. After leaving, Qian Liming immediately opened WeChat and typed out a long message. Then, he saw a red exclamation mark next to it. Shit. Realizing he'd been blocked, he tried calling, but the number was blocked too. Qian Liming cursed out loud. Then, he rushed toward the house in the Green City community. He thought he'd hidden his affair with Zhang Shufang well. There was no way Quan Peijun could have found out. If she really did, the most likely source was the USB drive hidden under the balcony at the Green City house. Peijun doesn't understand renovation stuff, can't even screw in a bolt. No way she found the USB. Back at the Green City house, Qian Liming was full of doubt. Damn. When he pulled out his key to open the door, he found his key wouldn't go in. The lock had been changed. Bang. Eager to check the USB, Chen Liming didn't hesitate. He raised his foot and kicked open the door. Then, he was dumbfounded. Except for the big furniture, everything else in the room was gone. Whoosh! Not stopping to think when it all happened, Chen Liming rushed to the balcony. He opened the wooden floor where the USB was hidden and froze. Gone. The stuff was gone. Had Quan Peijun seen the video? Run? Realizing the video was gone, Chen Liming's scalp tingled. If Quan Peijun saw the video, the worst would be divorce. But if her older brother saw it, as a well-known 91 site hunter, he'd be finished. Might even get locked up. No way. Peijun couldn't have lifted the tiles. He ripped open all the floorboards on the balcony in a frenzy. Still no USB. Chen Liming shouted angrily. He dared hide the stuff at home. Because he believed Peijun knew nothing about maintenance and couldn't possibly find it. He couldn't understand how it was gone. He'd hidden it there for 3 years without issue. When did Peijun find out? Quick! That's him. Breaking into a private home. The loud noise from him kicking the door woke me up. I saw everything through the peephole. Just as Chen Liming was panicking, a group of security guards with iron forks rushed in. Click! Before Chen Liming could say anything, he was already pinned to the ground like a wild boar, unable to move. I'm the owner. I'm the owner. Pinned to the ground, face red, Chen Liming struggled like a dead fish. He's ended up like this? How could he still be filming short videos like this? Sigh, what a pity. He used to be so spirited back then. As Lihon's video hit the trending list, more and more people who knew him watched the video and expressed their surprise. Some felt pity, some felt fortunate, and some even felt sympathy. Meanwhile, in Xingfu Garden Urban Village, room 318, someone had come there specifically. His ex-wife, Dong Qian, was investigating whether Lihon had hidden any assets during their divorce. Originally, she had no reason to live in this urban village after getting over 10 million in assets. However, after hearing from a distant cousin that Lihon had exchanged nearly $1 million in cash using gold bars, she moved in overnight. The 10 million yuan she got during the divorce 3 years ago had already been squandered. Recently in need of money. Once she heard that Lihon had money again, she rushed over immediately. She even started thinking if Lihon died, since he had no parents, no children, no siblings or cousins, his assets could end up with her. After blowing through money lavishly, Dong Qian could no longer tolerate a poor life. For money, she would stop at nothing. She had set her sights on Lihon. She was even planning how to dig his grave. But she didn't expect him to suddenly appear in a short video. And that video went viral. Ugly people caused the most trouble. Seeing the video blow up so fast, Dong Qian was almost hysterical. If Lihon became a public figure, then she couldn't quietly kill him and get away with it. In this chaotic urban village, people died mysteriously every month. Plus, she knew Lihon used to be unruly and had many bad habits. She'd already thought of a few methods. But if he became a major influencer, even if she managed to kill him, public attention would make it impossible to grab his assets, and she could end up in trouble too. Damn it! Annoyed, she closed Douyin and leaned on the balcony, looking toward Lihon's home next door. Just a gang of lowlifes. Dong Qian peeked out and saw Zhangli carrying a big backpack, walking into Lihon's house. Of course she knew Zhangli. She had even thought about using him as a scapegoat. What should I do? Not noticing anything else unusual, the frustrated Dong Qian reopened Lihon's video. What? Seriously? Inside Lihon's house. Seeing Zhangli take something out of his bag that looked like a mop and hearing what he said, Lihon was stunned. It's real, look, it's a metal detector. It can detect silver, gold, anything metal. Holding a handled metal detector, Zhangli demonstrated in front of Lihon. When he placed the detector's round disc over a water bucket in the hallway, it started beeping. My sixth sense tells me there's treasure near your house. So I brought this thing to do a little scan. We have to believe in science. Still caught up in the buzz of the viral video, Lihon heard Zhangli's explanation. Science? Thinking about Zhangli's mysterious sixth sense, Lihon found the whole thing nonsense. It was clearly unscientific. Around his house, except for the main cement road between the houses, which was never dug up, all other places had deep foundations dug when the buildings were built. Zhangli said there was treasure underground nearby? Clearly suspicious. We'll find out if we dig. Before Lihon could argue, Zhangli had already started scanning around like it was serious. Where's Zhang Yuliang? While wandering around the first floor, Zhangli asked. He was invited by Douyin's Chang'an City rep. Since the video went viral, he's the happiest of us all. Following behind Zhongli, Lihon explained. Originally, he filmed the video just to do Zhang Yuliang a favor. Shooting the second luxury villa video at Zhongli's place was just a backup plan. Lihon never expected that the video they shot in the morning would blow up so quickly. Douyin's speed of spreading content really was amazing. No wonder the Americans want to steal it. Also, seeing Zhang Li's phone showing a flood of classmate group messages, Lihon hadn't expected he'd feel so thrilled. Seeing his classmates pitying, mocking, or sighing about him, he was suddenly really looking forward to what the reaction would be once the second video was uploaded. In fact, he and Zhang Yuliang agreed. Wait a few days for the first video to gain more traction, then release the second one. Alright. With Zhang Yuliang gone and the other tenants out as well, Zhongli decided it was time to get to work. Do you have a shovel? While pretending to scan, Zhongli asked. Yes. Is it complete? Yes. Do you have a tent? Yes. Do you have a cart? Yes. Zhongli kept asking, and Lihon kept nodding. What are you trying to do? You trying to tear down my house? I still need to collect rent from it. The more questions Zhongli asked, the more shocked Lihon became. Then, he saw Zhongli walk straight out the door without looking back. He scanned the road outside his house, then scanned the road in front of room 318 next door. Beep, beep. After secretly dropping a screw on the ground in front of room 318, and hearing the beeping, Zhongli turned around and walked back into Lihon's house. Found it. Walking in, Zhongli grabbed Lihon's shoulder and said excitedly. Really? Lihon still looked doubtful. Did you forget my sixth sense? Gold necklace, gold bars, gold rings. Even though his actions were a bit over the top, Zhongli had a cover story. He shouted to remind Lihon. Where? Thinking about Zhang Li's past miracles, Lihon couldn't help but ask. Right outside room 318. About 2 to 3 meters deep. Just pry open the cement floor and we'll get it fast. Zhang Li pulled Lihon to the door and pointed out the target location. He remembered. The second clue from last night was, you passed Xingfu Garden Urban Village today. Minimap detection shows room 318 at the front door, 3 meters underground, a clay jar with 173 silver dollars. Really? Lihon still hesitated. Of course. Zhang Li nodded firmly. Dig? Dig. Really dig? Definitely dig. With Zhang Li's repeated assurance, Lihon agreed to cooperate. He had witnessed his brother's miracles before. He wanted to experience one again. That spot under the cement was already opened once. Room 318 was given to Dongqian, and we modified the water pipes there. Originally it was a series connection. After giving it to her, I changed the water pipes to parallel. As Zhang Li confirmed the dig, Lihon immediately provided some useful info. That's even better then. Learning that the hardest part, the cement, had already been dug once made Zhang Li even more excited. Good news. How deep are the pipes? Zhang Li asked. It's the village's water line, we dug and buried it ourselves. Very shallow, at most 1 meter deep. Lihon replied quickly. Great. Let's do it. Things were turning out even better than expected. Zhang Li was ready to start. Alright. Very soon. Lihon found a square tent, about 2.5 meters on each side, with Tsingtao beer printed on it. They placed the tent over the target spot, wrapped the sides with striped fabric, and got to work. Village chief. I want to modify the water line again, just splitting off another pipe to separate water bills. It'll be quick, 2 hours max. Right in front of my house, the spot we dug before. After setting up all the tools, Lihon even called the village chief to report.
Did you enjoy the story, guys? I hope you did. Support this video with a like and a comment. I'd really appreciate it. Thanks for watching and see you next time.